scaly coming from the factories in our cells. So the factories in our cells they're marvels, but they don't achieve very many scaly times. They're tiny little factories.
But they're all factories.
Yeah.
Factories on top of factories. So everything, the factories on
But the
top of
factories that are designed is different than sort of the factories that have evolved.
I think the nature of the word design is very interesting
Yep.
as one covers it. But let me, in terms of aliens, let me analyze your Twitter like it's Shakespeare.
Okay.
There's a tweet that says, define hello, in quotes, alien civilizations as one that might, the next million years, identify humans as intelligent and civilized, travel to Earth, and say hello, by making us traffic in advanced abilities known to us. The next 15 polls, this is a Twitter thread, the next 15 polls ask about such hello aliens. And what these polls ask is, your Twitter followers, what they think those aliens would be like, certain particular qualities. So, poll number one is, what percent of hello aliens evolved through biological species with two main genders? And, the popular vote is above 80%. So most of them have two genders. What do you think about that? I'll ask you about some of these because it's so interesting. It's such interesting questions.
It is a fun set of questions.
Yeah, it's a fun set of questions. So the genders, as we look through evolutionary history, what's the usefulness of that as opposed to having just one or like millions?
So there's a question in evolution of life on Earth. There are very few species that have more than two genders. There are some, but they aren't very many. But there's an enormous number of species that do have two genders, much more than one. And so there's literature on why did multiple genders evolve, and then sort of what's the point of having males and females versus hermaphrodites. So most plants are hermaphrodites. That is, they make male female, but each plant can be either role. And then most animals have chosen to split into males and females, and then they're differentiating the two genders. And there's an interesting set of questions about why that happens.
Because you can do selection. You basically have like one gender competes for the affection of other, and there's sexual partnership that creates the offspring. So there's sexual selection. It's nice to have like to a party. It's nice to have dance partners, and then each one gets to choose based on certain characteristics, and that's an efficient mechanism for adapting to the environment, being successfully adapting to the environment.
It does look like there's an advantage if you have males, then the males can take higher variance, and so there can be stronger selection among the males in terms of weeding out genetic mutations because the males have a higher variance in their mating success.
Sure. Okay. Question number two. What percent of hello aliens evolved from land animals as opposed to plants or ocean/air organisms? By the way, I did recently see that there's only 10% of species on Earth are in the ocean. There's a lot more variety on land.
There is.
Interesting. So why is that? I can't even intuit exactly why that would be. Maybe survival on land is harder, and so you get a lot.
The story that I understand is it's about small niches. So speciation can be promoted by having multiple different species. So in the ocean, species are larger. That is, there are more creatures in each species because the ocean environments don't vary as much. So if you're good in one place, you're good in many other places. But on land, especially rivers contain an enormous percentage of the kinds of species on land. You see, because they vary so much from place to place, and so a species can be good in one place, and then other species can't really compete because they came from a different place where things are different. So it's a remarkable fact, actually, that speciation promotes evolution in the long run.
Zoot, you ready, big dog?
On land, because there have been more species on land, because each species has been smaller, and that's actually a warning about something called rot that I've thought a lot about, which is one of the problems with even a world government, which is large systems of software today just consistently rot and decay with time and have to be replaced, and that possibly also
There he is.
is a problem for other large systems, including
I'm
biological
here.
systems.
I need like 3 minutes. I just got to restart some computers, and then I'm ready for you. Okay?
Large species actually don't evolve as effectively as small ones do. And
He's here. He just typed to me. He'll be back.
Actually, that's different from
to evolve less effectively. There is something that more resources, more they don't even have better resilience because when you look at the scale of decades, centuries, it seems like a lot of large companies died.
But still, large economies do better. Like large cities grow better than small cities. Large integrated economies like the United States and the European Union do better than small fragmented ones. So
yeah, sure. That's a very interesting long discussion. But so most of the people, and obviously both on Twitter, represent the absolute objective truth of things. So most of them.
But an interesting question about oceans is that, okay, remember I told you about how most planets would last for trillions of years and then be later, right? So people have tried to explain why life appeared on Earth by saying, oh, all those planets are going to be unqualified for life because of various problems. That is, they're around smaller stars, which last longer, and smaller stars have some things like more solar flares, maybe more tidal locking. But almost all of these problems with longer-lived planets aren't problems for ocean worlds. And a large fraction of planets out there are ocean worlds. So if life can appear on an ocean world, then that pretty much ensures that these planets that last a very long time could have advanced life because there's a huge fraction of ocean worlds.
So that's actually an open question. So when you say life appear, you're kind of saying life and intelligent life. So like that's an open question. Is land, and I suppose the question behind the Twitter poll, which is a grabby alien civilization that comes to say hello, what's the chance that they first began their early steps, the difficult steps they took on land? What do you think? Most 80%, most people on Twitter think it's very likely.
Right. I think people are discounting ocean worlds too much. That is, I think people tend to assume that whatever we did must be the only way possible, and I think people aren't giving enough credit for other possible paths.
That dolphins, water worlds, by the way. People criticize that movie. I love that movie. Kevin Costner keeps me going on. Okay, next question. What percent of hello aliens once had a nuclear war with greater than 10 nukes fired in anger, so not in incompetence, an accident? Intentional firing of nukes, and less than 20% is the most popular vote.
So it just seems wrong to me.
So like, I wonder what. So most people think once we get nukes, we're not going to fire them. They believe
almost done,
in
sir.
the power
I
of
think they're assuming that if you had a nuclear war, then that would just end civilization for good. I think that's the thinking.
That's the main thing.
Right, and I think that's just wrong. I think you could rise again after a nuclear war. It takes 10,000 years or 100,000 years, but you could rise again.
So what do you think about mutually assured destruction as a force to prevent people from firing nuclear weapons? That's a question that I knew, to a terrifying degree, has been raised now. What's going on?
Well, I mean, clearly it has had an effect. The question is just how strong and how effect for how long. But I mean, clearly we have not gone wild with nuclear war, and clearly the devastation that you would get if you initiated nuclear war is part of the reasons people have been reluctant to start a war. The question is just how reliably will that ensure the absence of a war?
Yeah, the night is still young.
Exactly.
It's been 70 years, or whatever it's been. I mean, but what do you think? Do you think we'll see nuclear war in this century?
I don't know, in this century, but it's the sort of thing that's likely to happen eventually.
It's a very loose statement. Okay, I understand. Now this is where I pull you out of the mathematical model and ask the foolish question. Do you think
this particular, I mean, we were lucky that it hasn't happened so far.
But what is the nature of nuclear war? Let's think about this. There's dictators, there's democracies, miscommunication. How do wars start? World War I, World War II.
So the biggest datum here is that we've had an enormous decline in major war over the
strong data on wars.
I'm almost done. Just one moment.
Because of the destructive nature of the weapons, kill hundreds of millions of people. There's no data on this. Right. So we can start intuiting.
Well, we can see the power law. We can do power law 6 for the rate of wars, and it's a power law with a 6 tails. So it's one of those things that you should expect most of the damage to be in the few biggest ones. So that's also true for pandemics. A few other things. For pandemics, most of the damage is in the few biggest ones. So the median pandemics so far is less than the average that you should expect in the future.
But that fitting of data is very questionable because everything you said is correct. The question is like, what can we infer about the future of civilization threatening pandemics or nuclear war from studying the history of the 20th century? So, like, you can't just fit it to the data, the rate of wars and destructive rates. Like, that's not how nuclear war will happen. Nuclear war happens with two assholes or idiots that have access to a button.
Small wars happen that way too.
No, I understand that, but that is very important. Small wars aside, it's very important to understand the dynamics, the human dynamics, and the geopolitics of when nuclear war happens, in order to predict how we can minimize the chance of.
But it is a common and useful intellectual strategy to take something that could be really big for, but is often very small, and fit the distribution of the data to small things, which you have a lot of them, and then ask, do I believe the big things are really that different? I see. So sometimes it's reasonable to say, like, say, with tornadoes or even pandemics or something, that the
Almost done.
underlying
Just take one more
process
minute.
might not be that different.
But that's a hypothesis. It might not be. There is the fact that mutual assured destruction seems to work to some degree shows you that to some degree it's different than the small wars. That so it's a really important question to understand is, are humans capable, one human, like how many humans on Earth, if I give them a button now, say you pressing this button will kill everyone on Earth. Everyone.
Right.
How many humans will press that button? I want to know those numbers, like day to day, minute to minute. But how many people have that much irresponsibility, evil, incompetence, ignorance, whatever word you want to assign? There's a lot of dynamics in psychology that leads you to press that button. But how many? My intuition is the more destructive that pressing a button, the fewer humans you find. That number gets very close to zero very quickly, especially people have access to such a button. But that's perhaps a hope than a reality. And unfortunately, we don't have good data on this, which is like, how destructive are humans willing to be?
So I think part of it just has to ask what your time scales you're looking at, right? So if you look at the history of war, we've had a lot of wars pretty consistently over many centuries. So if you ask, will we have a nuclear war in the next 50 years? I might say, well, probably not. I might say 500 or 5,000 years. Like if the same sort of risks are underlying and they just continue, then you have to add that up over time. The risk is getting a lot larger the longer time scale we're looking at.
But, okay, let's generalize nuclear war, because what I was more referring to is something that kills more than 20% of humans on Earth and injures.
Alrighty. Dude, thank you for your patience.
Yeah, what's going on?
The other 80%
Living the dream,
suffer.
Tim. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, go. How was your day?
Okay, I'm ready to play.
Alright.
So Rabbi sent me an invite. Rabbi's put Rothschild sent you an invite.
No, I haven't yet. I'm gonna message Riser.
Riser?
Yeah.
Riser's sleeping.
Are you sure?
No.
It's only like 10 o'clock here. 10:42, so. Alright. I'm gonna beat you 5 times straight. You may or may not get a good get a win, but I'm gonna just dominate you.
You're gonna dominate?
Yep.
Why do you think that?
Because I'm amazing.
Why do you think you're amazing?
Well, I just know I am. Did you get my invitation?
Yeah, hang on, give me a second.
Take all the time you need. You were very patient for me, and I appreciate it.
Alright, got it. I'm gonna do something a little bit different here.
That's what I want to hear. Keep me on my toes.
That was not what I was trying to do, but it worked out.
I like that shot.
That was what I was... Rabbi, that was not what I was trying to do either. However, there could be a hole here. Fuck.
Dude.
Did I just risk it for nothing? Or did I just do the most amazing shot ever?
No fucking way.
You have to get it in this shot, bro. If you get it in this shot. Yes!
Water. No water. I gave you a fucking point there. Fuck.
Hey, why are you going first?
It's a great question. I'm not sure. Oh. Oh. What'd you think of that shot? Rank it for me, Zoot.
I'm gonna give your shot literally a 9 out of 10. 9.5 out of 10.
It's pretty good. Now if I just don't need to fuck this up. You could make it. You actually, I think, have a chance. Oh, what a amazing shot. That was a 9 out of 10 of the second shot. Rabbi takes the lead again.
You got a 9... I actually gonna go up and say you got a 9.9 on the first shot.
That's what I'm talking about. How about this shot? What are your thoughts on this shot? What are your thoughts on this shot? I've never seen this go in the hole. I've never seen it go in the hole. How about that shot?
Give that... Rabbi, that was a 9.9 again.
Thank you. Welcome, welcome. Glad that you're here. Hit my ball.
That riser?
No. Hit my ball. Dude, you have a perfect shot. You're going to hit my ball. A hole in one. We've never seen that on this hole. Or I've never seen it.
Rabbi.
Yeah, big dog.
Your shot's now a 10 out of 10, by the way.
Yes, sir. I'm in agreement with you. Get there. Oh, it's just short.
I wondered, though, if your ball wasn't in the way, would have I gotten a hole in one if your ball was in the way?
I think it would have been exactly where my ball is. Look at this. You're helping me again. Big time help. Look at this.
Motherfucker.
Look at this help. Look at the advantage of going first.
Rabbi, I think you're playing a nearly perfect game, to be honest. I don't think like your shots could be any more perfect.
I'm in agreement.
Except for this one's gonna be a little bit shit. Like you could have done that a lot better.
I could have, but that's okay. I'll take a 3 on this hole. Or a 2. A 3.
I just needed to know if it was there or not. I got no chance in hell if I was gonna do this.
I don't think I've ever played a better round. Maybe. I mean, okay, this is not my hole though. No way, the reverse. Not what you wanted to do, big dog.
That was close though.
I'm in agreement with you. It was close.
But this is what you want to do, to be honest. This is.
Boy, I was gonna be tough to beat this set of holes. Perfect game.
I
That's
got given it.
that's one in a row. No,
That was very. Oh,
oh, is that a good shot? Get there. No, hit my ball,
you
big
ready?
dog. Yep. Oh, dude, did you fuck me? What a great shot on your part. Get in the hole.
I have a feeling you're going to do it. You can get it in this shot.
And I did.
Fucking hell.
I like this hole, and you do not. Not when I do
What do you
that
mean? I've
though.
gotten like more.
Not when I do
I've
that
got
though.
more hole in ones on this. I've got more hole in ones on this hole than anyone here.
I think you're right. Oh, and here's your chance at it again. Get in the water. Oh
No,
wow, is
you
that
can't get a
good?
hole in one this angle. What are your plans for New Year's Eve, Rabbi?
Stream like it's going out of style. How about you?
Read what?
Stream.
Stream.
How about you?
Yeah, but you're always streaming. What are you going to do on stream on New Year's Eve?
Treat it like
It's
any other day.
2025. We're halfway through the decade. You need to do something special.
No. Just keep doing what I'm doing. That is special.
It's the fucking 2020s. Okay?
I know, I've been streaming for most of it. That
It'll only ever be one 2020s. You know? It's historical moment in time.
I know, that's why I'm streaming for the decade.
Do you think you'll stream next decade if you got given the opportunity?
Oh yeah, definitely. I want to do it the rest of my life. Short. I needed that. That
When
gives.
will you?
Go ahead.
One day you'll become the most famous person in the world as well. Got the goal.
I don't really care about fame. I care about what this much data can do for society. I think it can make us better people. We can learn about the human body, learn about behaviors, emotions, all of that kind of stuff. I feel is very important. And we don't have like a huge data set currently. The best we have of somebody over a long period of time tracking their life is through like, um, are you serious? Is like through journaling or diaries from like other decades or other centuries. And the best we have of one person being on camera this long, there are people who have been on camera perhaps this long, but their data isn't easily shareable. So what do I mean? There are people who have like closed circuit television uh, devices or like security cameras that have been on for like decades. But that information is stored on hard drives that aren't available to the common person. The thing that makes my stream special is that you can be 80 years old or 18 years old, get on YouTube and watch me from last year, the year before that, the year before that. You just, the accessibility is unlike we've ever seen before, and that's what really makes it special. I don't like this whole. Where is it, Zoo?
And the quality of those found footage cameras are not good, where you can barely hear what the person's saying.
Yeah, that's not too big of a deal because in the future there will be ways to enhance video so that you can hear all of the different tracks. Um, so you have to think that technology is going to improve to be able to get that information. But um,
Really?
oh yeah, especially when it comes to zooming and removing layers of clothing and augmented reality and knowing different.
What so what you're saying is like they can make a more realistic version of Star Wars using the old footage.
Yeah, you could um, I mean, this is just what I know. You could zoom in extreme detail in the future, especially with AI, and AI will be able to perhaps reproduce any kind of quality issues to the point where they would be indiscernible to the human eye. And so, for instance, let's take a famous scene from Star Wars. Okay, do you know where they're like, um, they're flying over the Death Star?
Yep.
Okay, so under normal conditions, that goes very, very quickly and you can't see too much super good detail. But in the future, oh, great shot. What you'd be able to do, this is a long shot. I need this angle to be right.
I don't know what we were doing. I thought the shadow there the whole time.
Um, in the future, what you'd be able to do is, especially with AI, zoom in on all of that. You could perhaps change the location. Probably the easiest way to is you just give that video to AI and it will build an entire AI world that is indiscernible from what it would have been when George Lucas made it. So you could change the angles. You could like normally when it's flying from behind or the camera's behind, you could make it look like it was coming from forward. You like in a video game when you pause it and you can move the camera around like an instant replay and like do 360s around the subject. You'll be able to do that. Now in my case, people complain. One of the biggest complaints that I get, and I'm fine with this complaint, are people saying, what are your cameras at? 720p or 480p? That doesn't really matter to me because what's important to me is just that it's capturing the video. In the future, we will be able to enhance all of the video so that it's all 8K. And what is that going to do? Oh, that's a great shot. The human eye cannot discern between 8K and 16K. It's just at a certain point, it maxes out what a human eye can um, discern. And so it's not going to matter whether it's 32K or 64K. Human eyes still can only see about 8K. And that means, at least for me, that all of my footage will just need the enhancement of being 8K. So
What's the max resolution right now? Like 4K or 60K?
8K.
Wait, have we got to 8K yet?
Yeah, I mean on some things. Nice job, you take the lead. Uh-oh.
I have not seen. I've only seen maximum of 4K.
They don't make like movies in 8K yet, but they make. I've seen like I think photographs in 8K. So what do I mean? Like they're just like. I mean, I can look it up after this game or at another point. But basically, we're very close to maxing out what an eye can discern. Now, in terms of sound, there's an argument to be made. Wow, that took out so much shit. There's an argument to be made. Well, I can't hear you. Oh, wow. Zoot, you're going to take a huge lead here. Because it's basically impossible. Unless you hit the windmill.
Oh, you can get it into the next shot.
You hit the windmill. I don't know if I can.
But I did block your shot though.
Yeah, you're up 2 games, 2 holes to 0. Oh wait, you went first though. Oh okay, no you're not. It's 2-1. I'm used to going first.
Not that far away. I'm not that far off you. Okay, this is going to be the greatest shot you've ever seen.
I'm ready for it. So for instance, like I listen to the radio 24/7. So
oh
that
my god, it makes life so easy for you.
I listen to the radio like 24/7 because I want there always to be news in the background so that people could literally go to any day on this stream and know what was going on in world events. But that's not always clear on every single stream.
Are you ready to get popped?
Yep. But in the future, we'll be able to change the tracks. Wow, that was a good shot. You basically gave me no. Oh no. In the future, we'll be able to change the tracks so that, or like, how would I say it? Like, separate the tracks so that absolutely everything is listenable. Get there. Get there. Get there. And so you'll be able to just listen to the radio or just listen to the voices of the people who are talking on the stream. Or you'll be able to change it so that you can just hear um, perhaps like the sound of my computers. Or you'll be able to just hear like music in the background. Or when I watch a television show, you'll be able to focus it just so that you'll be able to hear the television or the show that I'm watching. Basically, and I really mean this, given enough time, you'll be able to hear what my neighbors are doing. You'll be able to hear what my roommates are doing. You'll be able to hear like super sound. I don't know how else to describe it, but like not just like, oh, what's going on in this room, but what's going on across the street. Because you have to think, with enough time, microphones are always picking things up. If given enough time, I really mean this, you'd be able to hear what's going on the other side of the world with just one microphone. Now, if you're like, well, that doesn't seem very realistic. Okay, it's the year 2024 right now. Great shot, dude. But in the year 924 or 9024, it's going to be a lot different. You have to think that we will have given humanity will have advanced to the point where if we just focus our attention on, hey, we want to be able to hear what's going on with any microphone ever on the other side of the world, we may be able to. Oh, what a,
You've got to be kidding me.
that was a big miss and very important for my win. I needed that to tie. Oh, it all comes down to this.
This is the one you suck at, though, so I'm good.
That's terrible, dude.
That was the worst shot I've ever seen.
Well, not only that, but it hurts me for my second shot. All right, this is a big shot.
I will be dead when everything you said happens, though. So it's
not necessarily. Not with mind uploading technology, my G.
Why would I want to upload my mind?
Why not?
It'd be possible that people could read my thoughts if I do that.
Yeah. People might be able to read your thoughts just by hearing your voice here.
Are you sure?
Yep.
Right now?
Yep. Oh, no, in the future. Just by reading your brain waves. Basically, how you speak. You're giving off waves. Oh, you just lost. 3 games in a row, dog. I called it.
Well, that sounds like every then there'll be like no, the crime rates will go down because no one will commit crimes anymore.
Yeah, I mean there are other ways of technology to get around that, or not get around that, but to utilize that type of. Oh, stop. Thinking.
If everyone could read each other's thoughts, there'd be less crime, and people would higher suicide rates because people who committed the crime would know how they could get caught.
Well, there are statutes of limitations, so perhaps it'll be pretty far in the future. You need to make this shot. Too low. Too low.
Who said I was trying to aim for it? I wasn't trying to aim for the hole. Rabbi.
Yo, dog.
If I murdered someone and freed myself for 500 years, do you think I'd get convicted of that murder?
What did you just say?
If I killed someone, froze myself for 500 years, do you think that I could still get convicted for that murder?
Yeah, there isn't statute of limitations, at least in the United States, on murder.
Well, now.
hit my ball. Too much pink, dog.
Also, do you think like in the future people will be able to see events that happen in history that weren't recorded?
Yeah, so there are ways to do that. Like currently, like people don't realize. Nice shot. People don't realize, but your Wi-Fi router is basically transmitting a live video feed to your ISP. It can tell where you are in your house. It can tell what word you're using. And so wherever there's been a Wi-Fi router turned on anywhere in the world, it's sending off waves. And those waves can perhaps be utilized by people in the future to know what events are happening currently. Additionally, there's technology there out there, or the at least the possibility of technology that can perhaps um, allow us to be able to reconstruct events in quite a few different ways. So, what do I mean? There's a type of technology perhaps known as faster than light communication, which means that people may be able to people may be able to that's a good shot. Um, use a device. Oh, what a great shot, Zoot. So people might be able to use a device to quit with your bullshit typing, dude. Dude, I'm fucked on this hole. Alright, so basically imagine a device that can capture information faster than the speed of light. Well, it could basically go out into space, just like a telescope or something, and faster than light is actually transmitted here on Earth, be able to re um, be able to review all of that information and give us a perfect understanding of what happened on a daily basis here on Earth, going back even before electronics were invented to the point where like the very primordial ooze that started the world took place, which is almost like a type of time traveling. It's a device known as um, a looking glass, and while it's somewhat seen as science fiction, it could be science fact in the future. This is a big shot for you, big dog.
How dangerous would that device be in the wrong hands?
Well, there are arguments to be made that they already exist here on Earth, that we were given them by alien civilizations.
We fucked it.
Yeah, well, it still keeps my winning streak at 4. Very good job, though.
Boy, alright, I ordered McDonald's today and I got a Squid Day because I wanted the Squid Games toy, okay?
All right.
The Squid Games cookie. And I got the McDonald's shape in the cookie, okay?
Okay,
So
was it good?
I died. If it was really Squid Games, I would die in that game.
Okay. Well, is this Squid Games?
It can be now.
No way. You fucked me.
The good news is there's more Squid Games and I'm still here, but like the McDonald's shape is fucking hot, okay?
It's hard?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
You get the McDonald's cookie shape and you gotta carve the cookie, carve the McDonald's shape out of the cookie without damaging the McDonald's shape.
Is that a real thing or you just made it up?
That's a real thing.
I don't like this one.
Why would it be something I made up?
I don't know. You could have just like challenged yourself.
You don't die. But if it was the Squid Games, I'd be dead if it was really Squid Games.
You love Squid Games. Oh fuck, dude. I knew that was gonna be too hard. Just like you.
I don't love Squid Games. I think
Dude,
it's a very average, mediocre show, actually. But it is it's Netflix's second biggest draw card.
what's number one?
Stranger Things.
Oh, okay. Do you like Stranger Things?
Yeah.
It gets kind of weird in the later seasons.
I think Stranger Things is one of the um, series that gets better every season, in my opinion. Because I thought season 3 was the best season. Okay. Season 2 was kind of like a bit of a disappointment. Like season 1 was good. Okay. Season 2 was better. Wasn't great. Um, season 3 I thought that was the best season. And then season 4 came out, and I was like, holy shit, season 4 is the best season. So now I'm waiting for season 5,
All right.
which is next year,
That is
which is
not
the last season,
that is not what you wanted.
which is the last season.
Fuck. Oh yeah, baby. I played
Uh,
I played Uno with a girl last night and she come on.
yeah,
We played like there's a version of Uno in Discord and we played that. It's pretty fun. I actually like this one more. I like Ocho more. Dude, you fucked me, man.
um, yeah. Is there a draw card on Netflix that I forgot about besides Stranger Things and
Narcos?
Squid Games and
Narcos?
Narcos? Yeah, that's not really big though.
Yeah, I think it was a great show though.
I mean, Ozark was a big draw card, somewhat, and also what was the other one? Wasn't that big? House of Cards was a big draw card
Yeah,
back in
that was really
early
big.
Netflix
That was really big.
until Kevin Spacey got accused of all those things, and then the series fell apart. But yeah,
All right, that's 5 wins. Now it's time for Ocho. I'm gonna beat you 10 games. I'm first to 10.
Yeah. As of now, Squid Games and Stranger Things are the biggest draw cards for Netflix.
I'm in agreement with you.
Wednesday would also be that there, but it's not as big yet.
That's true.
You're gonna play the 9 yellow. Hey, Rabbi,
Yo, big dog.
do you know what card I have?
No.
I have a card that you also have.
Come on.
I fucked up. Rabbi, you want to say something cool?
Yep.
We have the same card. We're gonna play red. We're gonna play red because I have it.
What?
You're gonna play the 9 yellow. I'm gonna play 7 yellow. You're gonna play a green.
That's 1 win, 1-0.
Oh, oh. Should I go and pick and ask if people know Rabbi Rothschild?
Yeah, but you'll get banned.
Really?
Yeah, because they will. My name is persona non grata there. 1-to-1. I'm not
Really?
mean. I'm not. Yeah, go ahead. I think it'd be great if you did that.
So if I type in Rabbi Rothschild again, I get like
It,
instant ban.
no, it's not instant. They have to manually do it, but you'll. They'll just ban you very quickly.
Just for saying it once, or like I have to do it multiple times.
The best thing to do would perhaps be to create an alternate and then ask it.
Are you? So are you still spamming on Kick?
Oh yeah, definitely.
What are you saying now?
That I stream my life for world peace and to join my Discord and to follow me, and I put my Discord name in there.
Do you think there is a single streamer that doesn't know who you are?
Yeah, there are, but they'd be small. All the big ones know who I am. I
Have you
went.
spammed back QC?
Oh, like a million times.
He knows who you are?
Yep.
Has he ever reacted to your post?
I don't pay attention.
But Adam Ross knows.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I mean, I think that would be an interesting stream if you are an Adam Ross stream.
Well, he hasn't streamed in
Which
over
probably
he hasn't streamed in over a month there, so he needs to start streaming.
why not?
His contract was up.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No, I saw him stream with Drake the other day.
If you look on his, you sure it was the other day?
Yeah.
Okay, if you look on his, um, maybe he deleted it. I'm not sure. If you look on his profile, it doesn't give a date on the last time he streamed because it's been so long. But he was supposed to have done that with
But
Drake, so that could be.
it could have been on Drake's stream. It
Oh
could have
yeah,
been
yeah,
on
yeah. That's
Drake's stream.
probably what it was.
I don't know like anyone that just actively is like, I'm gonna watch Aiden Ross's stream, or is it like people just go to Aiden Ross's stream because like it's just there trending.
I think you're right. 3-1. Is it 3-1?
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know anyone that would be like, oh, I'm actively going to go to Aiden Ross's stream and watch this, unless like he has someone like Trump on.
Right. That's the only time I've ever done it. Wow, you really fucked me, dude. Three two.
And that was Barron Trump that told him. Barron Trump told him to go on to Aiden Ross's stream.
Right. I don't know what that blue card, that blue does.
Look, I also think Barron Trump would be a dreamer, but his mum doesn't want him allow him to have too much access on social media
I'm in
because
agreement.
they don't want bad publicity for the Republican Party.
I'm in agreement. I don't know if it's so much the
From
Republican Party, but she just doesn't want him. He's only 18. They don't want him. She doesn't want him to get involved with all that stuff. She's seen what it's done to her husband, and she doesn't want that for her son. Wow, 3-3.
it's also the Republican Party also a lot to do with the Republican Party doesn't want that image out there of him having too much of a social presence at such a young age.
That could be.
From what I've heard from people, might be saying too much, but that's what I've heard from people around the not just Barron Trump, but like Trump's PR team. Because he is very active on social media under alternative accounts, and there might have been an occasion where I may have interacted with him under an alt account, but I would never know if it was truly him or not.
Damn, 4-3. That's right. You wouldn't. I have shit cards. You don't know if that means I have really good cards or if I really do just have shit cards. Oh fuck.
Stop looking.
It seems like it. I didn't get a chance to see what you had.
Okay. Skip. I know you have a green card. Oh, this is a hard decision. Fuck. I have every color. But yellow. This is bad. Yep. Okay. Skip. That's me. Yes. Yes. No.
No.
No. Okay. Reverse. 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 Red. This is the greatest comeback of all time.
Perhaps.
Okay.
Wow, you're smacking me. The other um Uno that I played had the ability. It had one card in it that just switches your deck with my deck, and you could be really strategic in how you use it. So basically, I could just keep taking cards, a bunch of cards, keep taking cards, keep taking cards. There he is.
Is that Riser?
Yep. And then it would
How do
switch
you know it's Riser?
because I can see him.
Oh, you got two devices?
Dog, I've got like 30 devices.
Duke just realizes that Rabbit has more than one device.
Right. How are you?
This game is taking forever.
I know. How are you, Riser?
Not bad. What game are you guys playing right now?
Uno? Oh, fuck. Not for long, though. He just fucked me.
Fuck. Oh shit. What? I could have won.
You still have a very good chance to win.
You can. You're in a better position than me now.
No, I'm not. You have 2 cards. I have 9 cards.
Here's the thing. I don't have many colors. Okay, now I have every color.
How'd you go from I don't have many colors to every color in 1 card?
Now I have every color but yellow.
You have yellow. I can't believe I chose yellow. I don't have yellow. I just made a mistake. Wow, this game is taking forever.
Not the worst. Oh, yes. No.
What the fuck just
No, did
happened?
it just reshuffle it? It just reshuffled the deck.
That's crazy. I've never seen that.
It got to the end of the deck and then reshuffled. No.
Dude, this game has been
Maybe.
so long. This is our longest game. We've never had it where they reshuffled the deck. Oh, you fuck. Okay,
Right.
you,
What are you playing?
Riser, you ready?
I,
Hey, by the way,
the long
Zoot said that you were asleep. I'm like, it was only like 10:45 when I sent it to you. I'm like, no, I think he's still going.
Okay, Rabbi.
Yo, big dog.
You're probably in agreement here, but that was the longest fucking game of Uno we've ever fucking played.
Easily. We've never seen him have to reshuffle the deck.
That was like a game that just never fucking ended.
That's correct.
No, dude, you fuck. Oh, you fuck.
Rabbi.
I don't know what the percentage is. I think it's like 1. Oh, it's like 53% chance. Alright, dude, sung me up.
Zoot, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Just hit it a little bit on the arrows around his ball, and you'll have a good shot. I don't know what you're doing. There you go. No.
You can put it onto the arrows.
Oh, that turned out to be really good.
That was the best shot I could have done.
I'm in agreement with you. That's what I thought he should have done, is put it on the arrows. Rabbi's about to take a major, major lead here. Right off the Riser.
Oh, you're rough. No, you can make it, dude, if you literally go down the ice and in the hole.
Riser, I had a hole in one on a hole. I'll show you the hole. I don't know how to describe it, but um
It's the ice, dude. I swear to God, it's ice. What was your hole in one?
it was we'll just when we get to the hole, I'll tell you which one it is. It's too hard to describe.
Hey, Raz, you're not going to be able to do shit, dude.
Riser got a difficult little shot there.
Why are you?
I did this Squid Games McDonald's challenge today and I fucking died, okay?
Zoot is obsessed with Squid Games. Squid Games must be really big in Australia.
That was like the most fucking disgusting sentence I ever heard.
What?
There's like the most Gen Z sentence, Zoomer sentence, like.
Exactly. Oh, what a good shot.
Where's the Squid Games McDonald's challenge? You have to like go into McDonald's and fucking
Order a happy. You have to go into McDonald's and order a Happy Meal and then you get the Squid Games adult toy.
You ordered they have an adult toy?
Yeah, they have an adult Happy Meal toy.
Wait, so they give you like a butt plug or something? They give you like an adult toy?
They give you a
You get
cookie.
McDonald's dildo?
They give you a cookie. They give you a cookie, which is to do with Squid Games, and you gotta get the McDonald's shape out of the cookie.
That you said it incorrectly. You mean get the cookie out of the McDonald's shape.
Get the McDonald's shape out of the cookie.
Did you do the cookie thing?
30-year-old ginger ale.
No, no, no. I was not getting through that.
No way. I thought I would.
Zoot's gonna make it. I don't know if I'm gonna make it. Good, Zoot. Prove it. Good. Please.
Rabbi's gonna make it. Raz is gonna make it.
No!
You fucked up. Rabbi shot though.
Fuck.
Oh, I did.
0 points.
Yeah.
Now,
Oh, I thought we were all tied.
now I'm tied. I hate this one. Rabbi fucked up.
No, it's just impossible. It's like, it's not even worth trying to go through that shit. Not worth the risk.
I agree.
I would rather take the long way, even though I go the short way every time.
Hit Rabbi's ball.
No, don't do that.
Oh no.
Oh, you just
Wait, 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 wait.
Dude is gonna fuck my next shot over, probably. Nope.
Amazing shot.
Here. Now, even if you get through, you're going straight into the barrage.
Oh fuck, you're right. I didn't realize that. With whom I was playing.
I'm surprised that you were able to shoot that through, because it never goes through. Never.
Fuck you, man.
Don't worry, Rabbi. Don't worry, Rabbi. Next shot is fucked. Next shot, he is in trouble. Ready for the greatest shot you've ever seen?
Oh no. I'm not. I'm not in a good, very good spot here.
You're in a perfect spot. You can 2-putt to win.
I can put him in the top.
Go for the win, Zoot.
I
Actually,
can stop.
you might put him. You might get them.
Oh fuck.
Oh, you got fucked.
I can put him in the top.
Do it.
Put me in the tar, dude.
Dude.
Put me in the tar. Last shot, guys. No, no problem.
Get it.
Oh, get in there. Go. Oh, what a shot.
Are you fucking
Oh
serious?
my god. That would have been amazing.
Riser takes the lead.
By 1 point.
That's all you need.
It's anyone's game.
Oh, this is the last hole. Here we go.
He's good at this hole.
You can do this in 2 shots.
I don't think you can do it in 2 shots. Or no. Of course.
You can do it in 2 shots, but it's difficult.
I don't think it's
Okay, did
possible.
I fuck up? Did I fuck up?
Yes.
Rabbi? Shush.
Do I fling you off or?
Do what you want to do, big dog.
It doesn't help you at all. If you fling him off, he's just going to respawn there anyway.
Respawn.
In the water. In the
Stop,
water.
stop, stop.
I
Who
got
said
that
respawn?
clean advantage.
Oh wow, I fucked up.
Like,
Zoot,
Hello.
get in here. Oh, Zoot fucked Riser. Maybe not. No, you didn't.
yeah, I don't even need the points. I don't even sweat. I just have to not fuck up on it. Or get lodged off here by a cunty shot like that.
That would have been great.
Lower.
Come on, Zoot. Zoot's way too hard. Zoot's going for
He's
the
trying to
win.
literally sink it. He's trying to sink it. Greedy.
Now, what are you gonna do, Riser?
I literally was close.
No!
What the fuck
You
was
guys
that?
are fucked up.
Oh, no.
You guys are fucked up.
Zoot, come on.
He was just trying to make an impossible shot there.
It's not impossible. I've gotten in there from there twice before.
Okay.
Riser
Ooh.
with the win. Oh, 1 point. Alright, let's go second. Ow, 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 my ow. Ow, ow, ow.
What are you saying?
You will know in the future.
Okay. Oh, are you fucking serious?
It's like a 4-foot putt.
I have an itchy.
One win for.
How does Dude have more wins than me? How much have we been playing it?
We play it.
Because
We
I
we play 5 games a night, and I beat him usually 5-0 or 5-1. And
oh, Riser, I have two devices, and I just sit there on an old account, and I keep on resigning over and over, so I get more wins.
That's actually pretty smart. Pretty good way to.
it is not good to go first on this hole.
Yeah, but you can't
Stop.
do rank. If you do that, you can't do ranking.
Dude, I'm fucked.
Private games aren't rank games.
Zoot's fucked as well.
Oh fuck!
Oh,
Oh,
no, he's
you
not.
ruined my shot completely. I don't even know what
No,
way to go.
no, mate. Hit the chicken. Aim for the chicken. Suck dick.
Oh, what a great shot.
That was the most perfect shot in the world.
That was pretty
Rabbi
close.
has the most difficult shot. He just fucked your shot up.
Oh,
I love how Rabbi's shot literally just puts him back in the same position.
Not even close. Easy win for
I
Riser.
love how I say that. I love how that I say that. And I go in the same position. Told you. I was predicting the future.
oh, dude. At least you got past the arrows.
Rabbi has a difficult shot. Good luck. Alright, Rabbi.
Yo, big dog.
Go straight up to the right.
I'm
Second,
not
100%
going.
net.
Yeah.
Yeah. 100% max. Fucked up.
It is at 100% max.
You made my shot more difficult than it needed to be. And Rabbi, you want to go on? I forgot to take my dog on a walk.
The pink slip is at the front, so you can't go very far.
I have to take my dog on a walk in like half an hour though.
All right.
Oh no.
Wow, Zoot. Nice shot. Tied for the lead. Wow, this is interesting.
The chickens are really guarding this hole.
Oh, shoot.
Oh, that's makeable next shot. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh,
And I
nice
have the
shot.
chickens as a backboard.
Push him over. Yes. Yes.
That sucks. Come on, Zoot.
Dude. You just fucked yourself on that. I really fucked up your shot there.
Yes, you did.
No! Get in! Get in! Get in! Get in! Get in! Get in! Fuck off.
Wow, Zoot has a difficult shot.
Maybe one of you can bump me in. Please don't make this. Oh, you fucking. Wow.
What do you
Nice
think of
shot.
that shot, dude?
That was an incredible shot.
Thank you. Zoot does not have what it takes. That was my best shot of this round. But it doesn't. Oh wow! Look at this. I've
Oh
never
no.
seen the hold right there. Stop.
Hey, Rabbi,
Yo, big dog.
tell Riser to start smoking.
Start smoking, Riser.
Stop smoking.
I'm smoking or start smoking.
Stop smoking.
I'm smoking in fucking mini golf right now.
Well, how many people have told you in your life to start smoking?
Oh my word! He just made it.
Wow. You're saying start smoking?
Has
Oh,
anyone ever gone up to
that
you and said,
fucks
you should
me.
start smoking?
That fucks me. I'm gonna be. Riser's gonna get a point. I'm gonna get no points.
Because my whole life, people have told me not to smoke.
Doctors used to tell people
Oh,
to smoke.
last hole. Last hole in this fucking round. Oh boy.
But doctors used to tell
Rabbi,
people to smoke.
Rabbi got lucky that this was the last hole.
I did.
Did you say that doctors used to tell people to smoke?
Yeah.
Well,
Get in the hole.
there's doctors that tell you to smoke now.
No
No, don't
way.
give him a fucking win. God damn it.
Riser, you're the only person who hasn't got a hole in one this game.
Zoot, you take the worst angle at it. Come on and work, Zoot. Alright, Zoot's got a chance to fuck over Riser. If Zoot makes this, he fucks over Riser. Make it. Make it.
Oh no.
He
Oh,
just
no.
fucked him.
Two holes in one.
No.
Two holes in one.
Are
Two
you
holes in one.
kidding me?
I win all by myself.
Are you kidding me?
You went from being
Two holes in.
up to losing.
Can we just say something though? I got two holes in one in that game. That is the first time that has happened where someone has got more than one hole in one in a game.
I don't know if that's true.
With us playing. With us playing.
With all of us, perhaps. Zoot, where's the hole? Use your spidey senses.
Yeah.
No. I can see it. I was thinking no way. Not way.
Zoot's turn. Zoot. Zoot.
Squid Game.
He's looking for that cookie in his shake. Go. Zoot, can you hear us?
Yeah.
She hit the ball.
You have 1 second. Dude, why is your Wi-Fi like McDonald's Wi-Fi?
Why are you going the wrong way?
I asked you where the hole is, and you thought it was Oh,
I'm
nice
tricking
putt
you
there,
guys.
Rabbi. Thanks for contributing.
You're
Thanks
welcome.
for helping us out, even though it was like a 1 in 20 chance that was there.
I know.
I know where it is.
Okay, well then tell us.
Behind that green tree.
Which one?
Top right.
Oh, wrong one.
There you go. I helped. Good job,
Dude,
Zoot.
you should be a ghost whisperer because you're really bullshit.
What the fuck? This is. I think there is no hole here.
It's where that green tree is.
Oh, you're welcome.
Oh, you
Actually, I
fucked me.
destroyed Rabbi, so you might not get a point here. Oh, you're gonna do that. Wow. Oh, you fucking bughead.
Get in the
I
water.
was less than 2 minutes.
Wow, did you fuck me?
You brought that on yourself.
Zoot takes a huge lead right now.
Just ruined
Zoot, what flavor is the Squid Game shake? Does it taste like squid?
Oh, you just left over my shot. Here, Rabbi, well done. Oh, yeah, nice. Oh, almost. Oh my god.
Zoot, I asked you a question. What does the Squid Game shake taste like? Squid?
No, it tastes like ginger.
No!
Riser.
Why would I do that? Oh my god. I had a feeling that would happen, but I guess they were wrong.
Oh no, no.
Oh no, I did it too.
Man in the mini golf. Oh, I should have used that.
Zoot's got a difficult shot.
Oh, oh, I'm gonna get some points here. Let's go.
Not necessarily.
Rabbi is not gonna make it. I don't think you'll be extremely lucky if you make it, or Butler might make it.
Zoot's getting 2 point, or Riser's getting 2 points. Oh, my favorite hole.
Oh, here we go.
But it's not good to go last. Zoot. Zoot. Great shot.
Here we go. Oh, you're copying my strategy.
Dude, you copied my strategy. I'm the one who told you how to do it.
I know. I know. I'm good.
Oh, you fuck.
Oh, thank you, dude. Thank you. Great shot, dude.
Oh no, okay, so.
Oh, you're gonna.
Oh,
Make it.
Riser, that was one of the best shots I've ever seen in my life.
Thank you, dude. Dude.
That was one of the worst shots I've ever seen.
I think it's a pretty good shot.
I'll show you why.
Rabbi's gonna shoot your ball into the lagoon.
Yeah, it is.
I'm a kind individual. Look at this shot.
Oh no. That was
Wow.
dirty.
I
That was
can't believe I
dirty.
tied you.
Oh, here we go.
It's such an advantage going first on this hole.
You see that green tree there on the front?
On the right,
I
there's
forget
sometimes a
all
hole
of
in
the
there.
percent. I used to have all the percents memorized. Oh then.
Worst shot ever.
Oh, forget the percent.
It's 51%.
Thank you. Wow, look at this shot. Wow.
Are you fucking serious? That's bullshit. There might be a. If you take out that tree, there's sometimes a shortcut there. The tree on the right.
Are you
The
serious?
I'm not
Really?
kidding. That one. Yeah.
Are
I'm
you serious?
I'm serious.
Yeah.
We've seen it before. I can't guarantee it, but sometimes there is.
It's
Thank
short
you,
cut
man.
for me. Go Riser.
Right, you're welcome, dude.
I got well good.
Hey, dude, if you wait for me, then I can get points. No.
Yes, we've seen it before. We just can't guarantee that it's there every time. Which technically means that the holes are different, but oh, what a shot. Well, it's pretty assured that Riser's getting 0 points here. Which means
Hey, you'd be surprised what I can do.
not here.
Oh no, this is makeable next shot, I think. Nope.
It all comes down to this hole.
Last hole. The worst hole in the game. It feels like it hasn't. There's like holes that it never brings up anymore.
Right.
In front of him. Yeah.
Zoot, help me out, big dog. Zoot, do you know it's your turn? Zoot!
Yeah, it was glitching out for me for some reason.
Dude, that's even worse for me.
Yes.
Hit my ball. Not like that.
After this one, I'm gonna go.
Okay.
I gotta walk my dog, but I'll be back later.
Well, I'm almost sure Riser will not be still be good.
Oh.
Rise is a little bit of gay. I heard.
Short, short,
What?
short, 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 short.
What did
Oh,
you say, Zoo?
I heard that you.
a bit of gay?
Yeah.
How is someone a bit
What is
of
that?
gay?
You heard it from where?
His boyfriend?
Um. Yeah, from my boyfriend.
No way.
Oh, he would have gone in.
Hit my ball, Zoot. Give me a bump. Championship shot. Get there. Get there.
Oh,
Easy win for
I think
Riser.
it's tied with this guy.
You don't have the balls.
I can't even do it.
You don't have the balls. You don't have the balls. Why would you do that?
Dude, knock his ball our way. Knock my ball.
You went from winning to tying.
I went from winning to losing. Didn't I? Or
No.
wait, no, I was a shot ahead.
Exactly. All you had to do
I
was
thought we
make
were
it.
tied. Do you not? Did you not want to win?
I did want to win, and I tied for the win. There we go, kids. That was fun.
You're welcome.
Excellent.
Right. Discord. I'm going out of Discord.
Okay. Nice plan, man. All right, I'm gonna go into Caspian Sea. He's watching this guy. He's he's a big fan of this guy named Music Biz Marty. He sent me a link. You want me to send you the link?
Sure. Is that where you going now?
Yeah. Let me see if the guy's live. If he's not, I won't send it to you. He ended 7 minutes ago. Shit happens. Let me see if he's live on his if this guy. What is that?
I just tell me that's AI thing.
Horrible. Survive but suffer. That's what I was referring to. So when you look at 500 years from now, there might not be nuclear war. There might be something else,
Right.
that's that kind of has that destructive effect. And I don't know. These feel like novel questions in the history of humanity. I just don't know. I think since nuclear weapons, there's just been, engineering pandemics, for example, robotics,
Take care, Boo.
nanorobots. Um,
Pleasure to play with you.
Here's how I
It
phrase
just
the
seems
question.
like a real new opportunity that
We have to contend with, and we don't have good models for from my perspective. So if you look on, say, the last 1,000 years or 10,000 years, we could say we've seen a certain rate at which people are willing to make big destruction in terms of war.
yes.
Okay, and if you're willing to project that data forward, then I think, like, if you want to ask over periods of thousands and tens of thousands of years, you would have a reasonable data set. So the key question is what's changed lately.
Yes.
Okay, and so a big question of which I've given a lot of thought to: what are the major changes that seem to have happened in culture
Welcome.
and
How are you?
human attitudes over the last few centuries?
We're glad you're
What's
here.
our best explanation for those so that we can project them forward into the future? And I have a story about that, which is the story that we have been drifting back toward forager attitudes in the last few centuries as we get rich. So the idea is we spent 1,000,000 years being a forager, and that was a very sort of standard lifestyle that we know a lot about. Foragers live in small bands. They make decisions cooperatively. They share food. They don't have much property, etc. And humans liked that. And then 10,000 years ago, farming became possible, but it was only possible because we were plastic enough to really change our culture. Farming styles and cultures are very different. They have slavery, they have war, they have poverty, they have inequality, they have pain. They stay in one place instead of wandering. They don't have as much diversity of experience or food. There's more disease. Just farming life is just very different. But humans were able to sort of introduce conformity and religion and all sorts of things and become just a very different kind of creature as farmers. Farmers are just really different from foragers in terms of their values and their lives. But the pressures that made foragers and farmers were in part mediated by poverty. Farmers are poor, and if they deviated from the farming norms that people around them supported, they were quite at risk of starving to death. And then in the last few centuries, we've gotten rich. And as we've gotten rich, the social pressures that turned foragers into farmers have become less persuasive to us. So, for example, a farming young woman who was told, if you have a child out of wedlock, you and your child may starve, that was a credible threat. She would see actual examples around her to make that a believable threat. Today, if you say to a young woman you shouldn't have a child out of wedlock, she will see other young women around her doing okay that way. We're all rich enough to be able to afford that sort of a thing. And therefore, she's more inclined often to go with her inclinations, her sort of more natural inclinations about those things, rather than to be pressured to follow the official farming norms of that you shouldn't do that sort of thing. And all through our lives, we have been drifting back toward forager attitudes because we've been getting rich. And so, aside from at work, which is an exception, but elsewhere, I think this versatility, more promiscuity, more travel, more art, more leisure, fewer work hours. All these trends are basically explained by becoming more Forager-like. And much science fiction tells us this. Star Trek or the culture novels, people like this image that we are moving toward this world where we're basically like Foragers. We're peaceful, we share, we make decisions collectively, we have a lot of free time, we're into art.
So Forager, Forager is a word, and it's a loaded word because it's connected to the actual, what life was actually like at that time. As you mentioned, we sometimes don't do a good job of telling accurately what life was like back then. But you're saying if it's not exactly like Forgers, it rhymes in some fundamental way.
Right.
You also said peaceful. Is it obvious that a Forager with a nuclear weapon would be peaceful? I don't know if that's 100% obvious.
So we know a fair bit about what Forager lives were like. The main sort of violence they had would be sexual jealousy. They were relatively promiscuous, and so there would be a lot of jealousy. But they did not have organized wars with each other. That is, they were at peace with their neighboring Forager bands. They didn't have property in land or even in people. They didn't actually have marriage. Um, and so they were, in fact, peaceful.
Because I'm thinking about large-scale wars. They don't start large-scale
They
wars.
didn't have coordinated large-scale wars in ways chimpanzees do. Right? Chimpanzees do have wars between one tribe of chimpanzees and others, but human foragers do not. Farmers return to that, of course, the more chimpanzee lifestyle.
Well, that's a helpful message. If we could return real quick to the Hello Aliens Twitter threads, one of them was originally about language. What percent of Hello Aliens would be able to talk to us in our language? This is the question of communication, and actually just the nature of language.
It also gets to the nature of how advanced you expect them to be. So I think some people see that like we've advanced over the last thousands of years and we aren't reaching any sort of limit, and so they tend to assume it could go on forever. And I actually tend to think that within, say, 10 million years, we will sort of
What's up, biggest loser on the internet? How you living, baby? Hey, how are you? What's going on, Ant Six? You guys are amazing. I want to tell you why I think you're amazing. You guys are huge fans. You even made your profile pictures my picture. I told everybody about it. I think that's amazing. How are you guys today?
Oh God, I've been hearing great stories about you. I've been watching your YouTube channel endlessly with my 400 iPhones that I have.
That's wonderful. I hope that they're all as exciting as the original one.
No, it's not. I literally have 400 iPhones looking at all your alternative phones, watching you sleep in different angles. Can you explain that?
Yeah, absolutely. I stream my life 24/7 for world peace. I don't want war anymore. And essentially, I've created the world's largest data archive on any single individual. It goes back 3 years. And if you didn't know, data is Earth's number one resource, and I have more data than any person ever. Shout out to Ant Six with Rabbi
Oh
eating
my
peanut
God,
butter.
man. It took them a minute to find out that data. I think it was 2022, maybe 26. So you said 3 years, right?
Yeah, going back to the pandemic, it's more than 3 years. It's like 3.5 years now.
So what decided? What made you decide to, beat the world record of holding the world's largest stream to one human individual
Great
in one
question.
year?
Great question. So I didn't start out that way. I'm in tech as a background. That's my craft, essentially. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. I'm a certified project management professional, and I know the value of data. Well, I started it actually. I would hit golf balls after work at Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim, California, and I wanted to see what my drive looked like on camera. I'd never had the opportunity to see that. So I started recording myself just to see what my drive looked like, and I would sometimes make jokes to myself about which way the ball would go. And I thought, you know what, this might be something that my future family might think is funny. And so I started archiving that data, and I'd upload it every night after playing golf. But the thing that I ran into is it just takes too long to upload everything every single night. So I thought, you know what, I'm gonna just start streaming it, and I did. So for like summer 2021, I would just stream that. Um, and then from there, I recognized, you know what? Why stop streaming if I get a lot of joy out of this? And I think that data is as important as I've heard it is in the tech world. Then why not just buy some devices and start streaming my life 24/7? Have you guys ever seen the movie The Truman Show?
Yes. I
Excellent.
have.
Excellent.
I wasn't a fan with Marty or Amy, so they don't know what you're talking about. Can you explain the Truman Show?
Absolutely. The Truman Show is a story of a man named Truman Burbank whose entire life is on camera from birth till his adulthood, and the entire world becomes enthralled or fascinated by him. The one difference between Truman and myself is that Truman it was done to that person without their consent. And in this case, we have my consent to do this. And I really don't want war anymore. I talk about some things that really will help the world, I think, because this gives me a platform. Truthfully, I want to end world hunger through the use of technology like agricultural drones, saltwater greenhouses, floating greenhouses, hydroponics, things like vertical farming and cloud seeding. Utilizing
So
those types.
you're endorsing technology war.
Oh,
That's what you're trying to say.
100%. Yeah,
You're trying
absolutely.
to replace human beings for robots. That way, we don't have to do war.
Exactly. And we can hopefully focus on ourselves, focus on the betterment of society, and utilize AI and robots to our advantage.
So, and like a lazy ass 15-year-old who's like overprivileged as shit, he sits on his computer 24/7, comments on you, you know, screenshots you, looks at you like an idol. Can you tell why you're wearing that Sonic the Hedgehog OTA,
Oh,
whatever it's called?
word, word, word. Absolutely. So I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth $300 million. It's called Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. And I met these guys about 2 years ago in a Twitter space, and I was talking about future technology, and they thought what I was saying was really interesting, and they asked me to become a member of their community, and they sent me a bunch of merch, and basically I've become a spokesperson for them, and I'm live. If you can see over here in their Telegram, and let me give you guys a room tour so that you can see, because you guys basically only see me from one angle.
Yeah,
So,
it's better tired of that one angle.
hey, man, we
You should
might have
wear
to.
like a camera that you know, rotates 360 degree wherever you know want.
I
I
have,
don't know.
I have one of those. Yeah, they're really nice. Okay, so I back here, I've got a camera. I make this so that you can watch me in 360 degrees. Over here, I'm live on. I mean, these are all live on YouTube. So I don't know if you guys have seen, but I'm live on 10 different YouTube channels
I ain't going to
simultaneously.
that.
The,
I've got it.
Exactly, exactly. You're the man. Shout out to Biggest Loser on the internet. So then over here, I'm live in a bunch of other people's discords, like the biggest discords that I can find. Um, and then let me show you. I've created a robot that automatically, if you guys know what Kick is, which you probably do if you know who Aiden is, it automatically spams for me.
Yeah, it's
So,
much my name.
yeah, exactly. So everybody on Kick basically knows who I am because of this robot. Here we've got um, like I'm live in Wall Street Bets Discord. This is on YouTube right now. My robot is working, and then over here I've got more devices. Let me show you the device on which you usually see me. Just one moment. And again, thank you guys for being so nice to me. You guys are
Okay.
really sweet.
We're so nice.
You
So
are.
this robot you created, are you just locally hosting your own data? That way you can super feed it to the internet? Is that
Uh,
what it means?
Well, I have recorded it. Just one moment. Over here, this is the device you usually see me on. And then as you see, I have like a wall of computers here, and
A wall
they,
of cameras.
yeah, exactly. So what they do is they record basically my every movement, every moment of the day, and they have been for more than 3.5 years. The robot itself, what it does is a um, it creates an account. It then on Kick, it then will end up um, following a person, and then it creates a clip of them and types in the description my Discord, and then it spams them like 8 times, and then it moves on to the next person, and it just runs like continuously. Is I'll show you right now. Um, so what's it going to do? It's going to open up Kick. It's going to go to the just chatting, and as you can tell, like my hands are here. This is all automated, and what it will do is basically create the accounts for me, and it's how people have gotten to know me, and I've gotten some really good interviews with people there. I mean, you ask anybody on Kick who's a top 300 streamer on Kick, they all know who I am because of my robot, and that's been a really nice way to get more um, influence on the world. But really, what it's about is world peace. I'm an advocate for world peace. I don't think it's right for you to put your hands on me, nor me put my hands on you without consent. And we're at a point in society where I feel we don't need war. We can advocate to defense contractors to start building robots and using AI for the good of humanity and move away from hurting each other. I feel that especially with the current conflicts, the best way to avoid any further war is to first everybody lay down their arms, release all the hostages, come to terms at a table, eye to eye, person to person, and live stream it. That way, the whole world will be aware of if anybody is not playing fairly, essentially. And those are some of the things that I think are important. But we talk about some other things that are much bigger than just even world peace. Things like anti gravity, antimatter. I don't know if you guys know who Bob Lazar is, but I'm a huge advocate of Bob Lazar. Bob Lazar was a nuclear physicist at Area 51, specifically S4, and talks about the utilization of anti gravity for propulsion and for perhaps the creation of force fields. We also talk about things like de extinction. I don't know if you guys are aware, but the first successful de extinction took place in the year 2003. It was with a Pyrenean ibex, which is like a goat that was located in northern Spain, southern France. The scientists were able to de-extinct it, and fast forward to the year 2021, a company called Colossal Bioscientific has started, and they have made it their goal by the year 2028. So within the next 3 years or so, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth using African elephants. So perhaps within the next half decade or so, you might be able to see a woolly mammoth, at least on video, and they want to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, which might be very exciting. Additionally, once they're done with the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and then the dodo bird, which I think is just incredibly exciting of an opportunity to be on Earth to be able to see these things. Other things that we talk about are things like life extension technology, the utilization. Like when you guys were born, the average life expectancy was probably about age 80. But I want to help you. I want to extend that. So the use of life extension technology, things like human growth hormone and stem cells, nootropics, things like cryogenics, cryonics, other things like ambrosia therapy, using the platelets of younger people for the benefit of older people. All of these things are excellent opportunities for people to extend their life to age 100, 120. But then what happens? Your body's going to break down. You guys are going to say, okay, Rabbi, now what? Well, that's when the next type of technology comes into a place. And I really mean this to Ant and Fing and you, of course, biggest loser on the internet. I want to, once I go viral, I have more data than any person on Earth. Data is Earth's number one resource. Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I have, in 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, petroleum, palladium, silver, everything, and I have more data than any person ever archived. You guys know, I mean, I'm everywhere. And I want to be able to make you, your friends, and your families rich. And so that you can afford these types of technologies. So, all right, we get to age 80, age 100, age 120, our bodies start to break down. What do we do then, Rabbi? Well, that's when the next type of technology comes into effect, which is known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain if you want. This is all with your consent, but we scan your brain into a computer, We we have access to your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, and take that data and download it into an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, whatever you want to be. You can be perhaps a robot or an ethereal being. These are all certainly opportunities that you may have in the future. And I just want you to know that I'm a leader in all of these facets of futurology, is what it's known as. And with as much data as I have, it may make me a very influential person. And if that happens, I want to help all of you. I want to help your friends and I want to help your families. I'll have more money than I know what to do with. I'm going to give it away. I want to give it to you and have you be able to start charities for people who you want to help, for you to be able to help your friends and family, and really just help the world. I think these are excellent opportunities.
Alright, so in my interview, he just turned on his phone. It's probably mind blowing.
That's okay.
How old are you, Ray?
39.
39. Okay. So, did you ever watch the movie Space Odyssey 2001?
Yeah, with Stanley Kubrick. Yeah.
Yes. That basically is all symbolic of message to like inferior people that don't know how to use their brain, just like how you're saying you want to bring world peace and advance humanity, but we're basically like robots. That's cool and all, but is it possible in this time? Fuck no. And I think the biggest thing is politics. I don't think half the stuff that you mentioned, like rejuvenation cream or stem cells or cancer thing, I don't think anybody cares. I think right now it's like whatever somebody say to my ear, I'm just gonna repeat it. That's how it is, and it's always been like this because you're saying the same thing Plato said. Well, let's start this, surgery. Let's try to rebuild this human being back. And I'm like, man, you stupid. 300 years later, now we have hospitals. I get what you're saying. I understand you're going to be in this platform of it, but it's really hard and convincing me to even understand. A lot of times, people are going to be like, "Whoa, where did you even come up with that idea?" And you're like, "Oh, I watched the movie." You know, that's just
Abs-
an example.
Absolutely, you're exactly right. I will have detractors. What people don't recognize is that there's a breakaway civilization of humanity. There are Homo sapiens, which we all are, and then we are evolving into a species that perhaps some of us don't die. And for those of us who are in this breakaway civilization, it's an extremely exciting opportunity for people. Now, I personally recognize what you're saying, and yes, it's been said for thousands of years, hey, we want world peace, we don't think that other people should hurt other people. Yes, but we need leaders in society to be able to discuss these things. I
Yeah, but that type of information we have for like thousands of years. Tell him how long can a human brain live on? He'd be like, I don't know, 50 years. And if the answer be wrong, it'll be 200 years. That's just because we just put a brain in like, I don't know, glycerin and like water, and we just sat there for like 200 years. And they're like, oh, yep, it's still there. So if we already know the brain can live for 200 years, why are we abusing it? Oh yeah, we're smoking, we're doing drugs, we're drinking alcohol. So we don't even have good data to even start with. Like you're saying, you're trying to be an empire within data. So you got your job is you gotta inform all these retards to like actually understand the shit because they don't even understand what the fuck's coming out of their ass. It could be a fart sound or it could just be a bad memory. They don't know.
legitimate points. So let's talk about that where we've already done damage to our brains, for perhaps through, I don't know, just aging, through cell degradation, through alcohol, through whatever. Okay, fine. Well, there's a type of technology and a type of device known as a replicator machine. Now, they're currently not available to people, but in the future they may be. So, a replicator machine essentially will allow you to scan an object and be able to replicate it or clone it in its every facet. So to know where every atom is on it, and using AI, we could essentially take, let's just say, my brain that has had some cell degradation, replicate it, and then enhance it, and be able to, I would say, perhaps heal wherever it has any damage, and perhaps even increased its capacity. So using a replicator machine, these are also known as Santa Claus machines. Basically, you think it up and it can create it for you. It could create another clone of you. It could create a car. It's essentially like a 3D printer, but it just can create anything. With this type of technology, the sky is the limit. We'll be able to create clones of ourselves. We'll be able to perhaps revivify people who have previously died. We don't know. I mean, really, the opportunities are endless. But I'm somebody who is a forward thinker, and I would like to see humanity develop itself. And now, I don't know if absolutely every single person on Earth would be able to take advantage of this. I would like that, but I think we all know that there are powers that be that don't necessarily want all of the goodness that the world has to offer for everyone. But perhaps some people may be able to take advantage of this, and if they do, these are some of the technologies that they may be able to utilize.
Sorry, that's what was me.
You're good. Shout out to you. I'm a huge advocate for decriminalization of all drugs. I don't feel that we should put people in cages due to plants.
Well, I have my thoughts and political thoughts about people and humans in general. I think civilization in 2024, we have reached rock bottom, beyond rock bottom. It's like if rock bottom was like SpongeBob episode Rock Bottom.
Sure.
We're not in the dark. These dumbasses are smarter than like these 40-year-olds. So, thank God bless our hearts. We gotta suffer 40 more years. Because if we would have life expectancy, whatever the fuck the word
Life
is.
expectancy. Sure.
Yep, my brain just rotted from like,
You're good. You just even said you just took a toke. I understand.
I understand that shit just hit hard.
That's good. That means
And
it's
this,
working.
and this weed on the fucking phone, I don't know, my brain is just going,
You're good, Mikey.
demons coming out of me. I'm good. But seriously, yeah, we reached rock bottom, man. Like rock bottom.
Well,
Like,
hopefully we have, and we can move out of it. Hopefully the
no, I don't want them to be retards. Like, they actually like gotta be like something to like go outside, be like candidates or like something useful.
well
At least
certainly.
like a shopping cart assistant or
Yeah.
shopping cart for old people. Like these things.
Well, what is happening is AI is replacing all of those positions,
Oh my god, and you're telling me.
and
So
so
look, Rabbit, look, Rabbit. I had
sure.
a fantasy when I was like a little kid.
Okay.
I'm not gonna bullshit you. Maybe you're the right subject. If you was paid whatever amount of money, right, to transplant your body into whatever type of robot, would you be the first person to try it out and show it live?
I don't want to be the first person to do it. No. I don't really want to be the first person for any of this. I want to make sure that it works, but once I know it works, absolutely.
How the fuck are we gonna know that? Who's gonna be the first, man?
Great, no, great question. So, just like the people who are the first test subjects of Neuralink, there are people who are in desperate situations. The first person to ever have Neuralink implanted in them is a man named, um, uh, his name is uh, uh, his Nolan Aspro, and he's based in Texas. And basically, he's a quadriplegic person, so he doesn't have use of his arms or his legs, and so he volunteered for this. So there are some people out there who may want to volunteer because they're in a certain situation where their life is essentially not as enjoyable as possible, and they want to increase the amount of joy that other people may be able to experience. So you may have someone who is like, let's say, just in current terms, 100 years old, and they've got cancer and they're going to die, and they may say, you know what, if mind uploading technology is a thing, please scan my brain and let's try it. I'm going to die anyway, so why not give myself the opportunity to be able to do it?
Already doing the tippy toes on that shit. He already created a machine where you can implant the device to monkeys because the FDA kind of, did approve it to human subject.
They
So now
have now, though. They have now, though.
okay, you get my point now. So your technology is gonna be in these advanced age at least to the 40s, maybe 30s. Who knows how far we advance? But it's gonna be there. That's my point. My question now is, we as Homo sapiens, what time do you think that we actually created our first thought?
Our first off.
Your mind. Thought. Like the
Oh,
first original thought. Like as humans, like Homo sapiens, like monkeys.
yeah. Well, that's not technically true. So we as Homo sapiens have a common ancestor with other primates, but that common ancestor was more like a rodent than it was like a monkey. So we didn't evolve from monkeys. Monkeys are on a separate evolutionary branch than we currently are. But what you're saying is basically when's the first time that a human-like subject or even a primate had its first probably conscious thought? And I would say that probably even predates our idea of being primates. It was probably, um, if we would have to say, what organism had a conscious thought? And that probably gets into an argument of maybe perhaps at a jellyfish type of level, meaning very primitive types of life forms. I don't know if like cell structure necessarily like eukaryotic or prokaryotic bacteria necessarily has conscious thoughts, but the argument is to be made that whatever type of um, being had neurons to be able to communicate to some type of uh, central nervous system, that would be the argument could be made that that was the first thought that would be made. Now, I get what you're saying. What about more developed thoughts? Okay, well, we get through evolution. Perhaps there were fish with thoughts that.
I mean, I get what your point now. So you need actual data and detail to the actual constructive conversation to finish anything like an AI. So if I told you I was the monkey and my first original thought was everybody's walking around, right? On their four legs, whatever. So I'm just gonna grab a piece of, whatever, stone, bone, whatever, off the floor and just whack somebody. Oh
Okay,
snap, they died. So explain all that what just happened.
okay,
You see my evolution?
yeah.
Like how I'm
Are you
evolving like so fast? That's what you need to do in this like journey that you're doing. Even as setting a world record or setting all these bars, you should take control of everything that you have of data and use it.
I rec-
Even if you have to make 100,000 users, even if your Bitcoin sponsor had to give you a shit ton of money, they should provide you at least like $10 phones that have at least a CPU that can like process all this information and not burn out. Like Ant's phone. Ant's right now on a Nokia 300.
okay, yeah. No, I understand that. Biggest loser on the internet. I want you to know I appreciate what you're saying, but if Ant is going to keep his camera on like that, we can't be doing this. Okay, good job,
Oh
Ant.
God.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so uh, I mean, I would love to tell you that I have hundreds of thousands of followers. There are a lot of people who know who I am, and I do have a core base of fans. I have people who stay in my Discord 24/7 along with me to the best of their ability. I have people who come in on a daily basis. We play games together. So I do have a tight knit group around me. But eventually, what's going to happen is the right people are going to see what I'm doing, and they're going to spread it, and it's going to continue to spread. And then perhaps I may be that one person uh, who's known to always be on the internet and you can always follow me. That's a really exciting premise to people. The internet can be very boring, and when people are bored, they're going to be interested to see, hey, I wonder what Rabbi's doing.
So you just change it up and try to say you're going to be an uncle on the internet.
I'm essentially going to be a big brother to the world.
Yeah, an uncle.
Yeah,
Not big
exactly.
brother. We don't like that name no more.
Okay,
It's kind of fun.
word dog. Okay, so yeah, but the
Not even dog.
but
It's like,
but the fun uncle.
well, describe fun uncle. Like,
Sure.
what would a fun uncle do?
A fun uncle is somebody who you can go to. Perhaps you don't always want to go to your parents and be able to ask them questions and get realistic answers from them. And perhaps they're going to teach you how to enhance your life in ways that your parents would normally tell you. So, what are some examples of this? Well, perhaps your parents wouldn't take you to a casino and you could go gambling, but your fun uncle might. And your fun uncle might give you a few bucks to be able to play tables and teach you all the games and how to do that. A fun uncle might teach you how to pick up women when your parents would normally do that. A fun uncle might be able to take the time, because they don't necessarily have children of their own, to be able to still care about you, but but not but
You want me to? I got a great idea.
go for it.
You got a 3D printer?
I don't.
I would print myself. I could probably get you one from Amazon. You're in the United States, but you say you're from Israel. I don't want to dox you, so just get a 3D printer somehow from a Discord. I don't know, somebody trustworthy. Print yourself like what you're saying, and just get like a pocket rabbi, and just like what would rabbi say? And just get a hologram, a little crystal flashlight. You already got all the footage, and just start talking.
Word,
Just
dog.
start doing like an 8 hour, skit or something like that. That itself is genius. Just imagine having that in your hand.
I'm
I
in.
want to talk to you about it.
Absolutely.
Generating that.
What? 100%. 100%. So this right here is a pocket talk, which I imagine people will have. I mean, we have this kind of technology in our phones, but it's not as quick. Basically, with this, I can have it translate immediately for me. It's essentially a universal translator.
Básicamente, con esto puedo traducirlo inmediatamente. Es básicamente un traductor universal.
So in the future, it would just be AI, and you could ask Rabbi whatever you wanted, and I could be able to give you an AI advice essentially.
Yeah. All you gotta do is just carve off that plastic and put it on plastic, and the hologram thing is just a crystal. All you gotta do is just play that crystal like a projector. Just project everywhere like light.
I'm in agreement with you. Absolutely. And with especially we are in the infancy of AI. We don't know its opportunities. Especially currently, we're working towards artificial general intelligence. But where AI gets really interesting is the next level, which is artificial super intelligence, where it's many times smarter than what an average person is. And once we get to that level, the opportunities are essentially endless.
Well, A to support you in every way, Gravy. We
That's amazing.
appreciate you.
Hey guys,
One day, we
go.
should just talk, man.
Absolutely. I want you to know how much I appreciate you guys. I know that you guys are always razzing me, and that's cool. I mean, I appreciate the attention, and I want you to know if you guys ever need any support or you ever need anything, I'm here for you. I hope the best for all of you, and I'm going to continue streaming just like I always do. And if you ever need me, feel free to DM me or get my attention, and I'm here to help you, okay?
Hey, Gravy, you uncle, man.
Absolutely. You take care, my friends. Much love to you all. If you're watching this either in 2024 or 5785, just know that I really appreciate those guys being so nice to me. Shout out to Aiden Ross for just allowing me to stream in his Discord. Not everybody would allow somebody to do that, and that's really nice of him. Shout out to those guys, they're really nice. Shout out to Biggest Loser on the internet. it takes a lot of courage to just randomly talk to people, and he's very comfortable, very nice, very smart. All right, shout out to those guys.
explore the possibility where it's not the case. Can we communicate with ants? I find that this idea that
They're not very good at communicating in general.
oh, you're saying, all right, I see. You're saying once you get orders of magnitude better at communicating.
Once they have maxed out on all communication technology in general, and they just understood in general how to communicate with lots of things, and have done that for millions of years.
But you have to be able to. It's so interesting. As somebody who cares a lot about empathy and imagining how other people feel, communication requires empathy, meaning you have to truly understand how the other person, the other organism sees the world. It's like a four-dimensional species talking to two-dimensional species. It's not as trivial as, to me at least, as it might at first seem.
So let me reverse my position a little, because I'll say, well, the hello aliens question really combines two different scenarios that we're slipping over. So one scenario would be that the hello aliens would be like RabbiRothschild. They would be just fully advanced. They would have been expanding for millions of years. They would have a very advanced civilization. And then they would finally be arriving here, after a million years perhaps of expanding, in which case they're going to be crazy advanced on a maximal level. But the hello aliens about aliens we might meet soon, which might be sort of UFO aliens, then UFO aliens probably are not Rabbi aliens.
How do you get here if you're not a Rabbi alien?
Well, they would have to be able to travel, but they would not be expansive.
The road trip doesn't count as Grabby. So we're talking about expanding the colony, the comfortable colony.
The question is, if UFOs, some of them are aliens, what kind of aliens would they be? This is sort of the key question you have to ask in order to try to interpret that scenario. The key fact we would know is that they are here right now, but the universe around us is not full of an alien civilization. So that says right off the bat that they chose not to allow vast expansion of a Rabbi civilization.
Is it possible that they chose it, but we just don't see them yet? Because these are the stragglers, the journeymen,
so the timing coincidence is, it's almost surely, if they are here now, they are much older than us. They are many millions of years older than us. And so they could have built a galaxy in that last millions of years if they had wanted to. But they couldn't just be right at the edge. It's very unlikely. Most likely they would have been around waiting for us for a long time. They could have come here any time in the last millions of years, and they've been waiting around for us, but they just chose to come recently. But the timing coincidence, it would be crazy unlikely that they just happen to be able to get here, say, in the last 100 years. They would no doubt have been able to get here far earlier than that.
Again, we don't know. So this is referring to like UFO sightings on Earth. We don't know if this kind of increase in sightings have anything to do with actual visitations.
I'm just talking about like the timing, like they arose at some point in space, right? And it's very unlikely that that was just to the point that they could just barely get here recently. Almost surely they would have. They could have gotten here much earlier.
And well, throughout the stretch of several billion years that Earth existed, they could have been here also.
Exactly. So they could have therefore filled the galaxy a long time ago if they had wanted to.
Let's put that then right. That's what the question to me is: isn't it possible that the expansion of a civilization is much harder than the travel? The sphere of the reachable is different than the sphere of the colonized. So, isn't it possible that the sphere of places where like the stragglers go, the different people that journey out, the explorers, is much, much larger, grows much faster than the civilization? So in which case, like, they would visit us. There's a lot of visitors, the grassroots of the civilization. They're like exploring, they're collecting the data, but they're not yet going to see them. By yet, I mean across millions of years.
The time delay between when the first thing might arrive and then when colonists could arrive in mass and do a mass amount of work is cosmologically short. In human history, of course, sure, there might be a century between that, but a
this is the computer science of ant-colony optimization. This is true for ants. So it's like when the first ant shows up, it's likely if there's anything of value, it's likely the other ants will follow quickly.
Yeah. Really, in short, it's also true that traveling over very long distances, probably one of the main ways to make that feasible is that you land somewhere, you colonize a bit, you create new resource hops that then allow you to go farther.
Many short hops as opposed to a giant long.
Exactly. But those hops require that you are able to start a colonization of sorts along those hops, right? You have to be able to stop somewhere, make it into a way station, such that you can then support your moving farther.
So, what do you think of? There's been a lot of UFO sightings. What do you think about those UFO sightings? And what do you think if any of them are of extraterrestrial origin? And we don't see giant civilizations out in the sky. How do you make sense of that?
I want to do some clearing of throats, which is people like to do on this topic, right? They want to make sure you understand they're saying this and not that, right? So I would say the analysis needs both a prior and a likelihood. So the prior is what are the scenarios that are all plausible in terms of what we know about the universe, and then the likelihood is the particular actual sighting, like how hard are those to explain through various means. I will establish myself as somewhat of an expert on the prior. I would say my studies and the things I've studied make me an expert, and I should stand up and have an opinion on that and be able to explain it. The likelihood, however, is not my area of expertise. That is, I'm not a pilot. I don't do atmospheric studies of things. I haven't studied in detail the various kinds of atmospheric phenomena or whatever that might be used to explain the particular sighting. I can just say from my amateur stance, the sightings look damn puzzling. They do not look easy to dismiss. Attempts I've seen to easily dismiss them seem to me to fail and be like, these are pretty puzzling, weird stuff that deserve an expert's attention. So in terms of considering asking what the likelihood is. So an analogy I would make is a murder trial. Okay? On average, if we say, what's the chance any one person murdered another person as a prior probability, maybe 1 in 1,000 people get murdered, maybe each person has 1,000 people around them that could plausibly have done it, so the prior probability of a murder is 1 in 1,000. But we allow murder trials because often evidence is sufficient to overcome a 1 in a million prior, because the evidence is often strong enough, right? My guess, rough guess, for the UFOs as aliens scenario, some of them is the prior is roughly 1 in 1,000. Much higher than the usual murder trial. Plenty high enough that strong physical evidence could put you over the top to think it's more likely than not. But I'm not an expert on that physical evidence. I'm going to leave that part to someone else. I'm going to say the prior is pretty high. This is a crazy scenario. So then I can elaborate on where my prior comes from. What scenario would make most sense of this data? My scenario, to make sense, has 2 main parts. First is panspermia sibilance. So panspermia is the hypothesized process by which life might have arrived on Earth from elsewhere. And a plausible time for that, I mean, it would have to happen very early in Earth's history because we see life early in Earth's history. And a plausible time could have been during the stellar nursery where the sun was born with many other stars in the same close proximity, with lots of rocks flying around, able to move things from one place to another. If a rock with life on it from some rock-like planet with life came into that stellar nursery, it plausibly could have seeded many planets in that stellar nursery, all at the same time. They're all born at the same time in the same place, pretty close to each other. There's lots of rocks lying around. Okay? So a panspermia scenario would then create sibilance, i.e. there would be, say, a few thousand other planets out there. So after the nursery forms, it drifts, it separates, they drift apart. And so out there in the galaxy, there would now be a bunch of other stars all formed at the same time, and we can actually spot them in terms of their spectrum. And they would have then started on the same path of life as we did with that life being seeded, but they would move at different rates. And most likely, most of them would never, reach an advanced level before the deadline, but maybe one other did, and maybe it did before us. So if they did, they could know all of this, and they could go searching for their siblings. That is, they could look in the sky for the other stars or cursory. They could identify their sibling stars in the galaxy, the 1,000 of them, and those would be of special interest to them because they would think, well, life might be on those. And they could go looking for them.
Just such a brilliant mathematical, philosophical, physical, biological idea of panspermia siblings, because we all kind of start at a similar time in this local pocket,
right,
of the universe. And so that changes a lot of the math.
So that would create this correlation between when advanced life might appear. No longer just random in between space-time. There'd be this cluster, perhaps.
And that allows interaction between
the cluster, yeah,
non-gravity alien civilizations, like kind of primitive alien civilizations, like us with others, and they might be a little bit ahead. That's so fascinating.
They would probably be a lot ahead. So the puzzle is,
sure.
If they, they happened before us, they probably happened hundreds of millions of years before us.
Or less than a billion.
Less than a billion, but still plenty of time that they could have become grabby and filled the galaxy and gone beyond.
Right.
So there'd be plenty. So the fact is they chose not to become grabby. That would have to be the interpretation. If we have panspermia,
they tried to become grabby. So
yes, they had plenty of time and they chose not to.
Are we sure about this? So, 100 million years is enough.
100 million. So I told you before that I said within 10 million years, our descendants will become grabby or not.
And they'll have that choice.
Okay. Right? And so they clearly more than 10 million years earlier than us, so they chose not to.
But still, go on vacation, look around.
So
just not grabby.
If they chose not to expand, that's going to have to be a rule they set to not allow any part of themselves to move. Like, if they let any little ship fly away with the ability to create a colony, the game's over. Then they have prevented. Then the universe becomes grabby from their origin with this one colony, right? So, in order to prevent their civilization being grabby, they have to have a rule they enforce pretty strongly that no part of them can ever try to do that.
Through a global authoritarian regime, or through something that's internal to that, meaning it's part of the nature of life that it doesn't want, as like an advanced
political officer in the brain or whatever.
Yes, there's something in human nature that prevents you from what, like alien nature,
right?
That as you get more advanced, you become lazier and lazier in terms of exploration and expansion.
So I would say they would have to have enforced a rule against expanding, and that rule would probably make them reluctant to let people leave very far. Any one vacation trip far away could risk an expansion from this vacation trip. So they would probably have a pretty tight lid on just allowing any travel out from their origin in order to enforce this rule. But then we also know, well, they would have chosen to come here. So clearly they made an exception from their general rule to say, okay, an expedition to Earth, that should be allowed.
It could be intentional exception or incompetent exception.
But if incompetent, then they couldn't maintain this over 100 million years, this policy of not allowing any expansion. So we have to see they have successfully, they not just had a policy to try, they succeeded over 100 million years in preventing the expansion. That's a substantial competence.
What do you think about this? You don't think there could be a barrier in 100 million years? You don't think there could be a barrier to, like, technological barrier to becoming expansionary?
Imagine the Europeans have tried to prevent anybody from leaving Europe to go to the New World. And imagine what it would have taken to make that happen over 100 million years.
Yeah, it's impossible.
They would have to have very strict, guards at the borders around the water saying, no, you can't go.
But just to clarify, you're not suggesting that's actually possible.
I am suggesting it's possible.
I don't know how you keep my silly human brain. Maybe it's a brain that values freedom, but I don't know how you can keep, no matter how much force, no matter how much censorship or control and so on, I just don't know how you can keep people from exploring into the mysterious, into the unknown.
You're thinking of people, we're talking aliens. Remember, there's a vast space of different possible social creatures they could have evolved from, different kinds of cultures they could be in, different kinds of threats. I mean, there are many things that you talk about that most of us would feel very reluctant to do. This is one of have this rule against expansion, and they've successfully enforced that. That also creates a plausible agenda for why they would be here. That is, to enforce that rule on us. That is, if we go out and expanding, then we have defeated the purpose of this rule they set up. Right? So they would be here to convince us to not expand.
Convincing quotes.
Right? Through various mechanisms. So obviously one thing we conclude is they didn't just destroy us. That would have been completely possible, right? So the fact that they're here and we are not destroyed means that they chose not to destroy us. They have some degree of empathy or, whatever their morals are that would make them reluctant to just destroy us. They would rather persuade us.
Persuade their brethren. So they may have been, there's a difference between arrival and observation. They may have been observing for a very long time.
Exactly.
And they arrive to try to, not to try, I don't think
To ensure
that we don't become grabby.
Which is because you can see they did not, they must have enforced a ruling against that, and they are therefore here to, that's a plausible interpretation why they would risk this expedition when they clearly don't risk very many expeditions over this long period to allow this one exception, because otherwise if they don't, we may become grabby. And they could have just destroyed us, but they didn't.
And they're closely monitoring the technological advancing of civilization. Like nuclear weapons is one thing that, all right, cool. That might have less to do with nuclear weapons and more with nuclear energy. Maybe they're monitoring fusion closely. Like, how clever are these apes?
So no doubt they have a button that if we get too uppity or risky, they can push the button and ensure that we don't expand. But they'd rather do it some other way. So now that explains why they're here and why they aren't out there. Oh, there's another thing that we need to explain. There's another key data we need to explain about UFOs if we're going to have a hypothesis that explains it. And this is something many people have noticed, which is they had two extreme options they could have chosen and didn't choose. They could have either just remained completely invisible. Clearly an advanced civilization could have been completely invisible. There's no reason they need to fly around and be noticed. They could just be in orbit and in dark satellites that are completely invisible to us, watching whatever they want to watch. That would be well within their abilities. That's one thing they could have done. The other thing they could do is just show up and land on the White House lawn, as they say, and shake hands, like make themselves really obvious. They could have done either of those, and they didn't do either of those. That's the next thing you need to explain about UFOs as aliens. Why would they take this intermediate approach, hanging out near the edge of visibility with somewhat impressive mechanisms, but not walking up and introducing themselves, nor just being completely invisible?
So, okay, a lot of questions there. So one, do you think it's obvious where the White House is, or the White House
alone? Well, obvious where there are concentrations of humans that you could go up and
but it's just humans the most interesting thing.
Yeah.
Water.
Yeah.
Are you sure about this? Because
if they're worried about, an expansion, then would they worried about a civilization that could be capable of the expansion? Obviously, humans are the civilization on Earth that's by far the closest to being able to expand.
I just don't know if aliens obviously see humans, like the individual humans, like the organisms, the meat vehicles, as the center of focus for observing a life on a planet.
They're supposed to be really smart and advanced. Like, this shouldn't be that hard for them.
I think we're actually the dumb ones, because we think humans are the important things, but it could be our ideas, it could be something about our technologies.
That's mediated with us, of course.
Now, we make it seem like it's mediated by us humans, but the focus for alien civilizations might be the AI systems or the technologies themselves. That might be the organism. Like, why humans are like, human is the food, the source of the organism that's under observation, versus like,
so the what they wanted to have close contact with was something that was closely near humans, then they would be contacting those, and we would just incidentally see, but we would still see.
But don't you think isn't it possible, taking their perspective, isn't it possible that they would want to interact with some fundamental aspect that they're interested in without interfering with it? And that's actually a very, no matter how advanced you are, it's very difficult to do.
But that's puzzling. So, the prototypical UFO observation is a shiny, big object in the sky that has very rapid acceleration and no apparent surfaces for using air to some sort of like a little probe that like connects to a wire and like reads and sends bits there. They don't need a shiny thing flying in the sky.
But don't you think they would be there? They are or would be looking for the right way to communicate, the right language to communicate. Everything you just said, looking at the computer systems. I mean, that's not a trivial thing. Coming up with a signal that us humans would not freak out too much about, but also understand, might not be that trivial.
Well, so the not freak out part is another interesting constraint. So again, I said, like the two obvious strategies are just to remain completely invisible and watch, which would be quite feasible, or to just directly interact, like come out and be really very direct, right? I mean, there's big things that you can see around. There's big cities, there's aircraft carriers, there's lots of. If you want to just find a big thing and come right up to it and like tap it on the shoulder or whatever, that would be quite feasible. Then they're not doing that. So my hypothesis is that one of the other questions there was, do they have a status hierarchy? And I think most animals on Earth, who are social animals, have status hierarchy. And they would reasonably presume that we have a status hierarchy. And
take me to your leader.
Well, I would say their strategy is to be impressive and sort of get us to see them at the top of our status hierarchy. Just to that's how, for example, we domesticate dogs, right? We convince dogs we're the leader of their pack, right? And we domesticate many animals that way. That is, we just swap in to the top of their status hierarchy. We say, we're your top status animal, so you should do what we say. You should follow our lead. So the idea that would be
This
they
girl's
are
hair
going to
is
get
so
us to do
shitty.
what they want by
His
being
eyebrows.
top status. All through history, kings and emperors, etc., have tried to impress their citizens and other people by having a bigger palace, a bigger parade, a bigger crown, diamonds, right, whatever, building a bigger pyramid, etc. It's a very well established trend to just be high status by being more impressive than the rest.
Push back when there's an order and several orders of magnitude of power differential, asymmetry of power. I feel like that status hierarchy no longer applies. It's like mimetic theory. It's like
most emperors are several orders of magnitude more powerful than any one member of their empire.
Let's increase that by even more. So, like, if I'm interacting with ants, right, I no longer feel like I need to establish my power with ants. I actually want to lessen. I want to lower myself to ants. I want to become the lowest possible ant so that they would welcome me. So I'm less concerned about them worshiping me. I'm more concerned about them welcoming me.
Well, it is important that you be non-threatening and that you be local. So I think, for example, if the aliens had done something really big in the sky, 100 light years away, that would be there, not here. And that could seem threatening. So I think their strategy to be the high status would have to be visible, but here and non-threatening.
I just want to know if it's obvious how to do that. Like, take your own perspective. Yeah, see a planet with relatively intelligent, like, complex structures being formed, like, life forms, species, like under in ice, stuff like that. The moon, right? Europa. You start to see not just primitive bacterial life, but multicellular life, and things to form some very complicated cellular colonies, structures that they're
Oh,
dynamic.
you're
There's
so
a lot of
hot.
stuff going on.
Both of y'all.
Some gigantic cellular automata type of construct. How do you make yourself known to them in an impressive fashion without destroying it? Like, we know how to destroy potentially.
Right. So if you go touch stuff, you're likely to hurt it, right? There's a good risk of hurting something by getting too close and touching it and interacting, right?
Yeah, like the band-aid on a white hot wall.
Right. So the claim is that their current strategy of hanging out at the periphery of our vision and just being very clearly physically impressive with very clear physically impressive abilities is at least a plausible strategy they might use to impress us and convince us sort of we're at the top of their status hierarchy. And I would say if they came closer, not only would they risk hurting us in ways that they couldn't really understand, but more plausibly they would reveal things about themselves we would hate. So if you look at how we treat other civilizations on Earth and other people, we are generally, interested in foreigners and people from other lands, and we are generally interested in their varying customs, etc. Until we find out that they do something that violates our moral norms, and then we something they don't think is offensive, but that they think we might find. And so they would be risking a lot by revealing a lot about themselves. We would find something we hated.
Interesting. But do you resonate at all with nomadic theory where like we only feel this way about things that are very close to us? The aliens are sufficiently different to where we'll be like fascinated, terrified or fascinated, but not like.
Right, but if they want to be at the top of our status hierarchy to get us to follow them, they can't be too distant. They have to be close enough that we would see them that way.
But pretend to be close enough, right? And not reveal much. That mystery, that old Clint Eastwood cowboy.
The point is, we're clever enough that we can figure out that it's just in the fact that we're here. If we see that they're here, we can figure out, oh, they want us not to expand. And look, they are this huge power and they're very impressive. So, and a lot of us don't want to expand. So that could easily tip us over the edge. Like we already wanted to not expand. We already wanted to be able to regulate and have a central community. And here are these very advanced, smart aliens who have survived for 100 million years, and they're telling us not to expand either.
I love this so much. You're very sometimes throwing me at siblings. Just to clarify one thing, in that framework, who originated? Who planted it? Would it be a gravity civilization that planted the siblings?
Or no? The simple scenario is that life started on some other planet billions of years ago, and it went through part of the stages of evolution within itself, not all the way to advanced life, and then some rock hit it, grabbed a piece of it on the rock, and that rock drifted for a million years until it happened to cut off a stellar nursery where it finished.
And something about that life, without being super advanced, was nevertheless resilient to the harsh conditions of space.
There's some graphs that I've been impressed by that show sort of the level of genetic information in various kinds of life on this universe. And basically, we are now more complex than earlier life, but the earlier life was still pretty damn complex. And so if you actually project this log graphs of history, it looks like it was many billions of years ago when we get down to it. So that plausibly we could say there was just a lot of evolution that had to happen before you could get to the simplest life we've ever seen in history of life. It's still pretty damn complicated, right? And so that's always been the puzzle. How could life get to this enormously complicated level in the short period it seems to at the beginning of Earth history? So where only 300 million years at most that it appeared, and then it was really complicated at that point. So panspermia allows you to explain that quite by saying, well, it had to come another 5 billion years on another planet, going through lots of earlier stages where it was working its way up to the level of complexity you see at the beginning of Earth.
We'll try to talk about other ideas of the origin of life, but let me return to your goal setting. Is there other explanations that are possible outside of panspermia that can explain no gravity hanging from the skies, but yet alien alive or other?
Well, the other category of explanations that most people will use is, well, first of all, just to say, like, you're confusing something ordinary for something mysterious, right? Or some sort of secret organization, like our government secretly messing with us and trying to do a false flag document, whatever, right? They're trying to convince the Russians or the Chinese that there might be aliens and scare them into not attacking or something, right? Because if the history of World War II say the U.S. government did all these big fake operations where they were faking a lot of big things in order to mess with people. So that's a possibility. The government's been lying and faking things and paying people to lie about what they saw, etc. That's a plausible set of explanations for the range of sightings seen. And another explanation people offer is some other hidden organization on Earth. There's some secret organization somewhere that has much more advanced capabilities than we've been given it credit for. For some reason it's been keeping secret. I mean, they all sound somewhat implausible, but again, we're looking for maybe 1 in 1,000 sort of priors. The question is, could they be in that level of plausibility?
Can we just linger on this? So first of all, you've written, talked about, thought about so many different topics. You're an incredible mind, and I just thank you for sitting down today.
to the data, right? Clearly, many large military operations have kept things secrets over, even decades, with many thousands of people involved. So clearly, it's possible to keep some things secret over time periods. But the more people you're involved, and the more time you're assuming, and the less centralized an organization or the less discipline they have, the harder it gets to believe. But we're just trying to calibrate, basically, in our minds, which kind of secrets can be kept by which groups over what time periods for what purposes, right?
But let me, I don't have enough data. So I'm somebody, I hang out with people, and I love people. I love all things, really. And I think that most people, even the assholes, have the capacity to be good, and they're beautiful, and I enjoy them. So the kind of data in my brain, whatever the chemistry in my brain is that sees the beautiful in things, is maybe collecting a subset of data that doesn't allow me to intuit the confidence that humans are able to achieve in constructing conspiracy theories. So, for example, one thing that people often talk about is like intelligence agencies. It's like broad thing they say: the CIA, the FSB, the British intelligence. I'm fortunate enough, never gotten a chance that I know of to talk to any member of those intelligence agencies, nor like take a peek behind the curtain, or the first curtain. I don't know how many levels of curtains there are, and so I can't intuit. So my interaction with the government, right, was funded in the DoD and DARPA, and I've interacted, been to the Pentagon, like, with all due respect to my friends, lovely friends in government, and there are a lot of incredible people, but there's a very giant bureaucracy that sometimes suffocates the ingenuity of the human spirit, is one way I can put it. Meaning, it's difficult for me to imagine extreme competence at a scale of hundreds of thousands of human beings. Now, that doesn't mean, that's my very anecdotal data for the situation. And so I try to build up my intuition about centralized system of government, how much conspiracy is possible, how much the intelligence agencies or some other source can generate sufficiently robust propaganda that controls the populace. If you look at World War II, as you mentioned, there's some extremely powerful propaganda machines on on the side of Nazi Germany, on the side of the Soviet Union, on the side of the United States, and all these different mechanisms. Sometimes they control the free press through social pressures. Sometimes they control the press through the threat of violence, as you do in authoritarian regimes. Sometimes it's like deliberately the dictator, like writing the headlines and literally announcing it. And something about human psychology forces you to embrace the narrative and believe the narrative at scale that becomes reality when the initial spark was just a propaganda thought in a single individual's mind. So I can't necessarily intuit of what's possible, but I'm skeptical of the power of human institutions to construct conspiracy theories that cause suffering at scale, especially in this modern age when information is becoming more and more accessible by the populace. I don't know if you can
You said to cause suffering at scale, but of course, say during wartime, the people who are managing the various conspiracies, like D-Day or the Manhattan Project, they thought that their conspiracy was avoiding harm rather than causing harm. So if you can get a lot of people to think that supporting the conspiracy is helpful, then a lot more might do that. And there's just a lot of things that people just don't want to see. So if you could make the conspiracy the sort of thing that people wouldn't want to talk about anyway, even if they knew about it, you're most of the way there. So I have learned over the years many things that most ordinary people should be interested in, but somehow don't know, even though the data's been very widespread. So I spoke to the elephant in the brain in one of the chapters is there on medicine, and basically most people seem ignorant of the very basic fact that when we do randomized trials where we give some people more medicine than others, the people who get more medicine are not healthy. just overall, in general, just like induce somebody to get more medicine because you just give them more budget to buy medicine. Just not a specific medicine, just the whole category. And you would think that would be something most people should know about medicine. You might even think that would be a conspiracy theory to think that would be hidden, but in fact, most people never learn that fact.
So just to clarify, just a general high-level statement, the more medicine you take, the less healthy you are.
Randomized experiments don't find that fact. Do not find that more medicine makes you more healthy. There's just no connection. In randomized experiments, there's no relationship between more medicine.
So it's not a negative relationship, but it's just no relationship.
Right.
So the conspiracy theory would say that the businesses that sell you medicine don't want you to know that fact, and then you're saying that there's also part of this that people just don't want to know.
They just don't want to know. So they don't learn it. So, I've lived in the Washington area for several decades now, reading the Washington Post regularly. Every week there was a special, section on health and medicine. It never was mentioned in that section of the paper in all the 20 years I read them.
So do you think there is some truth to this caricatured blue pill, red pill, where most people don't want to know the truth?
There are many things about which people don't want to know certain kinds of truth. That is bad-looking truths that discouraging truths that sort of take away the justification for things they feel passionate about.
Do you think that's a bad aspect of human nature? Is that something we should try to overcome?
Well, as we discussed, my first priority is to just tell people about it, to do the analysis and the cold facts of what's actually happening, and then to try to be careful about how we can improve. So our book, The Elephant in the Brain, co-authored with Kevin Simler, is about hidden motives in everyday life. And our first priority there is just to explain to you what are the things that you are not looking at, that you are reluctant to look at. And many people try to take our book as a self-help book where they're trying to improve themselves and make sure they look at more things, and that often goes badly because it's harder to actually do that than you think. Yeah. And so, but we at least want people to know that this truth is available if you want to learn about it.
It's the niche, you gave long to do this once a year. Let's talk about this Elephant in the Brain. Amazing book. The elephant in the room is, quote, an important issue that people are reluctant to acknowledge or address because it's taboo. The elephant in the brain is an important but unacknowledged feature of how our mind works, an introspective taboo. You describe selfishness and self-deception as some of the core elements, elephant offspring in the brain. Selfishness and self-deception. All right. Can you explain why these are the taboos in our brain that we don't want to acknowledge?
Your conscious mind, the one that's listening to me, that I'm talking to at the moment, you like to think of yourself as the president or king of your mind, ruling over all that you see, issuing commands that immediately obey.
Yes.
You are instead better understood as the press secretary of your brain. You don't make decisions. You justify them to an audience. That's what your conscious mind is for.
Yeah.
You watch what you're doing, and you try to come up with stories that explain why you're doing it so that you can avoid accusations of violating norms. So, humans, compared to most other animals, have norms, and this allows us to manage larger groups with our morals and norms about what we should or shouldn't be doing. This is so important to us that we needed to be constantly watching what we were doing in order to make sure we had a good story to avoid norm violations. So many norms are about motives. So if I hit you on purpose, that's a big violation. If I hit you accidentally, that's okay. I need to be able to explain why it was an accident and not on purpose.
So where does that need come from for your own self-preservation?
Right, so humans have norms, and we have the norm that if we see anybody violating a norm, we need to tell other people and then coordinate to just make them stop and punish them for violating. So such punishments are strong enough and severe enough that we each want to avoid being successfully accused of violating norms. So, for example, hitting someone on purpose is a big, clear norm violation. If we do it consistently, we would maybe be thrown out of the group, and that would mean we would die. Okay? So we need to be able to convince people we are not going around hitting people on purpose. If somebody happens to be at the other end of our fist in their face, Next, that was an accident, and we need to be able to explain that. And similarly for many other norms humans have, we are serious about these norms, and we don't want people to violate them.
Dude,
Why?
athleticism.
Including the accused.
Look at
But
this move.
many norms have a motive.
This is pretty
So
athletic.
we are trying
Look at
to
this move.
explain ourselves and make sure we have a good motive story about everything.
This athleticism.
Which is why we're
Unprecedented.
trying to explain what we're doing, and that's what your conscious mind is doing. It is trying to make sure you've got a good motive story for everything you're doing. And that's why you don't know why you're reading.
Popping toes.
What you know is what the good story is.
Fucking hoes and popping toes.
That's the self-deception.
Why?
And you're saying that there's a machine, the actual
Why not, baby
dictator
boo?
is selfish. And then you're just the press secretary who's desperately doesn't want to get fired and is justifying all the decisions of the dictator. And that's the self-deception.
Right. Now, most people actually are willing to believe that this is true in the abstract. So our book has been classified as psychology, and it was reviewed by psychologists, and the basic way that psychology referees and reviewers respond is to say this is well known. Most people accept that there's a fair bit of self-deception.
But they don't want to accept it about themselves.
Well, they don't want to accept it about the particular topics that we talk about. So people accept the idea in the abstract that they might be self-deceived or that they might not be honest about various things.
What is that?
But that hasn't penetrated into the literatures where people are explaining particular things like why we go to school, why we go to the doctor, why we vote, etc. So our book is mainly about 10 areas of life and explaining about in each area what our actual motives there are. And people who study those things have not admitted that hidden motives are explaining those particular areas.
They haven't taken the leap from theoretical psychology to actual public policy.
Exactly.
And economics and all that kind of stuff. Well, let me just linger on this and bring up my old friends Sigmund Freud and Carl Jung. So how vast is this landscape of the unconscious mind? The power and the scope of the dictator. Is it only dark there? Is it some light? Is there some love?
The vast majority of what's happening in your head, you are unaware of. So in a literal sense, the unconscious, the aspects of your mind that you're not conscious of, is the overwhelming majority. But that's just true in a literal engineering sense. Your mind is doing lots of low-level things, and you just can't be consciously aware of all that low-level stuff. But there's plenty of room there for lots of things you're not aware of.
But can we try to shine a light on the things we're unaware of? Specifically, now again, staying with the philosophical psychology side for a moment. Can you shine a light on the young man's shadow? What's going on there? What is this machine like? What level of thought are happening there? Is it something that we can even interpret? If we somehow could visualize it, is it something that's human interpretable, or is it just a kind of chaos of like monitoring different systems in the body, making sure you're happy, making sure you're fed, all those kind of basic forces that form abstractions on top of each other? They're not introspective at all.
We humans are social creatures. Plausibly, being social is the main reason we have these unusually large brains. Therefore, most of our brain is devoted to being social. And so the things we're very obsessed with and constantly paying attention to are, how do I look to others? What would others think of me if they knew these various things they might learn about me?
So that's close to being fundamental to what it means to be human, is caring what others think.
Right. To be trying to present a story that would be okay for what others think. So we're very constantly thinking, what do other people think?
But let me ask you this question then about you, Robin Hanson, who in many places, sometimes for fun, sometimes as a basic statement of principle, likes to disagree with what the majority of people think. So how do you explain, how are you self-deceiving yourself in this task, and how are you being why is the dictator manipulating you inside your head to be so critical? Like, there's norms, why do you want to stand out in this way? Why do you want to challenge the norms in this way?
Almost by definition, I can't tell you what I'm deceiving myself about. But the more practical strategy that's quite feasible is that ask about what are typical things that most people deceive themselves about, and then to hone up to those particular things.
Sure. What's a good one?
So, for example, I can very much acknowledge that I was topics that other people would find less interesting. I might be less interested in those for that reason, for example. I might want to find topics that other people are interested in, and I might want to go for the glory of finding a big insight rather than a small one, and maybe one that was especially surprising. That's also, of course, consistent with some more ideal concept of what an intellectual should be. But most intellectuals are relatively risk-averse. They are in some local intellectual tradition, and they are adding to that, and they are conforming to the sort of usual assumptions and usual accepted beliefs and practices of a particular area, so that they can be accepted in that area and, treated as part of the community. But you might think, for the purpose of the larger intellectual project of understanding the world better, people should be less eager to just add a little bit to some tradition, and they should be looking for what's neglected between the major traditions and the major questions. They should be looking for assumptions maybe we're making that are wrong. They should be looking at things that are very surprising, like things that would be that you would have thought a priori unlikely, that once you are convinced of it, you find that to be very important and a big update, right? So you could say that one motivation I might have is less motivated to be sort of comfortably accepted into some particular intellectual community and more willing to just go for these more fundamental long shots that should be very important if you could find them.
Which would, if you could find them, would get you appreciated,
respect
across a larger number of people across the longer time span of history.
Right.
So like maybe the small local community will say you suck,
right.
You must conform, but the larger community will see the brilliance of you breaking out of the cage of the small conformity into a larger cage. There's always a bigger cage, and then you will be remembered by more. Yeah. Also, that explains your choice of color for shirt. It's gray and a black background, so you definitely stand out.
Right. Now, of course, you could say, well, if you could get all this attention by making false claims of dramatic improvement, and then wouldn't that be much easier than actually working through all the details?
Why not?
To make improvements.
Let me ask you, the press secretary, why not? Why? So, of course, you spoke several times about how much you value truth and the pursuit of truth. That's a very nice narrative, right? Hitler and Stalin also talked about the value of truth. Do you worry in retrospect, as broadly as all humans might, that it becomes a drug? This being a martyr, being the person who points out the emperor wears no clothes, even when the emperor is obviously dressed, just to be the person who points out that the emperor is wearing no clothes. Do you think about that?
So, I think the standards you hold yourself to are dependent on the audience you have in mind. So, if you think of your audience as relatively easily fooled or relatively gullible, then you won't bother to generate more complicated, deep, arguments and structures and evidence to persuade somebody who has higher standards, because why bother? You can get away with something much easier. And of course, if you are, say, a salesperson, you make money on sales, then you don't need to convince the top few percent of the most sharp customers. You can just go for the bottom 60% of the most gullible customers and make plenty of sales, right? So I think intellectuals have to vary. One of the main ways intellectuals vary is in who is their audience in their mind. Who are they trying to impress? Is it the people down the hall? Is it the people who are reading their Twitter feed? Is it their parents? Is it their high school teacher? Right? Or is it Einstein and Freud and Socrates, right? So I think those of us who are especially arrogant, especially think that we're really big shot or have a chance of being really big shot, we will naturally going to pick this big shot audience that we can. We're going to be trying to impress Socrates and Einstein.
Is that why you hang out with Tyler Cohen a lot?
Sure. I mean,
try to convince them
right.
Stuff.
And you might think, from the point of view of just making money or having sex or other sorts of things, this is misdirected energy, right? Trying to impress the very most
convincing, impressing, Tyler Cohen is not gonna help you get laid. Trust me, I tried. All right. What are some notable sort of effects of
Look at
the
this move.
elephant in the brain in everyday life? So you mentioned when we try to apply that to economics, to public policy, so when we think about medicine, education, all those type of things.
So
what are some things that
the
we
key
see?
thing is medicine is
What's
much less
this
useful
athleticism,
health-wise
too?
than you think. So, if you were focused on your health, you would care a lot less about it. And if you were focused on other people's health, you would also care a lot less about it. But if medicine is, as we suggest, more about showing that you care and letting other people
Is that
show
my
that
boy?
they care about you, then
Fuck yeah, dude.
a lot of that area
Gangster.
of medicine makes sense. So that was our very earliest discussion, the podcast.
Come on, you
talking
little
about
bitch.
should you give people a lot of medicine when it's not very effective? And then the answer then is, well, if that's the way that you show that you care about them and you really want them to know you care, then maybe that's what you need to do. If you can't find a cheaper, more effective substitute.
So if we actually just pause on that for a little bit,
Stupid
how
slut.
do we start
Come on, you
from
fucking
January
cunt.
this whole set of
Where were you?
self-perception happening in the space of medicine?
So we have a method that we use in our book that is what I
There's
recommend
like a
for
thing?
people to use in all these sorts of topics. The straightforward method is first, don't look at yourself. Look at other people. Look at broad patterns of behavior in other people. And then ask, what are the various theories we could have
Damn,
to
that thing
explain
is a thing.
these patterns of behavior? And then just
Rudy
use them to
Huxtable is a
imagine
thing.
which
Well,
theory
she'd grow
better
up to be a
matches
thing. She
the
wasn't a thing
behavior
then.
they have.
She'd be a thing.
And the last step is to assume that's
But
true of you too.
here is for the boys.
Don't assume you're an exception. If you happen to be an exception, that won't go so well, but nevertheless, on average, you aren't very well positioned to just you're an exception. So look at what other people do, explain what other people do, and assume that's you too.
But also, in the
Look
case
at
of
this.
medicine, there's
Look
several
at this athleticism, though.
parties
For
to
real,
this. So
Zeeks.
there's
Look at
the
this
person
move.
who wants to see
I've never
medicine,
seen anything
there's the doctor who
so
prescribes the medicine,
so athletic.
there is
So
drug companies that
unprecedented
sell drugs,
athleticism.
there are governments that have regulations, there are lobbyists. So you can build up a network of categories of human beings, and they each play their role. How do you introspect the sort of analyze the system at a system scale versus at the individual scale?
So it turns out that in general, it's usually much easier to explain producer behavior than consumer behavior. That is, the drug companies or the doctors have relatively clear incentives to give the customers whatever they want. And similarly, say governments in democratic countries have incentive to give the voters what they want. So that focuses your attention on the patient and the voter in this equation and saying, what do they want? They would be driving the rest of the system. Whatever they want, the other parties are willing to give them in order to get paid. So now we're looking for pulses in patient and voter behavior. What are they choosing, and why do they choose that?
And how much exactly? Then we can explain that potentially again in terms of the producer.
This bitch's eyebrows bother me. Her hair is
decision-making process
so badly done.
Well, now, in almost every industry,
This bitch has a
producers
skunk
in
line.
general have to lie and exaggerate in order to get more customers. Okay, this is true of auto repair as much as human body repair and medicine. So the differences between these industries can't be explained by the willingness of the producers to give customers what they want or to do various things that we have to, again, go to the customers. Why are customers treating body repair different than auto repair?
Yeah, and that potentially requires a lot of thinking, a lot of data collection, and potentially looking at historical data too, because things don't just happen overnight. They're over time. There's
In principle, it does, but actually, it's a lot easier than we might think. I think the biggest limitation is just the willingness to consider alternative hypotheses. So many of the patterns that you need to rely on are actually pretty obvious, simple patterns. You just have to notice them and ask yourself, how can I explain them? Often you don't need to look at the most subtle, most difficult statistical evidence that might be out there. The simplest patterns are often the ones.
All right, so there's a fundamental statement about self-perception in the book. There's the application of that, which you did in medicine. Can you steel man the argument that many of the foundational ideas in the book are wrong? Meaning, simple model of all very difficult to introspect. And the other one is that the human brain isn't not just about self-deception. That there's a lot of motivations at play, and we are able to really introspect our own mind. And like what's on the surface of the conscious is actually quite a good representation of what's going on in the human brain. And you're not deceiving yourself. You are able to actually arrive to deeply think about where your mind stands and what you think about the world. And it's less about impressing people, more about being a free-thinking individual.
So, when a child tries to explain why they don't have their homework assignment, they are sometimes inclined to say, the dog ate my homework. They almost never say, the dragon ate my homework. The reason is, the dragon is a completely implausible explanation. Almost always when we make excuses for things, we choose things that are, at least in some degree, plausible. It could perhaps have happened. That's an obstacle for any explanation of a hidden motive or a hidden feature of human behavior. If people are pretending one thing while really doing another, they're usually going to pick as a pretense something that's somewhat plausible. That's going to be an obstacle to proving that hypothesis if you are focused on sort of the local data that a person would typically have if they were challenged. So if you're just looking at one kid in his lack of homework, maybe you can't tell whether his dog ate his homework or not. If you happen to know he doesn't have a dog, you might have more confidence, right? You will need to have a wider range of evidence than a typical person would when they're encountering that actual excuse in order to see past the excuse. That will just be a general feature of it. So, in order people might say, there's this usual story about where we go to the doctor, and then there's this other explanation. It'll be true that you'll have to look at wider data in order to see that, because people don't usually offer excuses unless, in the local context of their excuse, they can get away with it. That is, it's hard to tell, right? So, in the case of medicine, I have to point you to sort of larger sets of data. But in many areas of academia, including health economics, the researchers there also want to support the usual points of view. And so they will have selection effects in their publications and their analysis whereby if they're getting a result too much contrary to the usual point of view everybody wants to have, they will file for that paper or redo the analysis until they get an answer that's more to people's liking. So that means in the health economic literature, there are plenty of people who will claim that, in fact, we have evidence that medicine is effective. And when I respond, I will have to point you to our most reliable evidence and ask you to consider the possibility that the literature is biased, and that when the evidence isn't as reliable, when they have more degrees of freedom in order to get the answer they want, they do tend to get the answer they want. But when we get to the kind of evidence that's much harder to mess with, that's where we will see the truth be more revealed. So with respect to medicine, we have millions of papers published in medicine over the years, most of which give the impression that medicine is useful. There's a small literature on randomized experiments of the aggregate effects of medicine, where there's maybe a few half dozen or so papers, where it would be the hardest to hide it because it's such a straightforward experiment done in a straightforward way that it's hard to manipulate. And that's where I will point you to show you that there's relatively little correlation between health and medicine. But even then, people could try to save the phenomenon and say, well, it's not hidden motive, it's just ignorance. They could say, for example, medicine's complicated, most people don't know the literature, therefore they can be excused for ignorance. They are just ignorantly assuming that medicine is effective, not that they have some other motive that they're trying to achieve. And then I will have to do, as with a conspiracy theory analysis, saying, well, how long has this misperception been going on? How consistently has it happened around the world and across time? And I would have to say, look, if we're talking about, say, a recent new product like Segway scooters or something, I could say not so many people have seen them or used them. Maybe they could be confused about their value. If we're talking about a product that's been around for thousands of years, used roughly the same way all across the world, and we see the same pattern over and over again, this sort of ignorance mistake just doesn't work so well.
it also is a question of how much of the self-deception is prevalent versus foundational. Because there's a kind of implied thing where it's foundational to human nature versus just a common pitfall. This is a question I have. So like maybe human progress is made by people who don't fall into the self-deception. It's like it's a baser aspect of human nature, but then you escape it easily if you're motivated.
The motivational hypotheses about these self-deceptions are in terms of how it makes you look to the people around you. Again, the press secretary. So the story would be, most people want to look good to the people around them. Therefore, most people present themselves in ways that help them look good to the people around them. That's sufficient to say there would be a lot of it, but it doesn't need to be 100%. Right? There's enough variety in people and in circumstances that sometimes taking a contrarian strategy can be in the interest of some minority of the people. So I might, for example, say that that's the strategy I've taken. I've decided that being contrarian on these things could be winning for me, and that there's a room for a small number of people like me who have these sort of messages, who can then get more attention, even if there's not room for most people to do that. And that can be explaining sort of the variety, right? So similarly, you might say, look, just look at most obvious things. Most people would like to look good, right? In the sense of physically, just you look good right now. You're wearing a nice suit, you have a haircut, you shave, right? So, and we've
got my own haircut.
Okay, well, that's all the more impressive.
That's the counter. That's the counter argument for your claim.
Right. Now, clearly, so clearly, if we look at most people in their physical appearance, clearly most people are trying to look somewhat nice, right? They shower, they shave, they comb their hair, but we certainly see some people around who are not trying to look so nice, right? Is that a big challenge, the hypothesis that people want to look nice? Not that much, right? We can see in those particular people's context more particular reasons why they've chosen to be an exception to the more general rule.
So the general rule does reveal something foundational, generally.
Right.
That's the way things work. Let me ask you. You wrote a blog post about the accuracy of authorities. It's a way of talking about this, especially in medicine. Just looking around us, especially during this time of the pandemic, there's been a growing distrust of authorities and institutions, even the institution of science itself. What are the pros and cons of authority, would you say? So, what's nice about authorities? What's nice about institutions? And what are their pitfalls?
One standard function of authority is that it's something you can defer to respectively without needing to seem too submissive or ignorant or gullible. That is, when you're asking what should I act on, or what belief should I act on, you might be worried if I chose something too contrarian, too weird, too speculative, that would make me look bad, so I would just choose something very conservative. So maybe an authority lets you choose something a little less conservative because the authority is your authorization. The authority will let you do it, and you can say, and somebody says, why did you do that thing? And you say, the authority authorized. The authority tells me I should do this. Why aren't you doing it, right?
So the authority is often pushing for the conservative.
Well, no, the authority can do more than, so for example, we just think about, I don't know, in a pandemic even, right? You could just think, I'll just stay home and close all the doors, or I'll just ignore it, right? You could just think of just some very simple strategy that might be defensible if there were no authorities, right? But authorities might be able to know more than that. They might be able to look at some evidence, draw a more context-dependent conclusion, declare it as the authority's opinion, and then other people might follow that. That could be better than doing nothing.
So what you mentioned, WHO, the world's most beloved organization. So, this is me speaking in general. WHO and CDC have been, I don't know, depending on degree,
right.
Details, just not behaving as I would have imagined in the best possible evolution of human civilization authorities should act. They seem to have failed in some fundamental way in terms of leadership in a difficult time for our society. Do you
might think the ideal authority would not just tell you more than ignorance, it would tell you as much as possible. Okay, it would give you as much detail as you could possibly listen to and manage to assimilate, and it would update that as frequently as possible, or as frequently as you were able to listen and assimilate, and that would be the maximally informative authority. The problem is there's a conflict between being an authority, or being seen as an authority, and being maximally informative. That was the point of my blog post that you're pointing out to here. That is, if you look at it from their point of view, they won't long remain the perceived authority if they are too incautious about how they use that authority. And one of the ways of being cautious would be to be too informative.
Okay, it's still in the profile to me, because you're talking about the tensions that are very data-driven and very honest, and I would hope that authorities struggle with that, how much information to provide to people to maximize outcomes. Now, I'm generally somebody that believes more information is better because I trust in intelligence of people, but I'd like to mention a bigger con on authorities, which is the human question. This comes back to global government and so on, is that, there's humans that sit in chairs during meetings, and those authorities, they have different titles. Humans form hierarchies, and sometimes those titles get to your head a little bit, and you start to want to think, how do I preserve my control over this authority, as opposed to thinking through, like, what is the mission of the authority, what is the mission of WHO and these other such organizations, and how do I maximize the implementation of that mission? You start to think, well, I kind of like sitting in this big chair at the head of the table. I'd like to sit there for another few years, or better yet, I want to be remembered as the person who, in a time of crisis, was at the head of this authority and did a lot of good things. So you stop trying to do good under what good means, given the mission of the authority, and you start to try to carve a narrative, to manipulate the narrative. First, in the meeting room, everybody around you, small little story you tell yourself, and then in turns, the managers, throughout the whole hierarchy of the company. Okay, once everybody in the company or in the organization believes this narrative, now you start to control the release of information, not because you're trying to maximize outcomes, but because you're trying to maximize the effectiveness of the narrative that you are truly a great representative of this authority in human history. And I just feel like those human forces, whenever you have an authority, starts getting to people's heads. One of the most, to me as a scientist, one of the most disappointing things to see during the pandemic is the use of authority from colleagues of mine to roll their eyes, to dismiss other human beings just because they got a PhD, just because they're an assistant associate full faculty, just because they are deputy head of X organization, NIH, whatever the heck the organization is, just because they got an award of some kind. At a conference, they won a Best Paper Award 7 years ago, and then somebody shook their hand and gave them a medal, maybe it was a president, and it's been 20, 30 years that people have been patting them on the back saying how special they are, especially when they're controlling money and getting sucked up from other scientists who really want the money in a self-deception kind of way. They don't actually really care about his opponent. And all of that gets to your head, and no longer are you the authority that's trying to do good and lessen the suffering in the world. You become an authority that just wants to maximize, self-preserve yourself in a sitting in a throne of power.
So this is core to sort of what it is to be an economist. I'm a professor of economics.
There you go, with the authority again.
No, so it's about saying we often have a situation where we see a world of behavior, and then we see ways in which particular behaviors are not sort of maximally socially useful. And we have a variety of reactions to that. So one kind of reaction is to sort of morally blame each individual for not doing the maximally socially useful thing.
if I may, I'd like to, given that beautiful picture of incentives and individuals that you just painted, let me just apologize for a couple of things. One, I often put too much blame on leaders of institutions versus the incentives that govern those institutions. And as a result of that, I believe, too critical of Anthony Fauci, too emotional about my criticism of Anthony Fauci. I'd like to apologize for that because I think there's deeper truths to think about. There's deeper incentives to think about. That said, I'm a romantic creature by nature. I romanticize Winston Churchill. When I think about Nazi Germany, I think about Hitler more than I do about the individual people of Nazi Germany. You think about leaders, you think about individuals, not necessarily the parameters and incentives that govern the system. Because it's harder. It's harder to think so deeply about the models from which those individuals arise. But that's the right thing to do. So, but also, I don't apologize for being emotional sometimes and being.
I'm happy to blame the individual leaders in the sense that, I might say, well, you should be trying to reform these institutions. If you're just there to get promoted and look good at being at the top, then maybe I can blame you for your motives and your priorities in there. But I can understand why the people at the top would be the people who are selected for having the priority of primarily trying to get to the top. I get that.
Can I maybe ask you about particular universities? They've received, like science has received an increase in distrust overall as an institution, which breaks my heart because I think science is beautiful not as an institution, but as one of the things, one of the journeys that humans have taken on. The other one is university. I think the university is actually a place, for me at least, the way I see it, is a place of freedom of exploring ideas, scientific ideas, engineering ideas, um, more than corporate, more than a company, more than a lot of domains in life. There, it's not just in its idea, but it's in its implementation, a place where you can be a kid for your whole life and play with ideas. And I think with all the criticism that universities still not currently receive, I don't think that criticism.
Shout out to the biggest loser on the internet.
They focus on
I love that guy.
anecdotal evidence.
He's amazing and he's really nice.
People, I still feel like there's a lot of place for freedom of thought. At least at MIT, at least in the fields I care about, in particular kind of science, particular kind of technical fields, mathematics, computer science, physics, engineering, so robotics, artificial intelligence. This is a place where you get to be a kid. Yet there is bureaucracy that's rising up. There's more rules, there's more meetings, and there's more administration. Having PowerPoint presentations, which to me you should be more of a renegade explorer of ideas, and meetings destroy, they suffocate that radical thought that happens when you're an undergraduate student. You do all kinds of wild things when you're a graduate student. Anyway, all that to say, you've thought about this aspect too. Is there something positive, insightful you could say about how we can make for better universities in the decades to come? This particular institution, how can we improve them?
I hear that centuries ago, many scientists and intellectuals were aristocrats. They had time and could, if they chose, choose to be intellectuals. That's a feature of the combination that they had some source of resources that allowed them leisure, and that the kind of competition they were faced in among aristocrats allowed that sort of a self-indulgence or self-pursuit, at least at some point in their lives. So the analogous observation is that university professors often have sort of freedom and space to do a wide range of things, and I am certainly enjoying that as a tenured professor.
You're a really, sorry to interrupt, a really good representative of that.
once you become tenured, we give you the freedom to do what you like. And that's a happenstance. It didn't have to be that way. And in many other walks of life, even though people have a lot of, resources, et cetera, they don't have that kind of freedom for them. So I think I'm kind of lucky that tenure exists and that I'm enjoying it. But I can't be too enthusiastic about this unless I can approve of sort of the source of the resources that's paying for all this, right? So for the aristocrat, if you thought they stole it in war or something, you wouldn't be so pleased. Whereas if you thought they had earned it or their ancestors had earned the money that they were spending as an aristocrat, then you could be more okay with that, right? So for universities, I have to ask, where are the main sources of resources that are going to the universities, and are they getting their money's worth? Are they getting a good value for that payment, right? So first of all, there's students, and the question is, are students getting good value for their education? And on each person is getting value in the sense that they are
you a fan of Biggest
identified
Loser
and
on the
shown
internet?
to be a more capable
This
person,
G.
then worth more salary as an employee later. But there is a case for saying there's a big waste to the system because we aren't actually changing the students or educating them. We're more sorting them or labeling them. And that's a very expensive process to produce that outcome. And part of the expense is the freedom from tenure I get. So I feel like I can't be too proud of that because it's basically a tax of all these young students to pay this enormous amount of money in order to be labeled as better, whereas I feel like we should be able to find cheaper ways of doing it. The other main customer is researcher patrons, like the government or other foundations. And then the question is, are they getting their money worth out of the money they're paying for research to happen? And my analysis is they don't actually care about the research progress. They are mainly buying an affiliation with credentialed impressiveness on the part of the researchers. They mainly pay money to researchers who are impressive and have impressive affiliations. They don't really much care what research projects happen as a result.
Why did they call him Bob?
Is that a cynical? So that there's a deep truth to that cynical perspective. Is there a less cynical perspective that they do care about the long-term investment into the progress of science and humanity?
Well, they might personally care, but they're stuck in an equilibrium.
Sure.
Wherein basically most foundations, like governments or research, or like the Ford Foundation, the individuals there are rated based on the prestige they bring to that organization.
Give it to me.
Yeah.
And even if they might personally want to produce more intellectual progress, they are in a competitive game, or they don't have tenure, and they need to produce this prestige. And so once they give grant money to prestigious people, that is the thing that shows that they have achieved prestige for the organization, and that's what they need to do in order to retain.
Man, it's hot all the time, bitches.
And you
I had to
hope
scratch
that
my
there's a
back
correlation between prestige
like a bear.
and actual competence.
Of course there is a correlation. The question is just, could we do this better some other way?
Yes.
I think it's pretty clear we could. What's harder to do is move the world into a new equilibrium where we do that instead.
What are components of the better ways to do it? Is it money? So how the sources of money and how the money is allocated to give the individual researchers freedom.
Alright, what's the
Years
move?
ago, I started
Look
studying
at
the
this.
topic exactly.
Athleticism at its
This was
finest,
years ago.
motherfuckers.
This was many decades ago now. I spent a long time, and my best guess still is prediction markets, betting markets. So if you as a research patron want to know the answer to a particular question, like what's the mass of the electron neutrino, then what you can do is just subsidize a betting market in that question, and that will induce more research into answering that question, because the people who then answer that question can then make money in that betting market with the new information they gain. So that's a robust way to induce more information on the topic. If you want to induce an accomplishment, you can create prizes, and there's of course a long history of prizes to induce accomplishment. And we've moved away from prizes, and even though we once used them far more often than we did today, and there's a history to that. And for the customers who want to be affiliated with impressive academics, which is what most of the customers want, students, journalists, and patrons, I think there's a better way of doing it. I just wrote about it in my second most recent blog post.
Can you explain?
Sure. What we do today is we take sort of acceptance by other academics recently as our best indication of their deserved prestige. research and which path it was on, we could much more accurately judge their actual deserved prestige. That is, who was actually on the right track, who actually helped them, which will be different than what people at the time judged using the immediate indications of the time, or which position they had, or which publications they had, or things like that.
So in this way, if you think from the perspective of multiple centuries, you would higher prioritize true knowledge, and you would disregard the temporal proximity of how recent the thing
Right.
is. And you would think, like, what is the brave, the bold, the big, novel idea that
This
this
fucking rabbi says Havdalah like a
Be able to
motherfucker.
rate that, because you can see the path, which ideas
That is
took, which
dumb.
had dead ends, which led to what other. You could,
Rich could go into the World Series with such a
have a
playboy.
much better estimate of who actually had
Oh,
what
man.
long-term effects on intellectual property. So my proposal is we actually pay people of several centuries to do this historical analysis, and we have betting markets, we have prediction markets today, where we buy and sell assets, which will later on pay off in terms of the final evaluation. So now we'll be inducing people today to make their best estimate of those things by actually, looking at the details of people and setting the prices accordingly. So my proposal would be we rate people today on those prices today. So instead of looking at the list of publications or affiliations, you look at the actual price of assets that represent people's best guess of what the future will say about it.
That's brilliant. So this concept of idea futures, can you elaborate what this will entail?
I've been elaborating two versions of it here. So one is, if there's a particular question, say the math is electron neutrino, and what you as a patron want to do is get an answer to that question, then what you do is subsidize the betting market in that question under the assumption that eventually we'll just know the answer and we can pay off the bets that way. Right? And that is a plausible assumption for many kinds of concrete intellectual questions, like what's the mass of the electron neutrino.
In this hypothetical world that we've been constructing, that may be a real world, do you mean literally financial?
Yes, literally, very literal, very cash, very direct and literal. Yes. So, crypto. Crypto is
whatever.
Yeah, sure. So the idea would be research labs for profit. They would have at their expense paying researchers to study things, and then their profit would come from using the insights the researchers gains to trade in these financial markets. Just like hedge funds today make money by paying researchers to study firms and then making their profits by trading on that insight in the ordinary financial market.
And the market would, if it's efficient, would be able to become better and better at predicting the powerful ideas that an individual is able to generate.
The variance around the mass of the electron neutrino would decrease with time as we learn that value of that parameter better, and any other parameters that we wanted to estimate.
You don't think those markets would also respond to recency of prestige and all those kind of things?
Look, they would respond, but the question is, if they might respond incorrectly, but if you think they're doing it incorrectly, you have a profit opportunity where you can go fix it. So we'd be inviting everybody to ask whether they can find any biases or errors in the current ways in which people are estimating these things from whatever clues they have.
Right, there's a big incentive for the correction mechanism. In academia currently, there's not the safe choice to go with prestige.
Exactly.
And there's no.
You privately think that prestige is overrated.
Even it's strongly overrated.
You don't have an incentive to buy that publicly.
You're going to lose a lot unless you're contrarian and really blogs, and you could talk about it on a podcast.
Right. I mean, initially this was my initial concept of having these betting markets on these key parameters. What I then realized over time was that that's more what people tend to care about. What they really mostly care about is just who's how good. And that's what most of the system is built on, is trying to rate people and rank them. And so I designed this other alternative based on historical evaluation centuries later, just about who's how good, because that's what I think most of the customers really care about.
Customers, I like the word customers here. Humans.
Right. Well, every major area of life, which has specialists who get paid to do that thing, must have some customers from elsewhere who are paying for it.
Well, who are the customers for the mass of the neutrino? Yes, I understand. So it's people who are willing to pay.
Right.
For the thing.
That's an important thing to understand about anything. Who are the customers? So I think, and what's the product? Like medicine, education, academia, military, etc. That's part of the hidden motive analysis. Often the thing they
So, let me ask, what are some viewquakes? Well, a beautiful, surprising idea to you in each of those fields: physics, AI, economics, political science. I know it's a tough question. Something that springs to mind about physics, for example, that just is beautiful.
I mean, right from the beginning, say, special relativity was a big surprise. Most of us have a simple concept of time, and it seems perfectly adequate for everything we've ever seen. And to have it explained to you that you need to sort of have a mixture concept of time and space, where you put it into this space-time construct, how it looks different from different perspectives, that was quite a shock. And that was, such a shock that it makes you think, gee, what else do I know that, isn't the way it seems? Certainly, quantum mechanics is certainly another enormous shock in terms of, from your point of view, you have this idea that there's a space and there's, particles at points and there's a field in between, and quantum mechanics is just a whole different representation. It looks nothing like what you would have thought as sort of a basic representation of the physical world, and that was quite a surprise.
What would you say is the catalyst for the viewquake in theoretical physics in the 20th century? Where does that come from? So the interesting thing about Einstein, it seems like a lot of that came from like almost thought experiments. It wasn't almost experimentally driven. And with actually, I don't know the full story of quantum mechanics, how much of it is experiment, like where if you look at the full trace of idea generation there, of all the weird stuff that falls out of quantum mechanics, how much of that was the experimentalists, how much was it the theoreticians? But usually, the theoretical physics, the theories lead the way. So maybe can you elucidate like what is the catalyst for these?
The remarkable thing about
Look
physics
at this
and
athleticism.
about
Look at
many
this.
other
This
areas
is like
of intellectual life
a very
is that
agile
it just
gazelle
seems way
on
overdetermined.
the
That
sad
is,
Eddie.
if it hadn't been for Einstein and
Look
if
at
it
this
hadn't
move.
been for Heisenberg, certainly within a half a century, somebody else would have come up with essentially the same thing.
Is that something you believe?
Yeah.
Is that something?
Yeah. So I think when you look at sort of just the history of physics and the history of other areas, some areas like that, there's just this enormous convergence. That the different kind of evidence that was being collected was so redundant in the sense that so many different things revealed the same thing that eventually you just kind of have to accept it because it just gets obvious. So if you look at the details, of course, Einstein did it from somebody else, and it's well worth celebrating Einstein for that. And we, by celebrating the particular people who did something first or came across something first, we are encouraging all the rest to move a little faster, to try to push us all a little faster, which is great. But I still think we would have gotten roughly to the same place within a half century. So sometimes people are special because how much longer it would have taken. Some people say general relativity would have taken longer without Einstein than other things. I mean, Heisenberg quantum mechanics, there were several different formulations of quantum mechanics all around the same few years. Not one of them made that much of a difference. We would have had pretty much the same thing regardless of which of them did it exactly when. Nevertheless, I'm happy to celebrate them all. But this is a choice I make in my research. That is, when there's an area where there's lots of people working together, who are sort of spooking each other and getting a result just before somebody else does, you ask, well, how much of a difference would I make there? At most, I could make something happen a few months before somebody else, and so I'm less worried about them missing things. So when I'm trying to help the world by doing research, I'm looking for neglected things. I'm looking for things that nobody's doing. If I didn't do it, nobody would do it.
Nobody would do it.
Nobody for a long time. Right, exactly.
Same with general relativity. Who will do it? That doesn't make sense 20, 30, 50 years.
So that's the place where you can have the biggest impact, is finding the things that nobody would do unless you did them.
And then that's when you get the big viewquake, the insight. So what about artificial intelligence? Would it be the EM
how big the problem is, how long it is, and just how much is involved. Because that's actually hard to appreciate. When we just think, it seems really simple. And studying artificial intelligence, going through many particular problems, looking at each problem, all the different things you need to be able to do to solve a problem like that, makes you realize all the things your minds are doing that you are not aware of. That vast subconscious that you're not aware of. That's the biggest use case of artificial intelligence by far for most people who study artificial intelligence, to see just how hard it is.
I think that's a good point. But I think it's a very early use case. It's when the organic Uber crashes hard. It's the first realization that humans are actually intelligent, right? The human mind is vast.
Put that in the chat, dude.
But then, it's already been so long for me that I've experienced that view break that for me, I now experience the view breaks of, holy shit, this little thing is actually quite powerful. Like neural networks. I'm amazed. Because you've become almost cynical after that first view break of like, this is so hard. Like evolution takes almost forever work to create a human mind. But then you realize, just like as you talked about a bunch of simple models, that simple things can actually be extremely powerful. That maybe emulating the human mind is extremely difficult. You can go a long way with a large neural network. You can go a long way with advanced solutions. It's that peer recognition, reinforcement learning. Like, holy crap, you can go quite a long way with that.
But we still have a very long way to go. There's a lot of lessons.
I refuse to say no. The road is so long. The next, like you said, it was a 6-part step that humans had to take to arrive at where we are for the origin of life on Earth. So it's long, maybe in the statistical improbability of the steps that have to be taken. But in terms of how quickly those steps could be, I don't know if my intuition says if it's 100 years away or if it's a couple of years away. I prefer to measure.
Pretty confident, at least in decades. And mildly confident, at least 3 decades.
I can steer me in either direction. I prefer to measure that journey with Elon Musk's. Like when you.
Well, we don't get Elon Musk very often, so that's a long time scale.
But for now, I don't know. Maybe you can clone, or maybe multiply, or I even know what Elon Musk, what that is. What is that? What is?
That's a good question. Exactly. Good. And that's an excellent question.
How does that fit into the model, the 3 parameters that are required for becoming a grabby alien civilization?
So that's the question of how much any individual makes in the long path of civilization over time.
Yes.
And it's a favorite topic of historians and people to try to focus on individuals and how much of a difference they make. And certainly some individuals make a substantial difference in the modest term, right? Certainly without Hitler being Hitler in the role he took, European history would have taken a different path for a while there. But if we're looking over many centuries, longer term things, most individuals do fade in their individual influence.
So, maybe
even Einstein.
No matter how sexy your hair is, you also need to die for a small arc of history. So you said at least 10 years. So let's talk a little bit about this AI point. How hard is the problem of solving intelligence by engineering artificial intelligence that achieves human-like qualities that we associate with intelligence? How hard is this? What is the trajectory that take us there?
One way to think about it is in terms of the scope of the technology space you're talking about. So let's take the biggest possible scope, all of human technology, right? The entire human economy. So the entire economy is composed of many industries, each of which have many products with many different technologies supporting each one. At that scale, I think we can accept that most innovations are a small fraction of the total. That is, usually you have relatively gradual overall progress, and that individual innovations that have a substantial effect of the total are rare, and their total effect is still a small percentage of the total economy, right? There's very few individual innovations that made a substantial difference to
say exactly what shipping containers?
Shipping containers revolutionized shipping. Shipping is very important.
But policing that is shipping containers. So you're saying you wouldn't have some of the magic of the supply chain and all that without shipping containers?
Made a big difference. Absolutely.
That's something to look into. We should take that tangent. I'll look into. But anyway, so there's a few innovations.
Right. So at the scale of the whole economy, right? Now, as you move down to a much smaller scale, you will see individual innovations having a bigger effect, right? So if you look at, I don't know, lawnmowers or something, I don't know what the innovations lawnmower, but there were probably like steps where you just had a new kind of lawnmower, and that made a big difference to mowing lawns because you're focusing on a smaller part of the whole technology stick, right? So, and sometimes like military technology, there's a lot of military technologies, a lot of small ones, but every once in a while, a particular military weapon like makes a big difference. But still, even so, mostly overall, they're making modest differences to something that's increasing relatively slow. Like U.S. military is the strongest in the world consistently for a while. No one weapon in the last 70 years has made a big difference in terms of the overall prominence of the U.S. military. Right? So that's just even though every once in a while, even the recent Soviet hyper missiles or whatever they aren't changing the overall balance dramatically, right? So when we get to AI, now I can frame the question: how big is AI? Basically, so one way of thinking about AI is it's just all mental tasks. And then you ask, what fraction of tasks are mental tasks? And I go, a lot. And then if I think of AI as like half of everything, then I think, well, it's got to be composed of lots of parts where any one innovation is only a small impact, right? Now, if you think, no, AI is like AGI, right? And then you think, AGI is a small thing. Like there's only a small number of key innovations that will enable it. Now you're thinking there could be a bigger chunk that you might find that would have a bigger impact. So the way I would ask you to frame these things in terms of the chunkiness of different areas of technology, in part in terms of how big they are. But if you take 10 chunky areas and you add them together, the total is less chunky.
Yeah. But are you able, until you solve the fundamental core parts of the problem, to estimate the chunkiness of that problem?
Well, if you have a history of prior chunkiness, that could be your best estimate for future chunkiness. So, for example, even at the level of the world economy, right? We've had this, 10,000 years of civilization in only a short time. You might say, oh, that doesn't predict future chunkiness, but, it looks relatively steady and consistent. We could say, even in computer science, we've had 70 years of computer science. We have enough data to look at chunkiness in computer science. Like, when were there algorithms or approaches that made a big chunky difference? And how large a fraction of that was that? And I'd say, mostly in computer science, most innovation has been relatively small chunks. Bigger chunks have been rare.
Well, this is the interesting thing. This is about AI and just algorithms in general. Is PageRank. So Google's right. So sometimes it's a simple algorithm that by itself is not that useful if the scale in the context that's scalable, but depending on the context, it all of a sudden the power is revealed. And there's something, I guess that's the nature of chunkiness, is that things that can reach a lot of people simply can be quite chunky.
So one standard story about algorithms is to say algorithms have a fixed cost plus a marginal cost. And so in history, when you had computers that were very small, you tried all the algorithms that had low fixed costs, and you looked for the best of those. But over time, as computers got bigger, you could afford to do larger fixed costs and try those. And some of those have more effective algorithms in terms of their marginal cost. And that, in fact, that roughly explains the long-term history where, in fact, the rate of algorithmic improvement was about the same as the rate of hardware improvement, which is a remarkable coincidence. But it would be explained by saying, well, there's all these better algorithms you can't try until you have a big enough computer to pay the fixed cost of doing some trials to find out if that algorithm actually saves you on the marginal cost. And so that's an explanation for this relatively continuous history. So we have a good story about why hardware is so continuous right? And you might think, why would software be so continuous with the hardware? But if there's a distribution of algorithms in terms of their fixed costs, and if they spread out over a wide logarithmical distribution, then we could be sort of marching through that logarithmical distribution, trying out algorithms with larger fixed costs, finding the ones that have lower margin.
So, would you say AGI, human level, AI, even emulated minds, is chunky? Like a few breakthroughs can take
So an M is by its nature chunky in the sense that if you have an emulated brain and you're 25% effective at emulating it, that's crap. That's nothing. Okay? You pretty much need to emulate a full human brain.
Is that obvious?
It's pretty obvious. I'm talking about so the key thing is you're emulating various brain cells, and so you have to emulate the input-output pattern in those cells. So if you get that pattern somewhat close, but not close enough, then the whole system just doesn't have the overall behavior you're looking for, right?
But you could have functionally some of the power of the overall system.
So there'll be some threshold. The point is, when you get close enough, then it goes over the threshold. It's like taking a computer chip and deleting every 1% of the gates, right?
No, that's very chunky. But the whole bit with the emulated human brain, the human brain itself is not very
right. So it has a certain level of redundancy and a certain level of robustness. And so there's some threshold when you get close to that level of redundancy and robustness, then it starts to work. But until you get to that level, it's just going to be crap, right? Yeah. It's going to be just a big thing that isn't working well. So we can be pretty sure that emulation is a big chunk in an economic sense, right? At some point, you'll be able to make one that's actually effective in being able to substitute for humans, and then that will be this huge economic product that people will try to buy like crazy. Now,
you bring a lot of algorithms less, they'll be willing to pay
right.
for it.
Well, but it could be that the first emulation costs $1 billion each, right? And then we have them, but we can't really use them; they're too expensive. And then the cost slowly comes down, and now we have less of a chunky adoption, right? That as the cost comes down, then we use more and more of them in more and more contexts, and that's a more continuous curve. So it's only if the first emulations are relatively cheap that you get a more sudden disruption to society. And that could happen if sort of the algorithm is the last thing to figure out how to do or something.
What about a robot that captures some magic in terms of social connection? So robots, if we have a robot dog on the cover right there, robots that are able to capture some magic of human connection as they interact with humans, but are not emulating the brain. What about those? How far away?
So we're thinking about chunkiness or distance now. So if you ask how chunky is the task of making a emulatable robot or something, or
the chunkiness and time are correlated.
Right. So it's about how far away it is or how suddenly it would happen. Chunkiness is how suddenly, and difficulty is just how far away it is. But it could be a continuous difficulty. It would just be far away, but we'll slowly, steadily get there. Or there could be these thresholds where we reach a threshold and suddenly we can do a lot better.
Yeah, that's a good. I mean, question for both. I tend to believe that all of it, not just the M, but AGI too is chunky, and human level intelligence
My best guess
embodied in robot is on
the history of computer science chunkiness so far seems to be my rough best guess for the chunkiness of AGI.
Yeah,
that is,
it is chunky.
It's modestly chunky. Not that chunky. Right? Our
like
ability to
chunky
use
peanut
computers
butter.
to do many things in the economy has been moving relatively steadily. Overall, in terms of our use of computers in society, they have been relatively steadily improving for 70 years.
No, but I would say that's part of the outcome. Okay, I would have to really think about that because Neural Network took quite some prize in it.
Sure, but every once in a while we have anything that's surprising. But if you stand back, we see something like that every 10 years or so. Something new innovation that has a big effect.
The moderately chunky. Yeah.
The history of the level of disruption we've seen in the past would be a rough estimate of the level of disruption in the future. Unless the future's we're going to hit a chunky territory, much chunkier than we've seen in the past.
Well, I do think there's it's like Machinean, like revolution type. It seems like the data, especially on AI, is difficult to things that might have looked like revolutions in the 70s and 80s and 90s, they are less like the revolutions that appear to be happening now, or the capacity of revolutions that appear to be there now. First of all, there's a lot of more money to be made. So there's a lot more incentive for markets to do a lot of kind of innovation, it seems like, in the AI space. But then again, there's a history of winters and summers and so on. So maybe we're just like riding a nice wave right now.
One of the biggest issues is the difference between impressive demos and commercial status.
Yes.
So we often through the history of AI, we saw very impressive demos, just never really translated much into commercial value.
Somebody who works on and cares about autonomous and semi-autonomous vehicles tells me about it. And there again, we return to the number of Elon Musks per Earth per year generated. The M, coincidentally, the same initials as the M. Very suspicious. Very suspicious. We're gonna have to look into that. All right, 2 more fields that I would like to force and twist your arm to.
All right.
To look for viewpoints and for beautiful ideas. Economics. What is a beautiful idea to you about economics? You mentioned a lot of them already.
Sure. So, as you said before, there's going to be the first view case most people encounter that makes the biggest difference on average in the world. That the only thing most people ever see is the first one. And so, with AI, the first one is just how big the problem is. But once you get past that, you'll find others. Certainly for economics, the first one is just the power of markets. You might have thought it was just really hard to figure out how to optimize in a big, complicated space, and markets just do a good first pass for an awful lot of stuff. And they're really quite robust and powerful. And that's just quite the view break, where you just say, just let them, if you want to get in the ballpark, just let a market handle it and step back. And that's true for a wide range of things. Not true for everything, but it's a very good first approximation. Most people's intuitions for how they should limit markets are actually messing them up. They're that good in that, right? Most people, when you go, I don't know if I'm really going to trust that, well, you should be trusting that.
What about, what are markets? Just a couple of words.
So the idea is if people want something, then let other companies form to try to supply that thing. Let those people pay for their cost of whatever they're making and try to offer that product to those people. Let many such firms enter that industry and let the customers decide which ones they want. And if the firm goes out of business, let it go bankrupt and let other people invest in whichever ventures they want to try to attract customers to their version of the product. And that just works for a wide range of products and services.
And through all of this, there's a free exchange of information too. There's a hope that there's no manipulation of information and so on. But
even when those things happen, still the simple market solution is usually better than the things you'll try to do to fix it. That's a view break. It's surprising. It's not what you initially thought.
That's one of the great, I guess, inventions of human civilization,
right?
Trust in markets.
Now, another view case that I learned in my research that's not all of economics, but something more specialized, is the rationality of disagreement. That is, basically people who are trying to believe what's true in a complicated situation would not actually disagree. And of course, humans disagree all the time, so it was quite a striking fact for me to learn in grad school that actually rational agents would not knowingly disagree. And so it makes disagreement more puzzling, and it makes you less willing to disagree.
Humans are to some degree rational and are able to.
Their priorities are different than just figuring out the truth. Which might not be the same as being irrational.
That's another tangent that could take an hour. In the space of human affairs, political science, what is a beautiful, foundational, interesting idea to you, a viewpoint in the space of political science?
The main thing that goes wrong in politics is people not agreeing on what the best thing to do is.
That's wrong.
So that's what goes wrong. That is, when you say what's fundamentally behind most political failures, it's that people are ignorant of what the consequences of policy is. And that's surprising because it's actually
to debug the features that there's a inability to arrive at a consensus.
So most political systems, if everybody looked to some authority, say, on a question, and that authority told them the answer, then most political systems are capable of just doing that thing. that is, and so it's the failure to have trustworthy authorities that is sort of the underlying failure behind most political failure. We failed. We have bad. We invade Iraq, say, when we don't have an authority to tell us it's a really stupid thing to do. And it is possible to create more informative, trustworthy authorities. That's a remarkable fact about the world of institutions, that we could do that, but we aren't.
Yeah, that's surprising. We could, and we aren't.
Right. Another big view, Craig, about politics is from the elephant brain, that most people, when they're interacting with politics, they say they want to make the world better, make their city better, their country better, and that's not what's driving them.
What is it?
So they want to show loyalty to their allies. Want to show their tribes are on their side. Yes. Of their various tribes they're in, that's their primary priority, and they do accomplish that.
Yeah, and the tribes are usually color coded, conveniently enough. What would you say? That's the Churchill question. Democracy's the crappiest form of government. This is the best one we got. What's the best form of government for this, our 7 billion human civilization, and maybe as we get farther and farther? You mentioned a lot of stuff that's fascinating about human history as we become more Voyager-like, and looking on beyond. What's the best form of government in the next 50, 100 years as we become a multiplanetary species?
So the key failing is that we have existing political institutions and related institutions like media institutions and other authority institutions, and these institutions fit in a vast space of possible institutions. And the key failing, we're just not exploring that space. So I have made my proposals in that space, and I think I can identify many promising solutions. And many other people have made many other promising proposals in that space. But the key thing is we're just not pursuing those proposals. We're not trying them out on small scales. We're not doing tests. We're not exploring the space of these options. That is the key thing we're failing to do. And if we did that, I am confident we would find much better institutions than what we're using now. But we would have to actually try.
So there, a lot of those topics, I do hope we get a chance to talk again. You're a fascinating human being. So I'm skipping a lot of tangents on purpose that I would love to take. You're such a brilliant person on so many different topics. Let me take a stroll into the deep human psyche of Robin Hanson himself.
Incredible athleticism.
So first,
May not be that deep.
Some people might even consider it impressive.
I might just be all on the surface. What you see is what
Don't
you get. There
suck
might not be
dick.
much hiding behind it.
some of the fun is on the surface, and
I actually think this is true of many of the most successful, most interesting people you see in the world. That is, they put so much effort into the surface that they've constructed.
You're gonna be
And that's where they put all their
popular.
energy. Like, so somebody might be a statesman or an actor or something else, and people want to interview them, and they want to say, like, what do you do behind the scenes? What do you do in your free time?
Look at
Don't
kids.
free time.
If you really want to
have
know
another life,
athleticism and
put all
motion,
their energy into
people used to call me
that surface.
athleticism
One
and
of
motion.
one we're fascinated by, and they kind of have to make
Very
up the stuff
common.
behind the scenes just surprise it.
And they call me athleticism, motion, agility. Some bitches just call me agility.
authenticity, because
Where's the phone?
if you become
Where's the
everything
phone?
you are on the surface, if the depth is real
Feel
on the
it.
surface, then that's where authenticity is. You're not hiding something. You're not
Look at
concealing
this
something.
one.
Goes back to the idea of actors. The actors have often a manufactured surface that they put on, that they try on different masks, and the depths are very different from the surface. And that's actually what makes them very interesting to interview. If you are an actor who actually lives the role you play, so like Clint Eastwood had character who clearly represents the cowboy,
Right.
like rhymes or echoes the person you play.
might take you decades, but decades are enough to make enormous progress on most all interesting things.
And don't worry about the commitment. I mean, that's a lot of what people worry about is, well, there's so many options. If I choose a thing and stick with it, sacrifice all the other aspects of my taking.
But I mean, so I switched my career at the age of 34 to get day 0 or 2 and went back to grad school in social science after being a research software engineer. So it's quite possible to change your mind later in life.
How do you have an agent source?
Less than one.
Oh, you index the system. I got it.
Right? And, like people also ask what's the best agent textbook. And so you read lots of textbooks or maybe review articles in your time. I'm not so sure you should be reading, blog posts and Twitter feeds and even podcasts. I would say at the beginning you should read this is our best summer. Humanity's best summer on how to learn things is crammed into textbooks.
Especially the ones on like introduction to biology.
Everything. Into everything. Just read all
algorithm.
Read as many textbooks as you can stomach, and then maybe if you want to know more about a subject, buy review articles. Right? You don't need to read the latest stuff on most topics.
Yeah. And actually, textbooks often have the biggest pictures.
There you go.
And depending on if it's technical, then doing the homework prompts at the end.
Yeah.
That's extremely, extremely useful. Extremely powerful way to understand something to allow it. I actually think of like high school and college, which you kind of remind me of. People don't often think of it that way, but you will almost not again get an opportunity to spend the time with a fundamental subject, and and everybody forcing you, like everybody wants you to do it, and you'll never get that chance again. So sit there, even though it's outside of your interest, biology, like in high school I took AP biology, AP chemistry, a big enough subject I never again really needed seriously, and it was so nice being forced into anatomy and physiology, to be forced into that world, to stay in it, to look at the big pictures, to submerge and almost actually for a moment enjoy the beauty of these, of like how a cell works and all those kinds of things. Somehow that stays, like the ripples of that fascination, that stays with you even if you never do them, even if you never utilize those learnings in your actual life.
A common problem with many young people I meet is that they're like feeling idealistic and altruistic, but in a rush. So the usual human tradition that goes back, hundreds of thousands of years is that people's productivity rises with time and maybe peaks around the age of 40 or 50. The age of 40, 50 is when you will be having the highest income, you will have the most contacts, you'll sort of be wise about how the world works. Expect to have your biggest impact then. Before then, you can have impact, but you're also mainly building up your resources and abilities. That's the usual human trajectory. Expect that to be true of you too. Don't be in such a rush to accomplish enormous things at the age of 18 or whatever. I mean, you might as well practice trying new things, but that's mostly about learning how to do things by practicing. There's a lot of things you can't do unless you just keep trying.
And when all else fails, try to maximize the number of aspects, however you can.
That's certainly something I've neglected. I would tell my younger version of myself, hey, try to have more disseminated. Yes, absolutely. It matters more than I realize at the time.
Both in terms of making copies of yourself in mutated form and just the joy of raising them.
Sure. I mean, with the meaning, even. So in the literature on the value people get out of life, there's a key distinction between happiness and meaning. So happiness is how do you feel right now about right now. And meaning is how do you feel about your whole life. And many things that produce happiness don't produce meaning as reliably, and if you have to choose between them, you'd rather have meaning. And meaning is more goes along with sacrificing happiness at times. And children are an example of that. They get a lot more meaning out of children, even if they're a lot more work.
Why do you think children are so magical, like raising kids? Because I would love to have kids, and whenever I'm looking at these robots, there's some just a magical, there's an entity that comes to life, and in that case, I'm not trying to draw too many parallels, but there is some echo to it, which is when you program a robot, there's some aspect of your intellect that is now instilled in this other moving being. That's kind of magical. Well, why do you think that's magical? You said happiness and meaning, as opposed to like storytelling. Why do you think that is?
Overdetermined. I can give you several different reasons, all of which is sufficient. And so the question is, we don't know which ones are the correct reasons, but technically,
It's overdetermined. Look it up.
so, I meet a lot of people interested in the future, interested in thinking about the future. They're thinking about how can I influence the future, but, overwhelmingly in history so far, the main way people have influenced the future is by having children. Overwhelmingly. And that's just not an incidental fact. You are built for that. That is, you're the sequence of thousands of generations, each of which successfully had a descendant, and that affected who you are. You just have to expect, and it's true that who you are is built to be, expect to have a child, wants to have a child, to have that be a natural and meaningful interaction for you, and it's just true. It's just one of those things you just should have expected, and it's not a surprise.
Well, two ways back, and sort of in terms of influencing the future, as we get more and more technology, more and more of us are able to influence the future in all kinds of other ways.
Right.
Being a teacher, educator.
Even so, though, still most of our influence in the future is probably happened being kids, even though we've accumulated more other ways to do it.
I mean, at scale, I guess the depth of influence, like really how much effort, how much of yourself you really put in another human being. Do you mean both the raising of a kid, or do you mean raw genetic information?
Well, both, but raw genetics is probably more than half.
More than half. More than half. Even in this modern world,
Yeah.
genetics. Let me ask some dark, difficult questions, if I might. Let's take a stroll into that place that may or may not exist, according to you. What's the darkest place you've ever gone to in your mind, in your life? A dark time, a challenging time in your life that you had to overcome?
Probably just feeling strongly rejected. And so I'm apparently somewhat emotionally scarred by just being very rejection averse, which must have happened because some rejections were just very scarring.
At a scale, in what kinds of communities? On the individual scale?
Lots of different scales, yeah. All the many different scales still that rejection stings.
Hold on a second. If you're a contrarian thinker, if you challenge the norms, why, if you were scarred by rejection, why welcome it in so many ways at a much larger scale, confidently with your ideas?
Perceive that I'm just stupid, or that I've just categorized them differently than I should, or something. Most rejection that I've faced hasn't been because of my intellectual ideas. So the intellectual ideas haven't been the thing to risk the rejection.
The things that could challenge your mind, taking you to a dark place of a more psychological rejection. So,
well, you just asked me, what took me to a dark place. You didn't specify it as sort of an intellectual dark place, I guess. Yeah, just meant like what?
So intellectual is disjoint, or at least at a more surface level than something emotional.
Yeah, I would just think, there are times in your life when, you're just in a dark place, and that can have many different causes. And, most intellectuals are still just people, and most of the things that will affect them, or the kinds of things that affect people, they aren't that different necessarily in the estimation. So I presume most basketball players are still just people. If you ask them what was the worst part of their life, it's going to be this kind of thing that was the worst part of life for most people.
So rejection,
not that great for it, probably, but, being a young, nerdy guy, giving not in much demand or interest, or later on the process different kinds of rejection. But I think that's most of us like to pretend we don't that much need other people. We don't care what they think. The common sort of stance of somebody rejects yours, oh, I didn't care about them anyway. But I think to be honest, we really do care.
Yeah, we do seek that connection, that love. What do you think is the role of love in human relations?
Opacity, in part. That is, love is one of those things where we know at some level it's important to us, but it's not very clearly shown to us exactly how or why or in what ways. There are some kinds of things we want where we just clearly see that we want them, why we want it, right? We know when we're thirsty, and we know why we're thirsty, and we know what to do about being thirsty. When we're sober, and then we're no longer thirsty. Love isn't like that.
It's like, what do we seek from this? We're drawn to it, but we do not understand why we're drawn exactly. Because it's not just affection, because if it was just affection, we don't seem to be drawn to pure affection. We don't seem to be drawn to somebody who's like a servant. We don't seem to be necessarily drawn to somebody that satisfies all your needs or something like that.
So it's clearly something we want or need, but we're not exactly very clear about it, and that is kind of important to it. So I've also noticed there are some kinds of things we can't imagine very well. So if you imagine a situation, there's some aspects of the situation you can clearly, you can imagine it being bright or dim, you can imagine it being windy, you can imagine it being hot or cold. But there's some aspects about your emotional stance in a situation that's actually just hard to imagine or even remember. You can often remember an emotion only when you're in a similar sort of emotion situation, and otherwise you just can't bring the emotion to your mind, and you can't even imagine it, right? So there's certain kinds of emotions you can have, and when you're in that emotion, you know that you have it, and you can name it and associate. But later on, I tell you, remember joy, and it doesn't come to mind.
You're not able to replay it.
Right. And that's sort of the reason why one of the reasons that pushes us to reconsume it, reproduce it, is that we can't reimagine it.
But it's interesting, because it's a day of founding type of thing, of like reliving memories, because I'm able to summon some aspect of that emotion again by thinking of that situation in which that emotion came.
Right.
So like a certain song, you can listen to it, and you can feel the same way you felt the first time you remember that song associated with
Right, but you need to remember that situation in some sort of complete package.
Yes.
You can't just take one part off of it, and then if you get the whole package, then you remember the whole feeling.
Yes. Or some fundamental aspect of that whole experience that aroused it was the feeling of love. And actually the feeling is probably different in some way. You'd be more pleasant or less pleasant than the feeling you felt originally. And that's more so the time every time you replay that memory. It is interesting. You're not able to replay the feeling perfectly. You don't remember the feeling, you remember the facts of the event.
There's a sense in which over time we expand our vocabulary as a community of language, and that allows us to sort of have more feelings and know that we are feeling them. Because you can have a feeling but not have a word for it, and then you don't know how to categorize it or even what it is, and whether it's the same as something else. But once you have a word for it, you can sort of pull it together more easily. And so I think over time we are having a richer palette of feelings because we have more words for it.
What has been a painful loss in your life? Maybe somebody or something that's no longer in your life, but played an important part in your life. That's a concept. No, it has to be.
I was once younger. I had more love than I have. Well, anyway, somewhere I've lost that over.
Do you see that as a different person? Maybe you just lost that person.
Certainly, yes, absolutely. I'm a different person than I was when I was younger, and I'm not. I don't even remember exactly what he was. So I don't remember as many things from the past as many people do. So I've just lost a lot of my history by not remembering.
So does that,
and I'm not that person anymore. That person is gone.
is it a painful loss? Is it a painful loss? Or is it a, why is it painful? Because you're wiser. There's so many things that are beneficial to getting out of it.
Right, but I just was this person, and I felt assured that I could continue to be that person.
And you're no longer that person.
And he's gone, and I'm not him anymore. He died
that the person you are today talking to me, that person will be changed too.
Yeah. And
So that,
20 years, you won't be there anymore.
and the future person will look back
With M's,
version of you.
for M's, this will be less of a fuss. For M's, they will be able to save an archived copy of themselves at each different age, and they can turn it on periodically and go back and talk to them.
What some of that will mean. So, with emulated minds, with M's, there's a digital cloning that happens. And do you think that makes you less special? You feel cloned? Like, does that make you experience of life, the experience of a moment, the scarcity of that moment, the scarcity of that experience? Isn't that a fundamental part of what makes that experience so delicious, so rich and deep?
I think if you think of a song that lots of people listen to that are copies all over the world, we're going to call that a more special song.
Yeah. So there's a perspective on copying and cloning where we're just scaling happiness versus degrading.
I mean, each copy of a song is less special if there are many copies, but the song itself is more special if there are many copies.
And on mass, right, you're actually spreading the happiness, even if it diminishes over a larger number of people at scale, and that increases the overall happiness in the world. And then you're able to do that with multiple songs.
Is a person who has an identical twin more or less special?
Well, the problem with identical twins is like just two. With M's.
But two is different than one. So,
But
I think an identical twin's life is richer for having this other identical twin, somebody who understands them better than anybody else can. From the point of view of an identical twin, I think they have a richer life for being part of this couple, which each of us is very similar. Now, if you said, will the world, if we lose one of the twins, will the world miss it as much because you've got the other one and they're pretty similar? Maybe from the rest of the world's point of view, they suffer less of a loss when they lose one of the identical twins. But from the point of view of the identical twin themselves, their life is enriched by having a twin.
See, but the identical twin copying happens at the place of birth. It's different than copying after you've done some of the environment, like the nurture, at the teenage or in your 20s, after going to college.
That will be an interesting thing for M's to find out, all the different ways that we can have different relationships with different people who have different degrees of similarity at different times.
Yeah. Yeah,
It seems like a rich space to explore. I don't feel sorry for them. It seems like interesting world to live in.
And there could be some equivalent of it.
There will be many new choices to make that they don't make now. So, and we discussed that in the book Age of M. Like, say you have a lover and you make a copy of yourself, but the lover doesn't make a copy. Well, now, which one of you, or are both, still related to the lover?
Socially entitled to show off.
So you'll have to make choices then when you split yourself. Which of you inherit which unique things?
Yeah, and of course there will be an equivalent increase in lawyers, or I guess you can call them lawyers, to help manage some of these negotiations of how to split property. The nature of owning, property is connected to individuals, right?
You only really need lawyers for this. With an inefficient, awkward law that is not very transparent and able to do things. So, for example, an operating system in a computer is a law for that computer. When the operating system is simple and clean, you don't need to hire a lawyer to make a key choice in the operating
When
system.
you're human in the loop,
Just make a choice. Right? So ideally we'll have a legal system that makes the common choices easy and not require much overhead.
And then with the digitization of things, further enables that. So the loss of intelligence, what about the loss of your life overall? explain what cryonics is.
So when the medical plan gives up on me in this world, instead of burning me or letting worms eat me, they will at least freeze my head. And there's damage that happens in the process of freezing the head, but once it's frozen, it won't change for a very long time. Chemically, it'll just be completely exactly the same. So future technologies might be able to revive me. And in fact, I would be mainly counting on the brain emulation stuff, which doesn't require reviving my entire biological body. It can play with DNA computer systems. And so that's, I think I've got at least a 5% shot at that. And that's immortality.
Are you?
So, but of course, like they won't happen, and therefore I'm sad. It will happen.
Do you think immortality is something that you would like to have?
Well, I mean, just like infinity, you can't know it until it's forever, which means it's never, right? So all you can really, the better choice is at each moment you want to keep going. So I would like at every moment to have the option to keep going.
There's an interesting thing about the human experience is that the way you phrase it is exactly right. Every moment I would like to keep going. But the thing that happens, leaves them wanting more, whatever
Right.
that phrase is. The thing that happens is over time, it's possible for certain experiences, like land, for you to become tired of them. And that actually makes life really unpleasant. It makes that experience really unpleasant. And perhaps you develop that attitude to life itself if you have a long enough horizon. And so
I doubt it, but might as well wait and find out.
but then you're ending up suffering, you know?
So in the world of brain emulation, I have more options.
You can turn yourself into
I can make copies of myself, archive copies at various ages, and at a later age I can decide that I'd rather replace myself with a new copy from a younger age.
So does brain emulation still operate in physical space? So can we do? What do you think about like the metaverse operating in virtual reality, so we can conjure up not just emulate not just your own brain and body, but the entire environment?
Well, most brain emulations will in fact host most of their time in virtual reality, but they wouldn't think of it as virtual reality. They just think of it as their usual reality. The thing to notice, I think, in our world, most of us spend most time indoors. And indoors, we are surrounded by walls covered with paint, floors covered with tile or rug. Most of our environment is artificial. It's constructed to be convenient for us. It's not the natural world that was there before. A virtual reality is basically just like that. It's the environment that's comfortable and convenient for you. And but when it's that environment for you, it's real for you. Just like the room you're in right now, most likely, is very real for you. You're not focused on the fact that the paint is hiding the actual studs behind the walls, the actual wires, pipes, and everything else. The fact that we're hiding that from you doesn't make it safe for us either.
What are the chances that we're actually in the very kind of system that you're describing, where the environment and the brain is being emulated, and you're just replaying an experience when you first did a podcast with Lex after, and now the person that originally wants to listen to hundreds of podcasts with Lex, this is just the first time, and you like this time because there's so much uncertainty. There's nerves. There's not only direction.
At the moment, we don't have the technical ability to create that emulation, so we'd have to be postulating that in the future we have that ability, and then they choose to evaluate this moment now.
No, but
Through simulator.
don't you think we could be in the simulation of that exact experience right now, and we wouldn't be able to know?
So one scenario would be this never really happened. This only happened as a reconstruction later on.
Yeah.
That's different than the scenario that this did happen the first time, and now it's happening again as a reconstruction. Now that second scenario is harder to put together because it requires this coincidence where between the two times we produce the ability to do it. certainly possible. So the main way I would think about it is in terms of the demand for simulation versus other kinds of things. So I've given this a lot of thought because, I first wrote about this long ago when Foster first wrote his papers about simulation, argument that I wrote about how to live in a simulation. So the key issue is, the fraction of creatures in the universe that are really experiencing what you appear to be really experiencing relative to the fraction that are experiencing it in a simulation way, i.e. simulated. So then the key parameter is at any one moment in time, creatures at that time, many of them most usually really experiencing what they're experiencing, but some fraction of them are experiencing some past time where that past time is being remembered via the simulation. So to figure out this ratio, what we need to think about is basically two functions. One is how fast in time does the number of creatures grow, and then how fast in time does the interest in the past decline? Because at any one time, people will be simulating different periods in the past with different emphasis.
I love the way you think so much. That's exactly right, yeah.
So if the first function grows slower than the second one declines, then in fact your chances of being simulated are low. So the key question is how fast does interest in the past decline relative to the rate at which the population grows?
Does this correlate to you earlier suggested that the interest in the future increases over time? Are those correlated? Interest in the future with the interest in the past?
You're amazing.
Why are we interested in the past?
The simple way to do it is, as you know, like use Ngram as a way to type in a word and see how interest in it declines or rises over time, right? You can just type in a year and get the answer to that. If you type in a particular year, like 1900 or 1950, you can see with Google Ngram how interest in that year increased up until that date and decreased after it. And you can see that interest in a date declines faster than does the population grow with time. And so you have the answer.
Wow. And that was your argument not against this particular aspect of the simulation, how much past simulation there is. We play in past memory.
So first of all, if we assume that simulation in the past is a small fraction of all the creatures at that moment,
yes,
right? And then it's about how fast. Now, some people have argued plausibly that maybe most interest in the past falls within that function, but some unusual category of interest in the past won't fall that quickly, and then that eventually will die. So that's another hypothesis.
Like subcategories. So that's very outlier specific kind of, gotcha. Yeah. Like really popular kinds of memories. Like probably
in a trillion years, there's some small research institute that tries to randomly select all possible percentages of some category.
Yeah.
And how big is this research institute, and how big is the future in a trillion years, right? And that would be hard to say. But if you just look at the ordinary process by which people simulate recently, right? So if you look at, I think it's also true for movies and plays and video games, overwhelmingly we're interested in the recent past. There's very few video games where you play from the Roman Empire. There's even fewer where you play someone in the ancient Egyptian Empire.
Yeah, just different.
It's declined very quickly.
But every once in a while, that's brought back. But yeah, you're right. I mean, just if you look at the mass of entertainment, movies and games, it's focusing on kind of recent past. And maybe what is science fiction into this? Because it's sort of, what is science fiction? I mean, it's a mix of the past and the present and some kind of manipulation of that to make it more efficient for us to ask deep philosophical questions about humanity.
The closest genre to science fiction is clearly fantasy. Okay, I've seen science fiction in many bookstores and even Netflix or whatever category. They're just lumped together. So clearly they have a similar function. So that the
cheap fantasy reading kind of person. So I need to.
One story that sounds plausible to me is that there are sort of these deep story structures that we love to once realize, and then many details in the world get in their way. Fantasy takes all those obstacles out of the way and lets you tell the essential hero story or the essential love story, whatever essential story you want to tell. The reality exists out there. And so science fiction can be thought of as like fantasy, except you're not willing to admit that it can't be true. So the future gives you the excuse of saying, well, it could happen. You accept more reality constraints, or the illusion, at least, that maybe it could really happen.
Maybe it could happen. And that is the imagination. The imagination is something really interesting about human beings. And it seems also to be an important part of creating new discussion points, is to be able to sort of imagine. In reviewing your document, where do you land on the simulations and all the mathematical ways of thinking this, and just the thought experiment of it? Are we living a simulation?
That was just the discussion we just had. That is, we should grant the possibility of being a simulation. You shouldn't be 100% confident that you're not. You should certainly grant a small probability. The question is, how large is that probability?
Oh, you're saying we would be... I misunderstood, because I thought our discussion was about replaying things that already happened.
Right, but the whole question is, right now, is that what I am? Am I actually a replay from some distant future?
So, but it doesn't necessarily need to be a replay. It could be a totally new... You don't have to be...
Right, but clearly I'm in a certain era with a certain kind of world around me, right? So either this is a complete fantasy or it's a past of somebody else in the future.
No, it'd be fantasy though.
It could be, right? But then you have to talk about what's a fraction of complete fantasy, right?
I would say it's easy to generate a fantasy than to replay a memory, right?
Sure, but if we just look at the entire history, of everything, we just say, sure, but most things are real, most things aren't fantasies, right? Therefore, the chance that my thing is real, right? So the simulation argument works stronger about sort of the past. We say, but there's more future people than there are today, so you being in the past or the future makes you special relative to them, which makes you more likely to be in a simulation, right? We're just taking the full count and saying, in all creatures ever, what percentage are in simulations? Probably no more than 10%.
So, what's a good argument for that? That most things are real?
Yeah.
Because the logic says the other way.
In a competitive, have a limited budget for leisure, and so, leisure things are less common than work things, like real things, right? That's just...
But if you look at the stretch of history of the universe, that doesn't mean ratio leisure increase. Isn't that the point?
Right, but now we're looking at the fractional leisure, which takes the form of something where the person doing the leisure doesn't realize it. Now, there could be some fraction of that. That's much smaller, right?
Yeah. Clueless quarters.
Or somebody is clueless in the process of supporting the leisure, right? It might not be the person leisuring, but they're a supporting character or something, but still, that's got to be fractional leisure.
What you mentioned the children, and one of the things that are a source of meaning, broadly speaking, let me ask the big question: what's the meaning of this whole thing? Robin, meaning of life. What is the meaning of life? We talked about alien civilizations, but this is the one we got. Where are they headed? Where are the humans? Seem to be conscious, willing to introspect. Why are we here?
This is the thing I told you before about how we can predict the future creatures will be different from us. Our preferences are an amalgam of various sorts of random, sort of patched together preferences about thirst, sex, and sleep, and attention, and all those sorts of things. So we don't understand it very well. It's not very transparent, and it's a mess, right? That is the source of our motivation. That is how we were made and how we are induced to do things. But we can't summarize it very well, and we don't even understand it very well. That's who we are. And often we find ourselves in a situation where we don't feel very motivated and we don't know why. In other situations we find ourselves very motivated and we don't know why either. And so that's the nature of being a human of the sort that we are, because even though we can think abstractly and reason abstractly, this package of motivations is just opaque and a mess. And that's what it means they will actually know exactly what they want, and it will be to have more descendants. So that will be the need for them.
So it's funny, when you have the certainty, you have more certainty, there's more transparency about our descendants than you do about your own self.
Right.
So it's really interesting to think, as you mentioned this about love, that something that's fundamental about love is its opaqueness, that we're not able to really introspect what the heck it is, or all the feelings, the complex feelings, and also about
many of our motivations.
and that's what it means to be human of the 20th and the 21st century variety. Why is that not a feature that will choose to persist? Civilization, this opaqueness, put another way, mystery, maintaining a sense of mystery about ourselves and about those around us. Maybe that's a really nice thing to have.
Maybe, but so this is the fundamental issue in analyzing the future. What will set the future? One theory about what will set the future is, what do we want the future to be? So under that theory, we should sit and talk about what we want the future to be, have conferences, have conventions, discussion things, vote on it maybe, and then hand that off to the implementation people to make the future the way we've decided it should be. But that's not the actual process that's changed the world over history up to this point. It has not been the result of us deciding what we want and making it happen. In our individual lives, we can do that. We might decide what career we want, where we want to live, where we want to move with. In our individual lives, we often do slowly make our lives better according to our plans and targets, but that's not the whole world. The whole world, so far, has mostly been a competitive world, where things happen if anybody anywhere chooses to adopt them and they have an advantage. And then it spreads and other people are forced to adopt it by competitive pressures. So that's the kind of analysis I can use to predict the future. And I do use that to predict the future. It doesn't tell us it'll be a future we like. It just tells us what it'll be.
And there'll be one where we're trying to maximize the number of our descendants.
And we know that abstractly and directly. And it's not okay.
There's some probability that's non-zero that will lead us to become rabbi in expanding aggressively concentrated maximizing for the other elements.
The timing isn't clear. We might become rabbi and then this happens. These grabbiness and this are both the result of competition, but it's less clear which happens first.
Does this future excite you, scare you, or hopeful at this
Well, again, I told you compared to sort of a dead cosmology, at least it's energizing and having a living story with real actors and characters and agendas, right?
Yeah, and that's wonderful. One hell of a fun universe to live in. You're one of the most fascinating, fun people to talk to. Brilliant, humble, systematic in your analysis.
Hold on to my wallet here. What you looking for?
I was just letting your wallet long ago. I really, really appreciate you spending valuable time with me. I hope we get a chance to talk many more times in the future. Thank you so much for sitting down.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Robert Hanson. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words of the great rapper. We are an impossibility in an impossible universe. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
You're a nice guy. Why did I do it? I don't know. Jan said that it was because of photo resistance. That she revealed the diary. That she already thought the
When
diary
you imagine a song, is it the opening you imagine?
No, it's kind of I never think opening. I never think final. I think soundscape of how I'm feeling right now. So it could be the middle of the song where I know, when I'm doing that. But my process for me is very much lyric, melody, and music really come at the same time. Like by same time I mean as I'm expressing maybe feeling like it's not that simple, but it's like I'll hear it like it's like here's all the orchestra and sing all the buttons at once, and melody in my voice is one of those instruments.
The following is a conversation with Dan Reynolds, the lead singer of the Magic Seven, one of the most popular bands in the world, with over 7,500 records sold and over 4 songs to experience recently started his journey in programming, which, funny enough, is where we start this wide-ranging, deeply personal, and fun conversation. This is a Love Speaking podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Dan's Kernels. So we were talking offline that you're not just getting into programming. What's the most beautiful programming or something that brought you joy?
There's something I really love completion. It's the reason that I'm addicted to software. I like there being nothing and then having some blocks or tools and building them into what you want it to look like. And then I find it incredibly rewarding to stand back and look at what you did at the end. It could be anything. For me, it's simple to begin with. As just because it's object oriented, like making a cube. That simple as that. Understanding that, knowing that I built that or made that is really rewarding. And I think it's the thing that drew me into wanting to learn more. But as far as what is something grandiose, like some big piece of code that I've done, absolutely not. It's more, I'm still at a level where it's more like, what is a tutorial that I followed and got, and then, yeah, so I think it's not the level where
But you're eventually, potentially, like your heart is drawn to creating games.
creating anything.
And completing it.
Yeah.
That's the good, the feel good done.
Yeah, I've been working over the last 2 years with actually a team out of Kiev on, and we can get into that as well, a little bit on a computer game, and really kept that kind of under wraps. But yeah, we're kind of getting to a point now where we have a prototype that we can play, and it's a lot of fun. And thankfully, all the team members are in safe places now. Things have obviously been on hold for a little bit, but when that started, was when I really decided, okay, I need to understand base level coding in C#, so I'm not an idiot talking to these people. And we've been doing that for a couple of years.
Is there any parallels between the final completion that you feel with programming? I think it's a little bit more definitive. Like there's debugging, the code doesn't work, it's messy, and so on. There's the early design stages, you're not sure like how the functions and classes are going to work, and then it comes together and it's really done because it works. It doesn't feel moving on the screen. Is there any parallels between that and music? Because are you really ever done with a song?
It's exactly the same thing. For me, it's more, it's art. I really begin that we have not fully encapsulated artists. Like when we say art, I think most people think, okay, the medium must be painting or drawing or music or writing. But I really think of anytime you're creating something, engineers, for instance, you're creating something with tools that you have, and it can be incredibly beautiful. And so yeah, I was never done with it. I feel like I look at songs and I never felt. You have to let go, or I have to let go, and that's all. I'm just continually making myself let go. But I look at songs that I've done and wish I had done more, or kept going down that road. What would have happened? And I'm really leaning because of what our community is and what our plan is that there's so much more to it that we can maybe fit in and talk about. It's like this song should be longer than 3 minutes and 30 seconds. I don't know if I remember the chorus line, but I heard it too many the chorus 3 times instead of just 3 times. Because there's certain, especially with talking, like when you start, yeah, there's it feels like there's confines, even though people are like, well, there's no confines. Still, everybody's writing a pop song in a few minutes.
Are those explicit in your mind, or are they just kind of the gut is like just a chorus? So you have chorus once, twice, or 3 times. Is that a gut thing, or is that just a rhythm?
I think it's a rule. It's honestly a rule I imposed on myself. Nobody's in my house saying, hey, Dan, you don't do this. There's no major random presence that's like, Imagine Dragons. in middle school when I started it. Everyone being young is a joke except for yourself. Like the thought of thinking you're good at something and being terrible at it, and you're surrounded by people who suck. Again, even with my friends, right? It's like just kind of, and not in regards to me or art, but just in life. And I think maybe having six older brothers stems from that too.
Look at
Like always
this.
feeling inadequate and like the annoying younger brother, you know. Um,
What?
right. So Rick, and that's something I've learned as I've gotten older and have life experiences. But one of the things that Rick said really early on that stuck with me is he said, "Yeah, we were zinging the first time we met." And he said, "I'd really like to work with you because I feel like you don't you're not confined to a sound. You've done a lot of different sounds." And so it's exactly what I feel like you're doing, like you're giving many other rock bands or bands, because most people when they hear, you know, when they hear a band, it's like there's a very specific sound. It's like they do folk music, or they do like California rock, or they do surf music, or they do, you know, like there's, and your fans kind of want that. Like they want them to do that, right? And then they don't do it, and sometimes that goes well, but a lot of times it doesn't. And people, you know, the critics and everybody is like, go back to the thing that you do that. Rick was felt, whether he was right or wrong, that we could do we hopped on this so much, and that's been to our benefit and detriment, I think. Um,
Why detriment?
because people want you to be something. It's more you can believe it more. It's like
It's more authentic. You can never change it.
yes, I don't know. I mean, certainly it's not something I subscribe to because,
Now one night
but I also
you
grew up
made it.
a lot of different genres. Like I would listen to Cat Stevens, and the next song would be like Biggie, and then the next song would be Nirvana. It was like life, a lot of, and then Billy Joel, and it was like, you know what I mean. I was a product, I was a product of the '90s. If you listen to '90s music, it's really a lot of reason that people say, well, the '90s was terrible. Like a lot of people say that. I love the '90s. It's my favorite decade. Um, was there was a lot of genre hopping, and I don't know. I love that.
Yeah, the '90s had the boy bands, and it had Pearl Jam and Nirvana.
And it had a lot of like women of the '90s is probably my biggest influence of like kind of that like indie rock women of the '90s. Like Alanis Morissette, Bag of Roses, those are my favorite records of all time because the lyrics were all so intimate and I don't know, it just makes me want to start singing.
Yeah, but there was an angst to it. There was
Angst,
angst.
yeah, it was
Yeah.
angstiness, and that and hip hop of the '90s influenced me, and then my dad. So my dad listened to my dad didn't listen to any of that. My dad listened to Harry Nilsson, Eagles, Cat Stevens, Bob Dylan, Paul Simon, Billy Joel. It was very much like singer songwriters.
Do you mind if we're off the song? You mentioned Harry Nilsson, and I was actually yesterday and the day before listening to a lot of his stuff, and it's just like, damn, that's good, and not as known as he should be. Like I was getting like going, oh, I don't know, not to open this conversation with a love song,
I would like that actually.
but without
same EQ, same intensity, same everything, and there's some unknownness. I, I don't. I think it. Hopefully, it will be art sometime. It's not scientific, but there's something there. It's an energy or something. People can perceive it and say, true or not. And if it resonates as true, it's so much more meaningful and they hear a song. And if it doesn't, that for me is is the art of it. Like for me to listen to you go by sonic sound like that, it's silly. It's a song or even a painting. Like it's just the truthfulness of it.
Yeah, the truly great art has a bit of that, but it's really appealing. And you get that you're being recorded, you get there's an audience, and you really are feeling it. Yeah, which I totally agree with you. One of the things that I love about the internet is it's brought the bullshit detector of the masses to power. It's beautiful because then the masses uplift the really offended.
Right.
And even if you didn't write the song, I think it helps a lot probably if you wrote the song. But I was a little bit, maybe a lot, since we're in Vegas, a little heartbroken to find out that Elvis didn't write the songs. But like, for example, Rocket Man with Elton John. Like, to find out that Elton John doesn't really know where the words in Rocket Man came from, meaning like the depths of it, is interesting. But nevertheless, he's super authentic because for Elton John and for Elvis, there's something in the fun, in the darkness, and the entertainment of it. Like, he goes to some place in his mind that might not be deeply connected from where the lyrics came from, but he relates it to whatever is in his mind, and goes to that place.
Yeah, and that's what I think it is, and that's why actor, like to be completely honest, I mean, maybe they didn't write the script, but I write all like I've always written all my own lyrics and melodies like to music, but I will say I see people all the time who are performers like Elton John, for instance, who didn't write the lyrics, but I believe that they give me just as much fun as what I wrote because they find the meaning in it for themselves, at least the great few. And I think that's the difference. And I think to me, I'm sure you've seen art that doesn't move you, and maybe it moves someone else, but for you, for some reason, you perceive it to be uninteresting to you. And I feel like a lot of the time, I'm not saying that it's of course sonically maybe it can't be, but I think majority of the time for myself, I can find inspiration or see sonic value in anything as long as I can see it and I feel safe in listen to it.
Yeah, but for me, the lyrics, maybe not the entirety of the lyrics, but a few words can do wonders and take you to a place. And sometimes those words don't need to be connected to the other words. That's the beauty of music, is they're allowed to float in the space of mixed metaphors.
Yes.
They're allowed to just jump around, and somehow it paints a picture without actually, um, what's that glycerine by Bush?
Right. But also how the person says it, right? It's like it's the feeling of exactly, and the same person could say that word 10 other ways and you don't hear it. But someone says glycerine or whatever it is, and it's like, oh, you know what? I feel that. You know, the person, the way he said that, he meant it. You know what I mean? And yeah,
Uh, no, I can't forget this evening or your face as you were leaving, but I guess that's just the way a story goes. You always smile, but in your eyes, your sorrow shows because it shows. Um, Let me ask you to analyze this song. Do you, so there's a lady, possibly, who's leaving him. Do you think he's leaving her or she's leaving him? Too unclear.
Athleticism. Oh fuck.
And the chorus is, I can't live
Miss.
living is without you. Can't live, I can't give anymore. He's got a voice on it.
yeah, he does. And So my answer to this probably speaks based on what I've seen about his life too. But he was a severe alcoholic at the end of his life, had a distorted voice, and ended up killing himself. And so when I hear that, I think about someone who's destructive and in a destructive place in life and can't love someone properly, and so they can't live with them or they can't live without them, which is really something that I really identify with, and I think is, it's one of the struggles of life is loving yourself enough, forgiving yourself for things, and letting yourself love someone else. And at least when I listen to that, I hear Harry being like, and moving along with our specifics is not loving yourself and feeling like you deserve it. I have to let me go. I hear that, of course. Oh, well, but there's so much more complexity to relationships than that. And I think that my wife and I went through really difficult separation. And just, short term okay, different subject, but the nuance of it makes me think of this, which is there's just more to being with someone and not being with someone than, hey, I think that person's really attractive, or hey, that person is not. I love them and now I don't like them. Love is such a complex, nuanced thing that a lot of times there's just more going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, on a small tangent on that, just a curious question. Have you paid any attention to Johnny Depp and Amber Heard's trial?
I have watched quite a bit of it. My wife really loves it. Watches it in bed at night.
So it's raw, like, he is a great producer. He mentioned how complicated love can be. And I've never seen, I don't care about the celebrity nature of it. I don't care if it was, I don't care who it is, but it's just laid out in such raw form. For the world to see the toxicity, but also the passion and clearly the drugs and the drinking, but also the longing and the dreams and I will always be with you, I will die for you. The places, the roller coaster that he's on, and it's all there at the end, past the end. So it's like I've also recently re-recognized the fault that they write about Hitler, Nazi Germany, rise and fall. And it's interesting to look into the time during that process after it's all over, many decades after it's all over. That in particular was the kind of person I wanted to there. And so here we're seeing these two people in the context of the courtroom analyzing this rise and fall of a love affair. Fascinating.
And the thing is, I was telling my wife this actually.
Yeah, you go.
She was asking what I thought about all this. It makes me really sad. It's humorous. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of parts in it that are just really funny. But I look at it and I also see the end of, someone's always the villain in some of these shows. It's such a funny thing. We talked about a little about this offline before you were gone, but I've been really starting to read some articles just more complex things. Always. And Johnny, for instance, is very charismatic. He's Muslim. He's funny. The way he does things, he looks certain ways, and he says things. It's really emotional, and I feel like, and maybe I'm wrong on this, but look at, Johnny is the winner, Amber is the villain. I kind of look at it, yeah, and I kind of look at it and I feel like, for any of them, for any of you,
Oh, this is
I'm not
much.
saying one way or the other, all I see when I look at that is two people with a lot of hurt and anger, and that anger is so poisonous to both of them, and getting through it in a way that they only know how. And I'm not saying we should, we should be able to look at like the knots out it and stuff, and be virtuous or something, but just that there's not a cure. Yeah, I think unless you've been living with Amber and Johnny, you don't know. Just because one seems more charismatic in the moment or funnier or more believable even, doesn't mean that their truth is the truth. looked down the whole time, and maybe people say, well, it's because of anger or hurt or whatever. But the way she looks and stuff, it just feels like there's so much hurt there that it hurts me to watch it. I just feel like my heart just like aches for them, and for both of them. And I don't know either of them personally, and I don't know. It's hard.
I've never seen certain love laid out in a strong kind of way. It makes me feel better about, like, it almost gives you, seeing people who have gone through a struggle in this sort of mundane kind of way gives you room to struggle yourself about the messiness of love. Like, you're supposed to, like, relationship is supposed to be simple or whatever, and it's like, oh man, it's like art. Yeah.
And for the record, like, I don't feel like, I think it's actually really beautiful art, and I agree. There's going to be a lot of people who walk away from it and are changed in certain ways or look at things different. I'm not saying it's changing the whole world with Johnny Depp's on, but it's art. It's just like if you look at a painting, it might affect you. My only commentary is more that there's not. I think it's silly when people say who's right and who's wrong and who's the clear villain and who's the, like, we love as humans, we have to have an answer for everything. We have to put everything in a box. Like, well, we're looking at this and we're deciding you're right and you're wrong, and I just think it's silly and messes your life.
So speaking of heroes and villains and highs and lows, you grew up in Las Vegas. And you said that Vegas is a performing town, a town of high stakes, drama, and electricity. It's a town of high highs and low lows. And I think sometimes it's better to pinpoint that correlation out to be personal all the time. So to me, Vegas from the outside is romanticized by certain movies. The lows define the beauty of this town. And certain movies, movie Casino, with Robert De Niro and Joe Pesci and Sharon Stone, Leaving Las Vegas with Nicolas Cage, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas with that's his name, Hunter Thompson. First of all, what's your favorite representation of Vegas from the darker side? And do you draw any wisdom, like, from the darkness, the lows and the highs in those movies, or is it over romanticized?
So I grew up in a really conservative Mormon family, and Vegas was established by the Mormons and the mob. Those were like the two very different worlds that created what Vegas is. And if you live in Vegas, it really shows in a lot of ways because Vegas has the script and parties and craziness, but it also has really like neighborhoods and big families and conservative people and the
Which
ability
fit
to live together
in
and
a
right.
regular selection
And
vote.
for me,
Oh
growing
shit!
up here, for instance, was a lot of like driving on the freeway and my mom being like, "Children, close your eyes. Read the woman on that billboard. Okay, mom." On our way to church, you know what I mean? It was like, but also being like, "Oh, this is crazy."
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Taking in whatever I could when I could.
Yeah, yeah.
So I saw, and I'm grateful for that. Like, I really love that I didn't grow up in Mormon, like Utah or something, like the typical place, because I saw both sides. And
Kid, you want to see some fucking athleticism?
And now, as
We're not gonna flip the bed.
spiritually minded,
All right. What? Huh?
I'm grateful for that
Anyway,
diversity of character, that juxtaposition.
Look at this move, moving the
that Vegas
salsa
is,
ruffles
and I
with
try
my
to
feet.
apply that to everything in my
All right.
pictures.
Now look at this
Like
move.
Johnny Depp and Amber, it's just there's two sides to every story. There's always two
Look
sides to every coin. There's always
at
and there's something to be said for both.
Look at
And I
this,
try to see
kids.
people.
I'm really trying to summarize it as best as possible.
It just I try to apply
It
that.
would be like
As far as a movie that personifies
if
Vegas or something
Roy
that
Jones Jr.
personifies Vegas in a way
had sex
that
with
resonates with me. Don't say
Nadia Comaneci
no.
at
I also
the top
I wasn't even allowed to watch
of
PG-13 movies growing
K2
up. So a lot of the movies that you're saying, I either didn't see or I didn't have cable television.
without
I wasn't like a
the
pilgrim.
need of any additional oxygen.
So to define
Look at this move.
development.
No one,
No,
No one anticipated
I
this.
can't think of any movie that's not
It
based on
was one of the most
I mean,
athletic
like, I'm
things
sure I've seen some of the movies he does
perhaps
now, but
we've
I
ever
can't think
seen.
of one that I'm like actually
Kids,
personifies Vegas in a way that
kids,
feels honest.
let's talk about this.
Or like
Look at
that,
this
that's
move.
that's
Oh, what the fuck
Yeah,
is that shit?
I think
Look
that's
at
the
this
reason
move.
I thought of
No
this
one was even
on
expecting
because
this.
I love Chevy Chase so much. Maybe it's one of his Vegas Vacation or something.
yeah. So, but that's more like lighthearted,
Yeah,
absurd, that kind of stuff.
right. It's not like I guess what I'd say is there's no truth that has that I've seen of Vegas because what I see of Vegas is uh, there's obviously like the parties and stuff and the nightlife, which I'm not a big party person, so I haven't really experienced much of that. But there's also drugs, and I have a
Kids,
strange relationship with drugs because I've lost a few friends to drug overdoses, and so I don't that's not
kids.
romantic to me. But there's also like
Do you know how athletic?
yeah, I mean, you asked for a dark collection. I get you see a dark collection in Vegas, and I don't. I feel like Vegas is typically personified as like
Kids,
like
let's just talk
everywhere,
about
but
the
it's also like
athleticism that you're witnessing.
I have like friends who lost all their
Really,
money to gambling addiction, and
it would be
it's
like
like
if
what I
Dark
guess
underbelly.
yeah, somebody maybe that's
Pete
an opening thought. Maybe
Sampras
you see a dark side of
had
Vegas,
sex
or more
with
people in Vegas
And
dying
the
of
mob.
drug overdoses
Monica
or getting
Sorenstam
shot by the mob.
Yeah.
on the 50-yard line
You mentioned your spirituality.
of War Memorial Stadium.
You said that having a crisis of faith or this
Yeah,
philosophical
you out of breath?
question of asking, who is
Dog,
God?
look
Who
at
God
this.
exists,
Tuck.
or
That's one tuck,
thinking of the flip
one
side
no
of
tuck.
that, of mortality,
Look at
what
this
happens
move.
when we die, those kinds of things were
Look,
extremely difficult
look at
for
this.
you.
Friends,
Um,
do you
as you
recognize how athletic
spirituality
this is?
as your development, the whole process of figuring that out. Um, why does it hurt so much to lose faith in God?
Yeah, I would say that believing in God is an obsession for me and has been since I was young. I really feel that I'm a deeply like committed to finding answers in life. And there's some answers that I don't think there's an answer to. And I'm also very OCD by nature, so I just don't give up to that. I'm like, well, there must be somewhere in Tibet. There's some teacher, or there's somebody out there that has the answer, or maybe it's yet to be found. I'm gonna find it. I'm really my life has been to date probably unhealthily committed to finding answers about God or the lack thereof, and mortality. That's all I've seen about. All our records have been about who we think is God.
Have you ever gotten a glimpse?
You know, I will say the closest I feel like I have been to experiencing God is, and this sounds so, I don't know, I don't know how it sounds, but is where I went to him. That's my honest answer for you. I feel like I've pretty much given up all hope of there being anything greater than,
Look at this.
you know,
Kids,
us
if you're learning how to
being,
make your bed at home
evolving and being here and then dying
and you're
and
wondering
gone. That's it. Nothingness.
if this is,
Nothingness.
if you just,
Nothingness but
this is
God.
instinct, you
Which
can't
is
teach it.
where I am now, which
You
is
can try to
where
learn it.
answers to be found. I don't know them. Like I don't know what God looks
Trying to
like or
crack
if
my
God
foot.
is anything to do with the word
Why?
God in the way that you say it.
Why
But
not?
I do believe just fervently that there is more to be found. Is it emotional connection or not? I don't know. Like just like we evolved, I also.
A Chinese barber.
Yeah.
How many people does it take to, was it on scale of 100?
It was hot too. Like I was doing like a two finger like technique.
I'm glad you survived that.
Thanks.
That's pretty ironic if we're talking about mortality. This will be it.
Not this.
I've never.
challenging through ayahuasca. And I thought,
Right away.
yeah, and it was strange. Like I think most we have a thing in America that's like a misconception, a stigma on psychedelics, where it's like it's a drug and it makes some people crazy, and then you're going to be on the street, you're going to be out of your mind, or you're going to become like you know a crazy person, basically. And I think I really bought into that notion because, again, I was raised. I wasn't even raised with TV. You know what I mean? Like ayahuasca is very like I didn't. Yeah, you can imagine what that was like for a normal kid. I didn't know anything about it and never touched drugs at all, and never even touched a cigarette. Um. Anyway, so I think we have this misconception about it, where Americans are quick to go to the doctor and take any medication or drug, but whoa, when it comes to like psychedelics. Anyway, that being said, so I had that hesitation going into it, but I really loved when I met my wife and I saw it make a profound impact in her life, where she suddenly was able to heal from a lot of trauma that she had. She went through a lot in her life, and it really helped her heal. But it also set her in a new path spiritually that seemed really like a place that I wanted to be. So I did it, and I did it twice. The first time it didn't really have an effect on me, which happens to a lot of people, I guess. I drank, this little thing, and it was like this shaman who came over from overseas who really had been in the plant, world for decades, and was a really incredible. I don't even know if he likes to be called a shaman, but
So it's supposed to be like 30 to 60 minutes to take effect, a few hours.
Shout out to Data. We're very happy that he had sex.
Yeah, so the second time I took
Congrats on the sex.
Took it in I would say 28 to 30 minutes exactly. I started to feel like I was like the dimension of what is reality. The curtain was pulled open, and there was a lot more to discover. And it really blew my mind in a way that I think it would probably blow anybody's mind if, for instance, God did that. Some Christian God or whatever it is. We all think it'd be this beautiful thing, but in reality, it would probably make people super fearful and think that they've lost their mind. Like yeah, I've always like joked that if in the morning God came down and told my mom, like, if God Himself came down and told my mom, Mormonism is incorrect, she would say, Satan.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like we're never. I think our minds are just not prepared for a lot of anything that's really extreme, and it was very extreme. It was like the curtain of life was cut open, which scared me. But then I felt very much. A lot of people that I talked to have a similar thing where it felt very much like I was either communicating with something that was perceived as God to me, or highest sense of self or mind, or Mother Earth. It's called so many different names, but really very. A lot of people have a very spiritual, similar experience with ayahuasca, and just in that it's like this kind of profoundness. It wasn't like there was nothing, at least for me, that was that felt like just like psychedelic, funny cartoons or something. It was like I'm about to go on a journey, and I'm communicating with something that's incredibly wise. Showed me a lot of things in my life, kind of almost like from a bird's eye, almost like I was looking through a video camera at a younger me. There was a particular thing that communicated to me. Um, I really have a hard time with accepting success and not feeling like feeling undeserving or something. I can't quite put it into words, but of my position and what I've been doing, because so much. And it showed me these things when I was young, and explained to me why I am where I am now. And I understood. I said, I did not feel like myself coming home from that. That's the only way I can explain it. And there was a lot more that showed me that was incredibly significant, but just in like to put it into a short thing, because there's so much to this. It felt I walked through a tomb very clean.
Look at
So
this one.
I
Oh,
thought
yeah,
that
that's a
everything I
spot.
believed was lived out for me in my 20s, and then it was like, good luck in life. But really, my parents had given me everything, and they believed that very much so still. But at 9 years younger, I was angry and felt like they could do, and thus I had to do. But ayahuasca really showed me this roadmap of like, this is true. You're concerning yourself about a grain of sand, which is Mormonism or whatever it is. And there may be some truth in that kind of thing, and there may be falsities. But so is all these other grains of sand. Like, focus on the truth. Stop focusing on these little details that are meaningless, and forgive and let go of people believing in those things to begin with. I don't know if that makes sense, but that was like the core thing I was taught, and to let go of control, to stop needing to control everything.
And it felt like the wisdom was coming from elsewhere. Like
It really, I do not believe, at least in my current self, I don't have that, the mindfulness that I believe that exists in me to reach a lot of the conclusions that I did. And there was a lot more to it that would be for like a late night conversation with you, but it's so hard to put it into. You feel like a crazy person. At least anytime I talk about ayahuasca to someone else, I'm like, I don't even know where to begin. Like, how do you explain to someone? Like, it felt like a multiple dimension type thing happened in a way that putting it into words, and none of it was words, by the way. It was communicating. It was like, you know how people talk about telepathy, and if it existed, it would be like, I can communicate to you in such a deeper way. I'm so confined by me having to articulate these words and put them in a sentence to you guys to tell you it. Only I could just be like, and emotions do that sometimes. Like, you could see my emotions and be like, oh, that communication line. So that's what it felt like to me with ayahuasca. Is it felt like it was communicating to me very clear things, but it wasn't like, Daniel, it's me, mother. Let me relax, sit back, let me show you. But it was very clear to me what was being said. And no, it did not feel like me. But maybe science, smarter people than me kind of would say, well, what are you talking about? I don't know.
well, yeah, there's a lot of stuff in that subconscious that we haven't actually explored. Like we haven't explored the depths of the ocean. We haven't really figured out what's inside the memory shadow.
Wait, this is taking too long.
Underneath the surface of our conscious mind.
Right.
And what is that connected to? Is that just inside our mind, or is it some kind of, is there some kind of collective intelligence going on, and all humans are connected to one kind of greater organism? Like, what is consciousness? We have a lot of hubris in thinking we understand any of it, like how the mind works,
Yeah.
at all. Like, what is it? Like, where? What is the origin of consciousness? What is the origin of intelligence? There's a lot of hubris about this. We give each other PhDs and Nobel Prizes and congratulate ourselves as if we figured it all out. But humility is helpful here. Nevertheless, that is the question that humans have been asking for ever since humans were humans. Just the question of mortality, the question of God. So whether it's Hamlet, to be or not to be, I think that's the hardest and most important question. Albert Camus asked, why live? So in terms of crisis of faith, in terms of your search for truth, in terms of some of the dark places you've gone in your mind, what's a good answer to this question? So for Camus, with Myth of Sisyphus, it was the question of suicide. Is what's the purpose? Like, what's a good answer to why keep going? Especially when you're struggling, especially when you're not, when you're just feeling hopeless, when you're feeling like a burden.
manager was next to me, who's my brother. He was crying and texting his wife a goodbye. That's how like crazy this moment was.
Was it real, like genuine? That
Genuine engine went out. The plane is going down. Pilots looking like crazy in the front, and it was a really tiny jet. And then, like I said, my brother next to me crying, typing in text to his wife, really, really scared. And I felt nothing. I genuinely sat there and I was like, this might actually be nice. Like I really felt like this goes down. Like, oh man, like it sucks. It's hard. And that sounds so ridiculous, I know, to say, because I'm in a different place now and I see my life for what it is. But at that moment I did not.
So life was primarily defined by self-image.
It was. I was incredibly depressed. I had been on trying different medications since I was young, and I just had not found anything that was working for me. And then I was in a faith crisis, lost all my faith, started a band, just became. I wasn't ever thinking in this band. I was like, when you call your band Imagine Dragons, you're not thinking that big, okay? I was like, this was like a side project that was funny. It was like part of college. I was in school and I was like, man, I hate this biology class. I'm gonna write that band. You know what I mean? Like, it was not, hey, put everything aside. This is my career. Let's go. Like, it happened. And I'm an introvert by nature. I'm really not an extroverted person who likes to go out and I like to be at home with a couple friends and have a late night conversation over good food. Like that to me is a perfect night. Read a good book, listen to a podcast, go on a walk. Those are things that I really, really enjoy. And then suddenly I'm in this life where I'm like supposed to be something that I really don't want to be. Except for on stage, which is a really strange thing with me, which is on stage I feel so free and exuberant and like an extrovert. And then I come off and I just feel like shrivel back into a shell. Like music does that for me, and performing on a stage does that for me.
Can we take a small tangent on that?
Yeah, of course.
What's the high? We'll go to that introvert that wants to do probably wants to read a book. You're the frontman of one of the biggest rock bands today, playing in front of huge crowds. What's the high of that, and how can you land that high?
The high of it is it's incredibly beautiful to walk on stage, sing these songs that you wrote, and see it resonate with people around you and sing with them. Different cultures, different places celebrate life. Suddenly the world seems like this fantastic place. It feels like we're all in the same room. Right?
Like one big hug.
Yeah, it's like everybody in that room gets it, and we all like it feels like what we want for our lives. Just like this coexisting unit of people, and it's not even about like it's incredible. For sure, it's incredible, and I love it, and I wouldn't do it unless I loved it. And then you walk off stage and you turn on music, and we're all against each other, everybody hates each other. It really is that way. So music really, that's why live music is so important. That's why music is so important to people. Because even if it's just you and that person that wrote the song and listens to it, and the tune, it's like you're like jazzing like fast car or something. You're just like, oh my gosh, like yes, I get it. And you feel connected to that person, you'll feel alone. So that's the high of it, for sure. And then you get off stage and then, as my uncle is a heart surgeon, incredible heart surgeon, like writes the book. Like he's like the guy that the heart surgeons talk to. He's an actual medicine, just incredible genius man. He always worries and always reaches out to me. He's like, musicians die all the time. The reason they die, is because you're getting on stage with heart sickness and coursing levels of getting off stage and you just do this. And it's a really real thing. Like you get off stage and you feel like you and I understand why artists do it.
But also the fact that you're an introvert. So the other side of it, the fame. That's something that you also said is a double-edged sword for you. The interesting thing about fame is that you also mentioned is it's something you can't take back. The thing you can't just like go on vacation in Hawaii and it's like consider do I like it or not? No, you're staying in Hawaii for the rest of your life and you'll never finish whether you like it or not. So what's that like being loved by millions and millions and millions of people, which is perhaps the best kind of fame in terms of you have to choose the kinds of fames there are, and still being an introvert and all that kind of stuff. So, what do you feel alone, more alone being famous? Is there loneliness to it?
Yeah, I mean, it's such a funny thing. Okay, if you'd asked me, we were having this conversation a couple years ago. I think that we started about this because the last thing I want to ever do is sound ungrateful or unaware of how much I have. Woe is the famous celebrity with money. Oh, is your life hard? Oh my God. But I'm also the type of night now where I'm gonna speak my truth because that's the only reason I'm here. Is I'm here to speak my truth to you. I'm gonna tell you my truth, whether it's whatever it is.
Well, you're human. Your feelings are real, and so that's the interesting thing. You win the lottery. What's
No,
that going
my
to be
friend,
like?
comma,
God love him.
I only
Thank
want
God.
the
It's so
best for
hard
you,
to win the
period.
lottery just to get
If you ever
$5,000.
need anything or
We're humans.
you ever
We
need
need to
anyone
experience these feelings, and
to
it's
whom to talk,
fascinating. We're
comma,
humans in different
I am always
situations,
here to be
and it's
an
also
open
fascinating because a
ear,
lot of people
period.
think, "Well, I would like to be famous." That's a big thing now with social media and Instagram and so on. Or rich or famous, and it's very interesting to think, all right, well, once you arrive, I don't know, have your problem solved?
No, yeah. So I will tell you, according to me, okay, there are certain reasons why. One, once you're there, you can't come back. Whatever. I mean, that's fine if you make your money. But the real pitfall for me is that you're Lex, and you're what everybody's perception is that Lex is, and that's what you are. Now, Lex is probably a lot more complex and complicated and has a lot more to Lex than the Lex that is that celebrity. So, but anybody you meet, that's who you are to them. And you may not feel it, but you may feel inclined to actually want to be that person to them personally. Like I, early in my career, for as long as I've
Yes, I
been
am,
doing it,
period.
suddenly
World
felt like
peace,
I had to fit
period.
in when I was in the National
I
Signing
need
Service
to
and didn't
get,
have money. Meet my family now, who are also like, "Whoa, this is crazy!" You're like Dan Rose from Imagine Dragon again, and I wanted to just be the goofball that I have done my whole life with my brothers and family, but suddenly I found myself feeling like, no, I have to do this, like, because that's who they were. So you're almost like playing a role. It's like I've heard a lot of actors talk about this, where they'll take on a role and then it's like they feel like they like become that. And it's a really scary
I
thing
do,
when you can't
period.
alter
And
who
I'm
you
cooler
are
than all the
almost.
other rabbis,
Just
period.
the notion
Once
of
they
being
see
able
how
to do so,
influential I am,
especially
comma, I will
a
be
lot
able
of
to get
artists
them
are
on
in
board,
acts.
period. These are my
So,
colleagues,
a lot of people get into
comma,
art
and trust me,
wearing
comma,
hats, and you
many of
feel
them
a
do want
lot
world
of
peace.
what people are feeling, and you never wanting to burden people, and you're always wanting to deliver to that person, what they want from you. Is very goes hand in hand with a lot of like these famous people. They get to where they were because they know how to do that. They know how to be around someone and look them in the eye and make them feel like they're the only person in the room. And then now they got that role in that movie because they sat with the casting director and they were like, oh, that was funny. But like, put on the charisma, do it all. Like, anyway, I'm like going on a bit of a tangent here, but long story short, there's a lot of things that really unhealthy about it. And then a lot of people who want the fame, and the second it starts to go away, then they're like, who am I anymore? That was everything. Now I'm like, I'm down. Now I'm not a famous person anymore. And now I hate myself. Now I'm into drugs. And it's like this vicious cycle. Like you can never be famous enough. You're always going to get like. There's just so much to it that I've just and again I've lost some friends in this career through that for sure.
there's a certain element to it too. On the music vein, I've interacted with a lot of folks, especially young folks, like on YouTube. So fame is a thing that has levels. You're always trying to be a little more famous. A lot of folks are chasing fame. It doesn't matter how famous you are. You're always trying to chase more. And when you start to lose it, interesting things can happen if you're not self-aware. Which is like you mentioned, you might be trying to grasp back at where you were by leaning into the formula that got you there. And so the constraints of the image that you mentioned becomes the thing that you're now trying to lean into, like, and that's actually walking away from
What
who
is the
you are.
saying? First they ignore you, then they hate
That
you,
person
then you
for
win.
acting against you, for even on YouTube, which is
Got
people
it.
acting
First they
against
ignore you, then they
you. Sounds
ridicule you, then they
it's
fight you, then
it
you win.
gets bizarre, but I think
There you
it's
go.
that's just put for everybody to see. But that's a very human struggle when you're not famous, because you find yourself accusing yourself of not doing people pleasing at any scale,
Yeah.
and being trapped by that.
Also feeling like not good enough. I think that's something all these like it's very not it's not just a famous thing, but it's like the whole like everybody deals with feeling like when I'm here I'll be happy. When I get that job I'll be happy. When I have that money, then I'll be happy. When I get that surgery and my nose looks like this, I will be happy. It's like a constant chase of happiness instead of happiness. It's like the opposite. It's the opposite of self love. It's the opposite of happiness. There's no presence to it. Constant. You're never going to cry. You're never going to arrive, and you're just going to live your life, and then you're going to that's it. You're like, I was chasing the wrong thing my whole life. I should say that podcasts are interesting though. So for me personally, it's taught a lot that you can't people that meet you they know you and they know the evolution of you, and that's the same thing for like you right now. Dan of Imagine Dragons, just being on a podcast, like long form, reveals a side that nobody will see coming. Being yourself, like people see it. Oh, there's a comedian, because music. They have a deep connection with you. They have experiences with you the way you experience it. That's who you are with them with the songs. Now you can see, oh, look at this human being. Probably gets angry, sad, excited. It's hopeful, and there's a core. There's a good human being. Like,
Should
oh,
any
there's
of
a whole
you
roller
need
coaster
a
of
person
emotions out
with
there.
whom
It's a giant
to
leap of
speak,
us. And podcasting is
just
that's
know
why I
I
love
am
podcasts, like long
always
form.
here for you,
You
period.
get to hear some artists and actors and so on, and some of them you get to see, oh, you've lost yourself in the surface. That's the tragedy with the actors and great actors, is they love so much of themselves in the roles they play that they can no longer be the thing they were before those great roles. It's hard. It's hard to see. You get to see that with Johnny Depp on the Pirates. He was talking about that with Pirates of the Caribbean. That was a shift.
Right.
Like he's not that guy.
Right.
He's forever, forever that guy. But the point is to remember that you're not. Because your family, which is interesting, you said with your family. When I see people posting, there is an element of that in positive acts. They start treating them like a famous person.
Yeah. I'm fortunate to have my manager is my brother, my older brother, and my lawyer is my other older brother. And that's been helpful because And then you meet kids too who know about this whole concept, and they're like, "I'm going to be happy to show him that I don't."
Yeah, I'm not going to give that information
And
to
you're
him.
dealing with like people who are like so sit by this person who's like, you know, you could say something actually profound and nice, and they'd be like, "That's stupid. You're an idiot." Because it's like an actual attempt to like show you how much they don't care. So you live in this very
But still, nevertheless, even when nobody knew you, you were seeking for deep human connection with a small number of people. And now, when a lot of people know you, you're still looking for deep connection with a small number of people. The struggle is the same. Can you speak to, because you mentioned sort of the dark moments, what advice would you give to people who are struggling with depression? And maybe the people who know the people who are struggling with depression.
So what I have found to be the most successful for me, it's back to basics of everything that a therapist or psychologist will tell you, like I write in my book, is exercise every day, eat healthy for sure, find time, make time every day to do something that you love, whatever that may be, whatever brings you joy. And you might, and when you're really depressed, that actually feels like nothing, because the things that brought you joy don't bring you joy anymore. When I'm really in the thick of it. But for me, I'll like this is the cycle that I'll go through is I'll look at my life and I'll say, okay, what can I clean up? All right, well, for me it was cutting out alcohol actually helped me a lot. Um, I know that sounds like crazy. I'm not judging anybody for that, and I still drink on occasion, but I felt like alcohol has been very unhelpful to my mental state. Um, feel less drive and less happiness the next day for things that I want to do. I feel like it plays a lot with your serotonin.
So look for stuff to change.
Clean living, yeah, clean living, but also understanding that sometimes it just is, and you just keep breathing, and it will get better with time.
This too shall pass.
This too shall pass. Like I really think that in the winter, I'm pretty sure. I mean, I've seen a lot of therapists, and all of them say the same thing. It's like maybe depressive disorder, and this is what it is. But it's certainly worse for me in the winter months. So I know there's like I can't think of the term for it, but there's a term for like seasonal depression. Um, so I'll get to the winter, and suddenly I'm like, geez, everything really sucks on an anger level. And then so it's like this too shall pass is another thing. It's like back to those saying, absolutely that's my biggest emphasis I've had this week, like on stage, like my goal, like a few things that are really really high up. One is mental health and peace through therapy. Because for me, I didn't go to therapy for a long time because I felt that it would be admitting that I was broken. It'd be admitting that I was weaker than, well, it doesn't ask to go to a therapist because less is stronger is strong like that. I would like to look at all my older brothers, and I looked up to them so much, and they're all these incredibly successful people. Plastic surgeon, anesthesiologist, a dentist, two attorneys, Stanford, NYU, like just incredible high standards, Eagle Scouts, like they valedictorians, like they just did it all. So for me, I was really did not want to, and none of them went to therapy. They were like, what are you going to do, a grieve any broken like little funny can't act right? And I think that's incredibly dangerous. And I feel like it almost cost me my life because I took so long to finally go to therapy. So I really want kids to know, hey, the great people that achieve great things, that are doing amazing things, they probably have help. Almost all.
Like going to the gym, but it's meant to be. What so I unfortunately I want to be a psychiatrist. I never thought I'd have to. Maybe that's what my podcast will be like.
I think you could.
I would.
I think you are a psychiatrist. You must, right? If you're a
I think
psychiatrist.
I need more. I think actually, to be a good psychiatrist, you also need to be seeking therapy from like you also need to be have some stuff to work through in your mind.
Right.
I think, yeah, you have to have gone to some dark places.
Oh, yeah, it was scary.
To empathize, the empathy, the ability to empathize, and especially if you directly experienced it, you can it, are you basically bringing to the surface and talking through things that you, because of the momentum of life, you just never allow yourself to speak through, to think through? Is that what therapy is? Or is this a more systematic thing?
So I've been to a lot of strange different kinds of therapies. So I'll tell you, the first therapist, in fact, it's rough. How hard is it to find a therapist that connects with you? It is. It's actually pretty hard. I think for well, actually, I had a huge view of that because my, going back to the beginning of my therapy was a Mormon therapist, so it was very much like, well, are you reading your book of Mormon and are you praying at night? You know what I mean? That was a big focus of my therapy.
And you have
Yeah,
a faith crisis in your business.
yeah. Like what? And then
They get worse.
yeah, the next therapist I went to was a Scientology therapist. I met my wife, and she's a Scientologist at the time, not anymore. It's like it's such a funny thing to like look back on because we met. And I was like this Mormon missionary who just got home from his mission. I met her, and I was a Scientologist. I was like, wow, that's batshit crazy. And I'm like, that's crazy. And she's like, what are you talking about? That's very crazy. Even more than batshit crazy. The two of us were like, huh, there's something to both of us here.
Yeah, the tension actually forces you to think
Yeah,
through, like, oh, well, what is true?
yeah, and we really fell in love through that. Like, we're both on the wrong side. Figure this out. But before that happened, we went to the Scientologist therapist, who that therapy consisted of what have you done wrong to Asia? And they would ask me that question over and over and over and over, until I'm like thinking of the deepest, darkest things that were in the recesses of my mind. This was a therapy. This was a marriage therapy. Anyway, I'm not going to get into that, but it was Scientology therapy. That was a different thing. And then I went to therapy. No, not attachment and religion, and that was religion therapy. And since then I've been through a couple of therapists, but that was more because where I was, moving, things like that. So is it that hard to find great therapists? Probably not. Maybe don't go to your Mormon therapist first, then Scientology therapist. Or maybe that's the route for you. Maybe it's the route for somebody.
Yeah, but what is, so is it bringing stuff to the surface, basically?
Oh yeah, so I haven't even answered your question.
What's the effect? Why is it so effective? Just, is there something you put words to?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's obviously the common thing that we think of is just like, oh, I've been pulling these things in. I don't want to tell anybody. I'm going to tell this person. There's relief in that. But that's really not where the real work comes from. I think the real work is meeting with someone who is well versed and educated and understands. It's like it's like coding. It really is. It's like someone who like they listen to you and they're like, well, that was a trigger, and this trigger is probably every time you're hearing that, thinking of this thing that happened earlier in your life, and they just will walk you through scenarios, and maybe some of them aren't right, but some of them you'll be like, it'll resonate in something. Wow, I am feeling that because of that, and that did happen. And maybe if I call my mom and say this to her, it'll make me think, hey mom, this happened. It's like work. You put in work and you have hard conversations and do difficult things. And if your therapy is not difficult, I actually think that's not good therapy. Good therapy is
Are you done?
going to be a little difficult. It's work. Like
During and after.
yes, like I had this incredible therapist who I told him that when I was going through ayahuasca, it's like these are he had actually was a doctor before, really well educated, studied. The person walked away from brain doctor. What's the word for that? Brain doctor,
Brain surgeon?
neurologist.
Yeah, neurologist.
And he said, well, basically his belief was that ayahuasca was like basically doing therapy, like 50 sessions. He's like, it's like really intensive. He's like, I don't know if you want to do that. If you do, it makes big steps forward. But I prefer just to do one session at a time. And so yeah, it's hard work. And that I typically like. It's really hard for me to talk about ayahuasca, by the way, going back to that, because I'm not looking to tell everybody to go do ayahuasca. It's incredible. It was
Yeah,
the
there we go.
scariest experience of my entire life. It felt like I went to heaven, but it also felt like I went to the darkest, deepest hell that was incredibly scary.
Did I stutter?
Incredibly scary.
bullying and that kind of stuff. This song, a lot of these songs are super interesting.
What are you thinking about this beard?
Just the percussion, super interesting lyric.
Really?
How it flows.
No, it itches.
And also,
some face puke.
pain is at the center. I mean, a lot of, like you said.
What do you think of Hanukkah?
I
Dog,
think
it's not even a major holiday.
Behind a lot of your songs, funny enough. Maybe they're covered in metaphor. It's hard to see. But yeah, this song
I gotta take a shit.
it's
Really?
interesting in that way that it goes.
What kind? Well, we just finished salsa chips, salsa ruffles, so it could be like a red,
That's so interesting.
perhaps a
Maybe
burnt
tell this story from the song. I'd love to listen.
sienna.
I have some questions musically about it too.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
College ball.
I just feel like the greatest
6.
things in my life have come from
Why?
the deepest hurt.
Why not?
Losing someone,
I gotta
that you
take a
love
shit.
is maybe the hardest path for me, at least thus far. Like when I think of, okay, what was the hardest thing? It, there's the physical pain, maybe like going through
I like how
cancer
Toby's
or
hair is
whatever.
like a
I
dick.
think losing someone that you really love to death
Really?
is one of the hardest. For
Dog.
me, I would say it was the hardest thing. Um, but it also makes you look at your life completely differently and alter your life, at least for me, in ways that really help. Being more present, letting go of things that were meaningless, trying to control what other people think about you, like wasting your time on things like that. And you suddenly see, like, wow, like time. I got a small amount of time.
Okay, I
How do I
can
want to
stand
spend
up
it? I'm going to spend it in the best way I know how, and
and
that's
down.
it. So, yeah, I mean, it's a basic concept that's been said a million times over in a million different ways, but that's pretty much what I'm trying to say with believer, which is like I lost faith in everything at that time period, or previous to that time period, and then I was rebuilding my faith, or my spiritual thought process. And after ayahuasca, it was like, finding being a believer, and that's not necessarily like a believer in God or a believer in heaven and hell or anything like that, but a believer in more.
Man, I could stand.
Believing in
It'd be very athletic to stand at this
that
point.
there is some light, like, and again, those words, like, they're just words, and I
It'd be
wish
like,
there were better words to formulate the thought that I'm trying to express, but just more. Like the thought of me dying, for me, I don't fear it. I don't fear it, but actually, I really fear not seeing my kids again. I'll say that. That is fearful for me. I feel like I love so deeply these children that the thought of like leaving them, for me, is really a scary thought.
They're kind of good reminder how much you love life, actually.
Yeah.
And you don't always remember that.
Yeah, and I think having kids is not for everyone. Absolutely. But for me, and especially if you having kids just yourself are losing people every day. I mean, like, I feel like dying. I'm gonna have a kid. Like, you might feel more like dying after having a kid after that.
It's very stressful. But it is explicit too. Like, it changed a lot of people that I've known. That it gave them a new intensity of gratitude for life, for sure. Yeah, do you mind if I'll return to the pain of the believer. Mind if we listen to a little bit of the song now?
Direction toward my future will be.
Do you write the music first or the words first?
Same kind of way. It's very
Two. It's like just a way of intensity of vocal. What do you more like what the first few seconds sound like? Is that something that, like when you imagine a song, is it the opening you imagine?
No, it's kind of I never think opening. I never think final. I think soundscape of how I'm feeling right now. So it could be the middle of the song for all I know. When I'm doing that. But my process for me is very much lyrics, melody, and music really coming at the same time. Like
same time, I mean, I'm as I'm expressing, maybe feeling like it's not that simple, but it's like I'll hear it like it's like here's all the orchestra and you're kind of expressing all the blessings at once, and melody in my voice is just one of those instruments. You know what I mean? It's just utilizing one instrument.
So you see the landscape. That landscape includes melody, includes percussion, lyrics a little bit, or lyrics.
I will be words begin like a word beginning and end. Like I'll be like, I'm like, what's a word that I'm thinking of when I'm feeling this soundscape? And I always create with no theme in mind. I never, for better or for worse, my process is I'm sitting down and I'm writing a journal. Simple as that. It's like when you sit down to write a journal, are you sitting down and you're like, okay, I have all these words here that I'm going to put on the page and I'm going to order them each day. And my theme of on my journal entry today is going to be this. Maybe some people do that. I don't. My journal entry is, I don't know what to say. Oh, how was today? Today was this. I'm doing this. Now that I think about that, I'm really anxious about that. That hurt my feelings in this way. You're formulating it as you go, and that's the joy of it. And for me, that's what music is. So I'll sit down, not thinking, hey, I've been wanting to write a song that has a hard beat.
Look at this
Wanting to
movie.
write a song that's pretty
No
fast.
one's ever
Wanting
seen
to write a
anything
song
so athletic.
it's like, how am I
Really,
feeling
this is
right
like,
now?
And is it joyful? Is the feeling joyful to you, or is it troubling? You just made it sound like it's
I think
joyful,
um,
or at least
close, but
fulfilling.
yeah, fulfilling is the word I was thinking. Kind of a big word, but maybe
Because a lot of artists talk about really like talk about writers.
it's artists.
look at this one.
It feels like having a good moment with a therapist where you're like, okay, I'm expressing this thing that I just need to express. For whatever reason, I need to express this. The majority of the songs I write, for the record, are never. I write over 100 songs a year. I release 20 songs every 2 years. So, I don't know, what's that percent? 20 out of 300? More like,
less than
less than 10%.
less than 10%. Yeah.
Me too. 7?
Yeah.
Anyway, so
And then like getting together with a band and like getting them selected down for what the process. Like, do you really writing a song for 1 to 3 days? Kind of maybe a song that you can't quite figure out the puzzle of that is gonna last a little longer. Is it what is
every idea.
Yeah. You finish every idea.
I do. I finish every idea.
So it's not just like laying completely unfinished.
I could open my computer to you right now, and I would show you hundreds and hundreds of songs that you would listen to and think that sounds like a song. Like there's rhythm, there's melody, there's multiple instruments, there's lyrics. Like it's the same thing as recording for me is as music, which is I can't walk away until I'm completely
Finished.
finished is finished.
Yeah, but it sounds like a song.
I certainly do a lot more with it after the band and the tracks fall apart, but it's a song. It'll be like it's Ulysses being said. Yeah, that was a song. I get you understand what it is for sure.
Do you think this is a painful question from a fan perspective? Do you think there's genius on your computer that you walked away from that you just didn't notice it? Like, do you think there's truly great songs that you've written that you just didn't notice how great they are?
I think greatness is something that I feel like I don't feel like I've achieved greatness. Genuine. I'm not saying that to you in a way of like humility.
Like Michael Jordan.
Genuinely, I feel like I am on a journey right now to find who I am, and I'm 34, and it's like I don't even. I haven't begun my journey. I feel like I'm just starting out. But that being said, I certainly don't know the right answer to what songs are beloved or good to the masses. Like imagine writing for such a massive entity. It's like there have been I will say this. There are a couple times where I've fought really hard to decide on a single. Really hard. Or I always fight for what goes on the record. Always. I always put the record together, and that's the record that I want it to be, and me and the guys come up with that. And it's nobody else has influence. No manager, no label. The single, everybody wants to have a say. fought really hard over that, and I've been wrong before and I've been right before. But as far as songs that I have put out, I mean,
I can imagine so many songs. You think of so many Beatles songs that are like some of their greats, All Night in the Sunshine. I'm trying to imagine weird sounding, not that interesting, possibly songs.
the majority of them, honestly, they may be our best stuff we don't put out, for instance, because our band is such a it's such a complex record. I really don't know, Alex. I don't know. Maybe one day I'll die and people will listen to it. I hated Imagine Dragons. And now I listen to that song. I really like that tune. Or maybe they'll be like, oh, it's all about love. I don't really know. But
that's sorry. It is a tragic thing. That's why I asked. It's like there could be some great, incredible things that will take you a long time to rediscover, to realize how great they are. And it's also the tragic aspect of being an artist is you don't know. Forget fame and all that kind of stuff. You don't know what's going to really move people because ultimately what you want is to connect with people, and you don't know what that's going to be. It's hard. I mean, to me, it's tragic. Just as a fan of yours, as a comedian, I wonder if there's some incredible stuff there. It's just that it's tragic to see great artists throughout history that didn't get recognition until they died. It's like because they basically held on. John Stockwell was extremely self-critical. A lot of these folks had an idea of what's good and not, and they had genius, but they weren't entirely wrong. It became sufficiently popular, but it's interesting.
I try to genuinely to release the songs that move me the most. I'll say that.
You're your own audience.
Yeah, I try to put out the songs that make me feel the most.
Welcome, welcome. How you
Yeah,
living? What up, Irale?
I didn't want to
it's
speak
so
to you.
subjective. Like, what is good? Nobody knows the songs that matter in life. Nobody knows that much. Nobody knows it. So for me, it's always what makes me listen. And one of the main lessons Rick Rubin taught me when we worked with him on this record was he would say his main point that he would continually bring up, like, because he's not the type of person to be like, that's a bad song or that's good. It's just not who Rick Rubin is. It's more like there's more nuance to it. He would say, I don't really believe you in that song. That's what he would say. He would say, and I knew that was like that's not a good song. He would say, and I would genuine. There was a time he said it, and it was about a song that I really I felt it, and I said it, but he didn't believe it. He heard it, and that was enough. And I was like, man, at the end of the day, like I can believe all I want, but if the listener doesn't feel the honesty, just like we were talking about earlier, I think the most important ingredient is this true? Perceived as true to someone else, and if it's not, the bullshit indicator goes, and I don't know, throw it away. I don't care anymore.
Well, you said that he made you go through like line by line the lyrics. Every album.
Because it's excruciating.
Why is that excruciating?
Well, first of all, it's Rick Rubin, so you're in the room with like Rick Rubin, who's done a lot of the greatest of all time, and so I had to first just put that aside and be like, okay, well, he's done a lot of my favorite records, but still, you're a human. Not everything you say is gonna be right, you know. And I'm a strongly opinionated person, and so is Rick, and so the two of us just stuck together, you know.
But the lyrics was not the entire composition, but just like the lyrics.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah. Oh yeah. He would look over there was like and there was battles he won and battles that he didn't win, and maybe he was right. I don't know. I mean, there was, for instance, I'll give you an example. There's a song on the record called Number One. Rick will probably laugh at me. Because this was a big one that we kept going back and forth on. But this will give you a good insight of what it was like. What it was like. And there's a line in it that says, I don't know. The chorus is, I don't know what I know. I don't need no one to believe. When it's all been said and done, I'm still my number one.
What up, dude? How you living, pimp?
go to the next song. So
Fuck yeah. Come on back. Get your ass kicked.
But there were other songs for sure where Rich was like, that or this, that word feels a little trite. You already said that once. Can you say it a different way? It was really helpful. And
it's really interesting because you're trying to say something so simple and yet not make it cringe.
There he is.
That's like
Big dog's in the house.
Because you want to say something.
How you living, pimp? You ready to get your ass kicked?
Yep.
All right. So I'm like Donkey Kong.
Where Yep.
All right. You've been sending invitations, dude. It is your obligation or choice, whichever you consider it, to accept.
I just wondering what.
Okay, well, I just sent it to you again. All right.
I'm
Not the
Do you
shot.
want me to do the riskiest move?
Yeah,
This could be the riskiest move ever.
let's see it. Or it could pay off in spades for you, son.
I think you're in a better position than me.
I'm a shot ahead of you then.
Doesn't mean you're in a better position than me.
No, I know. So hit your shot and we'll see who's in the better position. You're in a better position. You can easily take the lead
I
here.
disagree.
Easily. You're gonna hit the ball. Oh, you fucked yourself.
How did I fuck myself?
You should have made that shot. We should not have tied. This is your hole.
You can get a hole in one here.
Oh, yeah. It's like probably
it's possible you get a hole in one.
probably the best hole location for it. Come on, baby.
The worst shot. That is one of the worst shots you could have.
It's past. It's past the hole. That's not what you want to do. Oh. Do you think you have a good shot?
Better than yours.
Dude, you just helped me majorly. Majorly.
Okay, your shot went from a 5 out of 10 to an 8 out of 10.
I'm in agreement with you.
I've helped you twice. Saved your life twice here.
I'm in agreement. What do you think of this strategy?
It's not a bad strategy, but is it as good as this strategy here?
Terrible shot.
You'll see why it wasn't a terrible shot in a second. Rabbi.
I'm ready for it, big dog.
That was an okay shot.
It was amazing.
But was it as good as this shot?
Oh, you're very fortunate. You took out that tree.
Oh.
It's better than your shot. Rabbi takes the lead.
Got 2 holes to go. Rabbi Rothschild is the name of your Discord.
It's actually it's actually Rabbi Ohel. Rabbi Rothschild Ohel plays for world peace. Why don't you hit my ball? Everybody would appreciate it if you hit my ball perfectly. Are you gonna go in the water? No, but you're like in my way. What a shot! Oh, did you see that go right over the hole? Welcome,
Who's
welcome.
that?
We have a new friend. Deadpool's here. Welcome, Deadpool. Oh,
Yeah,
how are you?
Rabbi, remember me, the cars guy?
The cars guy. Which guy would that be? What car guy? Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I remember who you are now. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's yeah. How are you?
Good, how are you, bro?
Well, man, did you ever get that to work?
Nah.
Seems impossible. One day though, we're gonna make him recreate that game just for you. What's good, Deadpool? What's good in your neck of the woods?
Nothing, just living life. I'm in Egypt now. I think I told you.
Right. How's that?
Pretty good. I like it. I like it better than America.
Very cool. We are playing a game right now. If you'd like to play, it's called mini golf. It's like miniature golf.
It's not called mini golf.
Well, the game we play is called mini golf.
I'm
The app is called Play-Doh if you want to
about
download
to
it.
go. I'm about to go. I just came into Parliament and say hi. It's been a while, man. Oh,
Absolutely.
no.
Absolutely. Well, we appreciate you coming in. You know that you're always welcome, and we only want
Oh,
good things for you.
Rabbi, how close was that last shot?
Peace, my friend. Very close. Good job, Zoo. That's one game to nothing.
Alright, this is gonna be your favorite hole.
This isn't my favorite hole.
Next one will be your favorite hole. I think it's your favorite hole. Oh, not after that shot. No, that's not your favorite hole.
That was a good shot, but it didn't do what I needed it to do.
What do you think of that shot?
It was pretty similar. This needs to be short, and it was not. What the F? Short in the
I'm going
water.
for the safe shot. You're going
Oh no.
in the water.
Oh no.
You just gave me the game. You just gave me the game.
Make it. I'll take that. If I'm gonna lose, I want to lose like that.
Give me the hole.
What's it like to have the lead?
Um,
That was the
I don't know why that shot fucked up.
you put it in a spot that fucks me though.
No, because it didn't let me. My screen was glitching out and it didn't let me shoot properly.
Well, it turned out pretty well for you, big dog. Extra speed. This has a chance to be really good for you. Wow, you're doing really well. No, you have a tough. No, you got a pretty easy shot actually. Stop. You fucked it up.
It's not a bad shot though. It's not awful.
How'd you like that? Now you're tied for the lead. This is
Fuck.
this is the hole that I
So
got a
we
hole in one
learned
on.
we learned last game that you can get a hole in one on this shot.
That's right.
On this hole.
Are you fucking serious? Look at that. Hit my ball, big dog. Dude,
Yeah. kidding me?
This is some shit.
Rabbi hits my ball. Rabbi hits my ball. You are the worst fucking M-word.
Wow. Wow. Calm down, big dog. Hey, I have something to tell you. It's not Aiden Ross, but it's pretty close, sort of.
Yeah.
So there are these guys who always make fun of me in Aiden Ross's server. And after we played last night, or whenever we played, um, I checked my messages and I just saw this huge, or the notification. I saw all these people making fun of me. And they're like, come on in and talk with us. You're always in here, but you never talk with us. Hit the ball, dude. Hit the ball. Are you there? Are you fucking serious? Zoot! Zoot, are you there?
It's your turn.
No, it's not. It's your turn. You actually missed a shot. There you go.
What the fuck? My game glitched out.
Shit happens when you party
I had to
naked,
close
dude.
the app. That was very weird.
You're still gonna tie.
I don't know what happened, but like it glitched out on my screen.
Oh, this pool we don't play
It
on.
said I took the shot.
Wow.
So what were you saying about Aiden Rock?
What do you think of that shot?
What were you saying about Aiden Rock?
So they were making fun of me, and I just saw my notifications were like, come talk with us, come talk with us. So I finally get in there, and I talk to them for like, I don't know, maybe an hour. And like, they were really, really nice. And they were like, they said, we like you. Aiden fucks with you, so you're cool in our book. So that's cool. If Aiden fucks with me, that's neat.
Who was that?
This guy who's called Biggest Loser on the internet, I'm not joking, that's what he goes by.
And he's friends with Aiden Ross?
Apparently. Dude, I'm playing like dog shit. You have a chance to steal a hole here. Water.
Hey, I'm retarded. I'm stupid. Sorry. Sorry for that.
You're good. You can make it though.
Yeah, biggest loser on the internet.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's in there right now. I like them because they're like super fans of mine. They made their profile pictures of me. I like that. Dude, are you serious?
But
You're going that way?
yeah, because you're gonna fuck that up.
Are you proud that you went that way?
You'll see why in a second.
I don't see why. I don't think I will get a chance to see why. Champion. That's 2 games.
So is he friends with Aiden Ross?
Yeah, I think through association, basically. He's friends with Aiden's like right hand man. Aiden's right hand man, I think, is Citrus, and they're friends. I'm friends with Citrus too.
My Wi-Fi is turned off, but I think it's fucking 4G.
Well, you're gonna need it because I'm whooping ass.
What?
I'm whooping ass on all the wavelengths. Dog, I'm already winning 2 games. Oh, that was bad.
What's the worst thing you can do? So Do you
So
think the Aiden Ross interviews are closer?
yeah, I mean that's not really what I'm going for, but I'm just happy that the people in there are being nicer to me. And then I'm in this other Discord, Wall Street Bets Discord, OG Wall Street Bets, and they're usually really mean to me. They're usually really racist to everybody, and they're slowly but surely. I mean, somebody will be like, "I hate you," and I'll just say to them, "I hope you have a great day." Like that's the best comeback I have for them because you can't really hate on somebody if they're hoping that you have a good day. I mean, you can be as negative as you want, but then when I ask them the next day, "Hey, how are you?" and they're like, "I'm doing okay. How are you?" Then I got them. That's exactly where I need them. Oh shit! What a bad shot.
Is being anti-Semitic racist?
I would consider it so. And I get it. Most of them haven't really probably been around Jewish people, and they don't necessarily have a good understanding that many of us have very kind hearts and only want the best for the world and for people everywhere.
It,
I've now taken a 2-shot lead. Keep in mind, I'm up
you know,
2 games to none. I hate this hole. I hate this hole when you're playing with multiple people.
up until 2023, I never met a Jewish person.
Well, there you go.
It's not common where I live in Australia. There's not a large Jewish population
All right.
where I live in Australia.
Dude, you are in my fucking way.
There isn't really a large Jewish population anywhere in the world besides Israel, I believe.
United States. 10% of New
How
York
many
City is
Jews?
Jewish. There are as many Jews in the United States as there are in Israel.
How many?
Approximately, depending on numbers, 12 million. All right, this is a big shot.
It's like one.
What a great shot.
That's like one. So that's like 1% of the population.
Yeah, between 1 and 2%. Dude, look at your shot. You almost stole one there.
Would have been a great shot.
That was very, very good. All right, here we go. This is my hole.
Do you think this is?
Oh, wow. Did you see this? Did you see what just happened? Give it to me. How do you like that hole in one? That was probably the most crazy hole in one I've ever seen on this hole. Got a perfect game going. Oh, no, I don't. Because I didn't score on the last one. All right, I don't like this hole. Just don't hit that gnome. Just don't hit that gnome. Black. My friend, I am up 3 games to none on you. How does that make you feel?
Like I'm shit at mini golf.
Just dominating. All right.
I get it. You're good at mini golf. I'm not.
I'm not necessarily good, but
I mean,
when people aren't
Rabbi, that was a terrible move.
I know. When people aren't attacking me or like conspiring to or colluding, then I do a lot better. How do you like this shot? That was terrible. You can get a lead here. Oh, what a beautiful shot. Dude, you're going to take the lead here.
Yeah, come on.
How does it feel to take the lead so early?
Good.
This is definitely going in the water. I don't know why you think that's a good shot. Water, or actually it's going to hit the thing. Not what you want to do. Nope. Maybe.
Oh, there's got to be a way to do this.
There is. You hit it off of the spinny thing. Like that. But you have to hit it hard. Like that.
Perfect. Perfect. But the thing is,
Oh, I went in the water, dude.
oh yeah.
Looks like
So
I'm
you
going to be
fucked
down
up.
two two fucking shots to none. Or two.
No, you're only a shot behind me.
No, two
You're
holes.
only a shot behind me.
It's going to be 2 holes to 1. Or 2 holes to none. Now, I've already given up on this hole.
You can get it in.
No fucking
Not
way.
possible.
No fucking way. Are you serious? That's horseshit. All right. So now I have to win. I have to win 3 holes in a row outright.
Right.
Oh,
Yes, perfect shot.
perfect shot.
Oh, actually, it was a shit shot.
No, it's not. You never make it through on the first time. Oh, I'm fucked. I'm fucked, folks.
Look at my shot again.
I need the best shot of my life right now.
You can get it.
No way.
Right, look at my shot. This is terrible.
Dude, shut up. You have an easy shot. You are fucking it up, but that gives you a perfect shot.
You sure it's a perfect shot?
Yeah. What are you doing?
Destroying like the easiest lead in the history of all leads.
I'm in agreement with you on that. Oh, there you
Yes.
go.
The bad news is I should have won that. I should have won the game.
Right, I still have a chance to at least
Now you.
get a win. Tie for a win.
Oh fuck! I hate this one.
Take out the fucking gnome. No.
I think I hate you.
Calm down,
I
big
hate
dog.
this.
Calm down.
I think I hate where your ball is.
Okay. Oh no. Stop, stop. What are you doing to me? Zoot, what are you doing to me? He won. Zoot, what does it feel like to win?
Don't know if I won yet.
You definitely won. You're up 4-1, man. You might have a perfect game.
My internet cuts out. Alright, ready?
I'm gonna have a perfect shot. It's gonna hit your ball.
Are you ready for the most perfect shot you've ever seen?
Yeah.
I'm not sure you're ready for this. You'll be how the fuck did he do that? That was intentional with what I was about to do.
Of course it was.
Rabbi, that was a good shot, but it's not as good as this shot. Doesn't matter even if you score, I still win.
That's true. Stop. Hit my ball.
I'm gonna help you.
That definitely did not help me. Zoot got the win.
I'm winning.
You ready for Ocho?
Yeah, I just need to check something first.
You check whatever you need to check, big dog.
Alright. I'm ready.
All right, big man. I'm ready for you. Waiting on other players.
It's New Year's Eve in 2 days.
Very cool, man.
Sorry, it's New Year's in 1 day.
Very cool.
In 1 day, it's New Year's Eve for me.
Amazing. Dude, what the fuck, man? Dude, Zoot up 1-0.
That was the easiest game in the world. You remember how we had the longest game ever? That was the quickest game ever.
That could be, you could be right on that.
Yep. 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 Okay. The really annoying part is... Okay, I know this is going to be really annoying. Okay, Rabbi.
Yo, big dog.
I keep on getting the same fucking color. How to blue? Why did it make me draw blue when I have a blue? Oh, it's reversed it. Wait. Oh, Rabbi, you wish you did not do that. You are gonna wish you did not do that. Yep. You're gonna wish you did not do that.
Whoa. Thank you.
3-0.
3-0?
Yeah, 3-0.
Alright. The cards are not in my favor.
How long you been now?
How long have I been up? Like,
Yeah.
7 hours or something? Dude, I have so many of the same color, it's ridiculous.
I know what card you have. Oh, you're in trouble. Yes. I think it. Yes. That's okay. Oh my god, that was perfect.
4 games to none. First to 10.
That sounds like that was complete luck how I won that.
Yeah, they all are, dog. Dude, what the fuck?
There's decisions where you can deflect the outcome though. Especially with special cards, you can deflect the outcome. Like now you know what card I have. And I know that you know I have a yellow card.
Wow. You win. 5 in a row.
You know I have a 1 yellow?
Yep. 5 games in a row.
Green. I should have gone red. Yep.
No way. 6 games in a row.
What is happening? What is happening?
I want to see you get 10 in a row.
Yeah, you just keep on resigning.
Right.
This might be the worst hand I've had. If you have any special card, you're probably better than me. Fuck, you played the... When I changed the X-ray, you played the exact card. So it's like... Okay, I now have the upper hand.
6-1.
Ah,
Comeback of the century. Give me some special cards.
fucked up. If I didn't change the color, I would have won.
Word.
Ah, grab. That's bad, that's bad, that's bad, that's bad.
Seven one. Seven two.
Okay, you're in trouble. If we change from any other color than green, you're in fucking trouble. Oh, you're fucked.
Wow. Impressive.
Now I'm in trouble.
8-1 or 8-2 maybe. 8-2.
8-2. Clean sweep. What the fuck? Hey, you played the reverse sumo on me. Okay, right. Cut up.
8-3.
Oh, fuck. The worst part about that is I had the X-ray card. If I played the X-ray card, I could have seen what your last card was. That's probably a good strategy when you get down to 2, you get the X-ray card, and you know you how to change the color. Hmm. Now that's the worst. Oh my, this is the worst hand I could be dealt. Literally. And you fell right into the trap. Fuck.
Fuck.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Okay, any color vert. Oh, this is bad. I think I've lost. What is the ghost do?
I think if you don't have any blues, then it gives you 2 cards.
I didn't have any blues.
Right, so you have to take 2 cards.
No, I didn't draw any cards.
Oh, then I don't know.
Hey, Rabbi, you was suspended?
Fuck no. Why are you
Don't
asking
worry.
such weird questions?
Correct, bro.
Yeah, when you ask me questions, think before you speak. You just can't sit here and ask me strange questions.
Yeah. Have you got
Stop with the questions.
any fucking blue cards?
No. Go fish.
Oh, fuck. Rabbi, I actually fucked up. Hey, Rabbi, I know your name, so I can actually, like, just Google it. So, this is by Tourette, but, like, it would be easy to Google.
Why would you even want to hang out with me if that were true? Why are we on this topic? I want to protect children, and here you are asking me strange questions, which makes me think about you. Are you?
Don't worry about it. 9-10.
9-3 or something.
9-3. Oh fuck.
All right, one more win and it's over.
Today, America's a good place to grow up.
It's better than a lot of places.
It's really hot right now.
There you go.
Congratulations. You won.
When's the? Do you think you'll get an Ed and Ross interview soon?
I don't know. I would accept it, but I'm not holding my breath over it.
What was the guy's name? Weirdest guy on the internet.
Biggest loser on the internet.
Biggest loser on the internet. That's me.
All right, feel free to watch this podcast with me. Lex Friedman. I think he's got some musical producer or musical writer on. We'll see.
Some of the greatest love songs. We looked at the Without You song. I mean, that's the whole thing is cringy. If you just read it on paper, like it's a like it's a court report or something, but yet it's not. Especially when it's sung, maybe. But no, there's something about maybe
sung in a way you believe it.
When you believe it, but also written in a way that's singable in the way you believe it.
I think I'm like go to bed.
All right, big dog. Well, you take care. We'll see you tonight, hopefully.
No word catches your mind as cringy.
Yes.
It's just. But then music. I think great speeches are like that too, or just communicating ideas simply. That's the art form, is to not be cringy. It's so interesting, and then because like when you're raw and real, it might at first feel cringy. So that the battle's there, and that's where you see people fail, like just regular artists, like I don't know, open mic. I go to open mic, so I just listen to musicians. Like when they write songs, like they fail that time. They write simple stuff, but it's cringy. Why? I wonder what was that. Like, what is that?
I'm telling you, Lex, I tried to explain this to my brother the other day. Because it's the same thing with a live performance. If I'm not in my right headspace when I walk on stage, and I walk up, and let's say I say something and I do this.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, this is the move, right?
Yeah.
This is the move. Yeah. The crowd doesn't get it. In fact, the crowd's like, that's cringy.
Yes.
But if I wasn't thinking about doing this, and I went up there, and I said something I really meant in my mind, like, I can't explain it to you, and it's so silly to say out loud. But it's people will resonate to it when it's real, and when it's acted, it doesn't. You could do the exact, the motion could look the same, your eyes look the same, but there's something about the energy that people know. They know if it's real or not.
Yeah, people are, like you said, incredible bullshit detectors.
100%. I'll go on a stage, and if I'm not in the right headspace to be real, it won't be a good show. If I'm real, then it's a good show. It's simply that.
Let's go through the song. Like I said, great opener. So you had this in your mind, this landscape?
Yeah.
Oh, is this that one motherfucker? What's his name?
The beat was
that fucker from fucking.
What about the first and the
What's
second?
His name?
Like first things first, second things
the first line I wrote was first things first.
No.
I don't know why.
These guys from Imagine Dragons.
And then I was like, oh, that.
Whatevs. Kids, this one night, I was driving by the fucking Honda Center, and there was an Imagine Dragons concert. Did I go? No, I'm too cool for that shit. But nevertheless,
I'm the master of my
My dad had that in his office. He had this saying.
who'd you think it was?
Something about the sailor.
That one guy who's wrote like written all those fucking huge songs.
There you go. Simple statement.
What's his name?
Zero print. It's so powerful. It's so simple.
He's from
I'm the master myself. This whole song is just trippy,
Sweden or some shit.
but in terms of
Everybody knows who
lyrics,
motherfucker is.
but extremely powerful and original and unique sounding.
I
Something
wonder if
about the
he
word.
has that record
It's
yet.
even, you know, it's interesting.
Most
Read that.
written
And then
number one
I
hits.
was working from a young age. I put myself into the masses, writing that poems that look at me, took to me, shaking me, feeling me, singing
Max
to my
Martin, that's
heartache,
pretty
to my
close.
veins, taking my message to my veins. I can't. Why am I reciting your words to you? But the percussion is throughout it. And that was there.
The percussion is almost in the lyrics, yeah. And I'm a very percussive singer because I was a drummer first. Before I think, same with Dave Grohl, probably a similar thing, which is I take
Diane Warren,
in
Lionel Richie.
percussive
8 number
sense
ones by
a lot when I'm
themselves.
writing, and I also was, before I could play an instrument, I would beatbox. And I think Michael Jackson did this too, actually. I've heard in the studio that he was very similar. But a lot of what I do is percussive, because my brain thinks percussively first.
Dude, I fucking hate this show so much. It makes me sick.
And then
It's
you
the
lay
worst.
words on that.
Everyone knows it's the worst. It's about talking about the guy with the boards. Stupid show.
It's building.
You know, like the things.
Sounds like drums.
It's all building to the chorus.
Dude, I don't know if I can play this song. I don't want to get in trouble.
What about the word pain? When did that come to you? Pain.
Dog, no one likes this show.
It's the
Yeah,
worst.
it's the idea of, I just wanted to, I really, one of the things that, a lot of the songs that I like divisiveness, for instance. Not always, because there's times where I want someone to hear a song and I want them to either love it or hate it, and I really don't want them to be in the middle ground. A lot of the songs that, like, a lot of my favorite songs are divisive songs. And so, for instance, with Pain, I want you to hear that and almost like whoa, you know what I mean? And it's something either somebody's going to hear and they'll be like, man, I just don't want to hear that like that, or it's like, oh, I felt that so deeply when he said that in that way because it sounded like this. And when you think of the word pain, it's like that's a when I, at least for me, when I hear that word, like carries a lot of weight. Carries a lot of weight. So I wanted to say that there's a lot of weight when you come into that chorus with like it's a striking moment. And I'm also a tenor singing as, sorry, I'm a baritone singing as a tenor. So that's where that natural like gruffness comes from, is I'm singing out of my range, really.
They're real and they're spectacular. I knew it was going to be the number one fucking thing.
Can I ask you a specific to the pause before the pain? It's really interesting. It's like a double. What is that? Is that how much work does that take to get that right? That's incredible. Because it's like so you're seeing the beauty through that, and then that whatever that sound is.
Right, with the bass.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually, when I first was approaching the chorus, it was actually took me from the singing the heartache from the pain, taking my message from the veins, taking my lessons from the veins, seeing the beauty to the seeing the beauty to the pain. You made me a like it came in on one. I'm not singing right now, but it did not wait, and it felt like it didn't hit in the way that it was supposed to hit because the you predict that, right? You're waiting. Beauty to the pain, you made me a right. Beauty to the pain, you made me a lady. So I wanted to feel a little more like striking. Like again, it's like that thing that makes you kind of do this a little bit. You're like, huh? But once you hear it a few times, you're like, and you predict. You know what I mean? It's like I'd rather someone hear our song the first time and be confused by it, so they play it the second time, and then they're like, oh, you know what I mean? Like I really don't want, you know, I'd rather turn some people off along the way, and then the people who come along for you are going to feel more committed.
It's just an interesting like. It feels
This guy sucks.
No. you're like, oh, yeah. Notice that. Yeah, that's so interesting to do that just at the right time. And then pain, right? Man, it's a brilliant song. Did you know it was a good song when you wrote it? Out of out of the thousands of songs you've written.
It's always the same thing for me, which is like, I'll listen if I want to listen to the song, and I want to listen to it a lot of times, then those are the songs we put out. And I only want to listen to the songs that make me feel something. Whether or not it's like our single that did the very worst of all our singles was the song that I
Damn, that's tight.
but it made the most sense as a single, which was all the wrong reason to choose it. Right? It was I Bet My Life. It was the single off our second album. And that
Shout
song
out
was
to the
originally
CEO,
written
Jeju
on
Air.
vocal, and it was very just
He
quiet.
knows what's up.
And we were like, well, let's try to dial it up and try to produce it. We self-produced it as a band, and we overproduced. And that song, I mean, it did good, in terms of a song, but for us, it did not do good compared to other songs. And I really look back at that.
Elsewhere today, just what did you improve?
At least, let's say 6. And I had written probably, I don't know, like a lot of songs.
What was the topic of it? Love, anger.
All sad. The first song I ever wrote was and it was like a bluesy thing. It was like it was my voice in that, and then it was like you know what I mean? It's like, but I was like a 12-year-old with, I just felt like depressed for the first time, and I just was like,
I think you discovered the blues at the 12.
young one, not you're young too, so it's even middle childhood. Always, never mean, never malicious, never mean, never malicious. There's two types of criticism. There's two types of criticism.
I probably all
Damn, bitch.
issues. Probably all
Damn, bitch.
issues.
Hair drop, sir.
You think this is a hopeful or sad song? It's like that. It's like that. Yeah, I mean the simplicity. Yeah, I mean the simplicity there, and yeah, but it's such a contrast with what's his name, Terry Chapman. Gonna be like you, Dad. I'm gonna be like you, and the idea of that song is that he does become like his dad. That he does become like his dad. That connection. His dad was too busy making that kill his son. His dad was too busy making that kill his son. In a non-dramatic family song, there's connection because
Right.
you don't read when the son shows up from college and all that kind of stuff. He doesn't spend any time with the father. Of that, and just the calm sadness of that. We can live parallel lives, never quite connect.
And there is a little bit of that father and son with Cat Stevens too. Like when the son is love you. Take your time with these things. You want to get married, you want to be doing like this is, and the son saying, listen,
But that doesn't mean they also let them live that life, right? Let them make the mistakes, but they're not mistakes actually. They're like beautiful deviations from the path that they end up on, and those make the path a lovely one. And one of the most successful artists in the world. Is there advice you can give to young people today that would like to find themselves that way, especially if they're struggling?
I thought you said device at first, and I was like, honestly, I feel like that device does not help. Easy to look in the mirror and wish you looked different, wish you were more successful like that person over. And people that I see that really succeed at life, really succeed truly, and that doesn't mean they're making money necessarily, or they're succeeding in, they're talking to a lot of people. Like, their success to me is like happy and real. They have real self-love. When you meet someone, you meet Rick, for instance. You meet Rick, you're gonna meet. Rick has a Zen master. Like, Rick is just a in a family too, where it was like never look inward. Like, be selfless, like serve, serve, serve. Which, by the way, is a true principle of life. I think you love yourself more when you serve more. I think that's really evident in life. But also, spend time doing the things that make you happy. Take time every day to go on that walk that you need to go on. Listen to that book tape that you need to listen to. Like, for me, that's something I need. I know if I do that, I'm going to be a better dad. I gave myself some love back in life. And just forgive yourself. Forgive yourself because everybody messes up. Everybody that you're going to not, you're wrong. And you're eventually going to self-worth every day and be a lesser version of what
I'm the first bitch to get on the track.
Like that
I'm
those
sitting
feelings
on the
of
beat
like
of the drum.
self-criticism, do you need a little bit of that?
Because I'm boxing.
Like McDonald, a little drop of poison.
Right.
You need a little poison, or is that silly?
No, I mean, it has been like the thing that I've worked on. And even if you would have just sat down and been like, it doesn't. It's not silly, right? Like, not everybody has a dad who's going to ever do something or put in the time or whatever.
Like, would you have it any other way?
also on the same token, it's like I went to music cares recently, which is a charity for musicians that are down on their luck for national average per occupation. So I just think there's a tricky balance. There's a tricky balance in art. So yeah, of course, like it's a necessary thing, the fragility of it all. But
yeah, I wonder, because I'm extremely self-critical, and I sometimes ask myself the question, I've romanticized it, or rather, I've learned for it to be productive, to channel it into productivity. But I wonder if there's a thing that destroys me. Like if long-term, if it's a healthy thing, it might be useful when you're sort of...
You need self-doubt. That, like, for instance, if I believe
I have to...
So one, from a young age, I think being raised in unity, well, even your faith, and you feel like it's unchangeable. I don't want to marry a man. Like, if I was forced to marry a man, I would. So you're forcing a kid into a situation. That impacts us. Like, I would hear all the time, like that slur being slung out at people who were LGBTQ, and all the time. It takes all pieces of the puzzle. If only the pieces of the puzzle did their job, and we need to do this. Like I leave as a man come to our comments, dragons, and they're Mormon. Cool about it, and as family and friends throughout my entire life, it was like, all right, this seems like a path that we need to go down. So, long story short, is a path.
Religion acknowledges a lot of meaning to a lot of people. There's some meaning.
The reality is, absolutely just read that on it. I'm sliding names are forever. This point is my really I was actually that's what hey parents it's been here for
just visually creating.
What's going on? I gotta take a weird.
I need to direct hope. I'm not sure. Whatever happens, in the sentence with Joseph Stalin. Stalin is a singular figure. Hitler, in that way, Stalin is the dominant figure. Long he was in power, and also by the amount of... So Putin can't be used in the same building. He uses some of the same dogmas. And some of those television broadcasts that we see at meetings and Putin inside the Kremlin, sitting in a building, and you can see the Kremlin wall from many sites. So, people with Stalin, he's still part of the world from a position of weakness and grandeur, right? Of being a strong iron to be as for the past many years. 11, Peter the Great, and it's the dilemma. It's got orders. Great. Name yours now than any time since that ancient growing strong. So the irony of
Defense move.
very athletic world, a country having the capability to possess anyway. The irony that you try to manage, you try to realize modernization, and try to cement bird shaping up to be impossible. That autocracy is then worse than geopolitical I call this about this.
Look at this move.
Russian privilege. It's not it's not something that power of the West. Actually, again, and Putin has made this choice just to stop his victory. Lost the peace. She's died in 19 was other movement person because they were trying and won't get. By the time they formed the troops, all those advanced positions that she was victory. From Holland, former Warsaw Pact, and former fullness of way, inheriting some of it when, as a Russia was smaller, more and also states to join the West. The West in the same sentence, and the terrible outcome, the scale of the nuclear weapons aside, nothing. The numbers on the Mao killed more people than Stalin did. He watched and all of them sent to prison. He won that, and then he began himself.
His policy, so where of the human cost.
He's not alive. Everybody was looking for the results from to take in this. You would have to include a value placed on the in a situation where Eurasia, say, something very long phenomenon of
Orders retract from the perspective of free countries the region. There's a sense he really the land place numbers of both future power nation.
We don't know for sure. And West have met with him short that has diluted the rectory. He's the millionth person in the country. He has been giving rights, also preventing whatever you choose. And that Russia they were great, I assume. And it was the very last moment where Bush decided his administration following by outland like German, but the trying to read and doing nothing. Now he's bring volunteers, but he guys about Russian space bring Russia everything that's but that while they're fighting so Russia also when the and they were on the mission and money on about soldiers those are so you have a profound psychological that's what they call property that publish not something that looking for what it is for a long be just a quote things that are new risk their psychological user status
there's a narrative the West is the West that is also coming in there and maintaining war but is there a war
by election. And if they don't explain flawed democracies, and it had a plus. The pressure didn't have the open. Okay? So we can differentiate journalists, you're no longer being we say raise the millions make forces larger than the are your favorite medical arguments and not ready that trees matter, that there is made by Vladimir. But I got a world
I never fall.